Hard time in the city. My hair plugs ain't pretty. Hard times in the city. I'm feeling kinda bad. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for right. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor Mike Steinel. We're going to be changing up the intro music. We have some new help from people. Welcome to the mop-up for November 29th. David Feldman, I'm multitasking. Welcome to the mop-up for November 29th, 2021. Did I get that right? Yes, I'm David Feldman, coming to you from an air shaft overlooking a parking garage somewhere in Manhattan, where the temperature is 39 degrees and snowing, sort of. They say it's snorting. We have some breaking news. Mike Elk from Payday Report, which everybody should donate to. It's, Cyber Monday, Giving Tuesday. Support Mike Elk over at Payday Report. He is reporting that the National Labor Relations Board has ordered a new election in Bessemer, Alabama. They are throwing out the results of the anti-union vote in Bessemer, Alabama. Remember, Amazon workers in Bessemer, Alabama try to unionize. They supposedly voted against going union. Well, the National Labor Relations Board today has ordered a new election. Who would believe that Jeff Bezos would run a dishonest election with his workers to decide whether or not they're going union? We'll have Christian Smalls on later this month. He is organizing his own union for the Staten Island JFK Amazon workers. Well, this is a pledge-a-sode. I'm asking you for money. Tuesday is Giving Tuesday, so give me some money. Please go to davidfeldmanshow.com. I accept all major credit cards. Wow. I asked for money. That's good. Years of therapy they're paying off. I haven't done a pledge-a-sode in nearly 5 months because I'm self-destructive, and I've come up with a lot of excuses for not doing a pledge-a-sode, like I don't really deserve money to, I haven't done a pledge-a-sode in nearly 5 months because I tell myself I haven't had time to write thank you notes to all the generous listeners who donated after the last pledges. So that's what I tell myself. There's something self-destructive going on. But here's the good news. Despite my thoughtlessness, during the past 5 months, since the last pledge-a-sode, some of you, unsolicited, have donated, and I thank you for that. Even though I didn't send you a thank you note from the last donation, and we have some new people donating, even though I haven't sent out any thank you notes, some of you have continued to support this show. So thank you. I know who you are. Don't think I don't. Just because I haven't sent you a thank you note, it doesn't mean I don't know who you are. I know who you are. I know your names, and I have turned all that valuable information over to the Department of Homeland Security. Expect a knock on the door a week from tonight. Pack one suitcase. I'm kidding. I need to tell Homeland Security about my listeners. Like Homeland Security and the NSA don't already know who you are. Well, in all seriousness, it is Giving Tuesday. Tuesday is Giving Tuesday. Give me money. Go to Jesus. In a previous life, I might have been a stick-up artist, but not like the people from the PBS or NPR. Did you know that the guy who runs WNET, the PBS affiliate here in New York, this bullshit station that produces practically nothing, Neil Shapiro is the president, he gets close to $1 million a year with benefits. That's where your donations go. When you give to NPR or the PBS, they pay out these exorbitant salaries. So thank you for donating to me. Go to my website. I'm going to be asking you for money. I don't run ads on this show. I usually just start the show. I don't ask you for anything. Well, I do. I ask you to donate to candidates, and I ask you to buy books, the books of our guests, but I never really ask you for anything. So I'm going to try to explain to you why you should give me a little money, why you should go to davidfeldmanshow.com right now and hit the donate button. I accept all major credit cards, and maybe I'll write you a thank you note if I feel like it. But you're not really going to get anything in return other than the best possible podcast I can produce. When I started these pledge-a-sows, I asked the question that's been asked of me: what's your business model? Well, the business model is a sense of entitlement. I feel that if you produce a podcast that is so fantastic with these amazing guests and important laughs and information, I feel entitled that people will send me money. They don't have to, but I have this sense of entitlement that this podcast is so good. If I set up a donate page, people will send me money, and I don't have to give them anything else other than the best podcast I can produce. No t-shirts, no bumper stickers, no kitchen magnets, nothing. Not even thank you notes. Just give me money. That's my business model. Give me money. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com, hit the donate button, and give me money. That's my business model, Uncle Maury. I'm not offering incentives, no tiers, no levels, no tote bags. My business model is give me money. Again, I realize it's tacky, it's vulgar to ask people to give you money when you haven't thanked them for the last batch of dollars they sent. It's shameless, but that happens to be my best quality, shamelessness. So please go to davidfeldmanshow.com, hit the donate button. I accept all major credit cards, and then go to Payday Report, or go to Payday Report first and give Mike Elk money. He's doing more important work, and then come over to me and give me some money. And trust me, you have no idea how hard it is for me to summon the courage to talk this way. I haven't done a pledge-a-sode for 5 months. There's a reason I haven't been able to ask for money, and working through it, decades of therapy, and I have a problem asking my listeners for money because my listeners are my boss. So I have problems with authority figures, you cocksuckers. I resent my listeners because I view them as my boss. And I'm really starting to resent how you're holding back on me. I know you got the money, boss. No, in all seriousness, send me money. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com, hit the donate button. That's my business model, Uncle Maury. People are going to send me money just because I ask for it. Again, you get nothing. I'm not even going to send you thank you notes. I'm too busy producing this show. Just send me money. I'll see your name, and I'll know you gave me money. It's Giving Tuesday. Give me money. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com and hit the donate button. And I'm talking to my bosses, the people who listen to this show. And in all seriousness, I'm so grateful for this opportunity. And you're teaching me so much. And I would do this for free, boss. How many times have you said that to your boss? I'm just here to learn. Yep. Said that to a boss. I'm still saying that to people who hire me. I've even said recently, you pay me what you think is fair. I've said that for certain jobs. Just pay me what you think is fair. I'm doing that right now to you. Pay me what you think is fair. If you don't want to pay for anything, don't pay me. I'm just grateful for the opportunity, and I'm learning and the exposure, and I'm just grateful that I have a place to show up, and just pay me what you think is fair. How many times have people in show business said that to their boss, or in any business? How many times have you said that? Especially you young kids starting out. We say that because you say, just pay me what you think is fair, because that way you think the boss will like you, and they don't like you. They don't think about you. They're running a business. They couldn't care less if you're likable. And by your saying, pay me what you think is fair, they put you into a separate category labeled fool. That's what you are. That's what I am, a fool. Just pay me what you think is fair. I'm not doing this I'm doing this for my artistic expression. Well, I am. And that's the problem with working in show business. That's the problem with caring about what you do for a living. I just know show business, and there are managers, agents, lawyers. They're the ones who offer to dirty their fingers with money. So the creative types can only focus on their art. And then one day the creative folk wake up and discover their agents, their lawyers, their managers, their accountants have dirtied their fingers way too much with the artist's money, and the artist is left with nothing. People in my business are infantilized when it comes to money. There are vultures surrounding the artists in show business who want to infantilize us when it comes to money. You just worry about being funny. Just be funny. I'll take care of your money. I'll take your money. I'll take care of your money. And, it's not just show business. It's how the entire country works. I've always said that people in show business get a crash course in capitalism because we have like 15 jobs a year. So we begin to see how it really works. And that's how the whole country works. Anybody who works for somebody is infantilized when it comes to money. You're not supposed to discuss money. We've been conditioned to have it be awkward and dirty and disgusting. Money is unseemly. Don't discuss it with the boss. Well, you're my boss, my listeners, and thank you for this opportunity I would do this for free, so just pay me what you think is fair. Just go to my website and hit the donate button, and just whatever you think is fair. I think it's time for all Americans who work for a living or are not working for a living because they're so disgusted by the system, they can't get hired because they go in for a job interview and they just exude contempt for the system. I think it's time for all of us to learn some self-respect. And I know it's a cliche, but know your worth. Not just your worth, but our worth, collectively, solidarity. Our worth versus the worthless piece of shit who pays you. Always go into a work situation looking at the person who pays you as a piece of shit and demand money. And the best way to demand money is you do it collectively, solidarity. We're in this together. Nobody's better than anybody. Just we're in this together. We have a common enemy, the piece of shit we're working for. Hate your boss, not your coworker. Hate your boss. And if you don't hate your boss, pretend you hate your boss. Let your boss think you hate them. That is the cleanest, most transactional relationship in capitalism. It's the healthiest way for capitalism to exist. The boss pretends he doesn't hate the workers, and the workers pretend they don't hate the boss. Cards on the table. It's hate your boss. Hate your boss. Even if you like your boss, hate them. Because we have been trained by the people who have all the money. There are about like 12 men who have all the money. They have trained us to think that it's impolite to think about money, to discuss money. Of course, the people who have all the money want us who don't have the money to think money is dirty. That's what they want us to think. Money, like sex, like food, is something we all obsess about, but are too embarrassed to discuss. There's shame associated with money, the same way there's shame associated with sex, especially the kind of sex I like, and food and money. It's all lopped into one thing: food, sex, and money. It's all the same, especially if you're eating ham and eggs off a prostitute's chest like Frank Sinatra did. And he was able to get it all into one big hamper. Frank Sinatra once ate, in Kitty Kelly's book, she interviewed a prostitute who said the chairman of the board, when she woke up next to Frank, he was eating ham and eggs off her chest. That's the genius of Sinatra. He combined sex, food, and money. And he didn't feel any shame about food, sex, and money. And we should be like Frank. We should be shameless when it comes to money. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com, hit the donate button. Shame about money, it's not natural. It's not natural to feel shame about sex or food or money. We're taught to feel shame about money. We're taught to have shame for having too little, having too much, spending on the wrong stuff, not saving it, not spending it. Most importantly, we're taught to be ashamed of wanting money. We're taught to be ashamed of being seen as someone who's only in it for the money, as though working at a job to pay your rent, supporting your loved ones, buying a book, giving to a charity, treating yourself to a meal, as though that's something to be ashamed of. This is a form of control. This shame is a form of control heaped upon us by the people who control us with money. It's a very simple equation. I have something you want, money. I want to keep what you want, money. So I'll try to convince you the thing you want, money, is dirty, and that the mere act of wanting money makes you dirty, even though I want it way more than you do. That's how civilization controls us with money. They train us to ignore money. I don't want to think about money. I got other, it's money. It's the root of all evil. Money is not dirty, and it's not the root of all evil. Money is not dirty. People are dirty. People are the root of all evil. Money is just a language. A language is not dirty. How you use that language is dirty. So we should be able to talk about money. Talk about money. Ask the candidates who want your vote, what is your net worth? What is your family worth? When you donate to a charity, go to Charity Navigator and find out what they pay their CEOs. You'd be very upset if you knew what the PBS, what NPR paid these ciphers to do nothing. Like Neil Shapiro, the president of WNET, gets $750,000 a year and has the audacity to do pledge breaks and ask you for money when he's making $750,000 a year. That's just a scam. He's not worth $750,000 a year. He's a piece of shit from NBC News. He was president of NBC News. They're a dime a dozen. Thank you, Leslie. So when you meet Neil Shapiro and he asks you to donate money, ask him why he gets $750,000. Why does Rachel Maddow get $30 million a year? That's she's not asking you for money. But I just can't believe that they're paying Rachel Maddow $30 million a year, but they can't open up news bureaus in Chicago. They can't give us 15 more reporters covering the administrative state in Washington, D.C. No, let's give Rachel $30 million, not to even have a show. She's not going to even have a show next year. I don't know why they're paying her $30 million. The point is, talk about money. Compare your salaries with your coworkers. Your coworkers are not your enemy. Ask your coworker what they're making. You should know that. I've always been ashamed to tell my coworkers what I'm making because I'm either getting paid more or less. Better nobody should know. That doesn't breed solidarity. Talk about what you make. It should be out in the open. There's nothing to be ashamed of. And that's one of the big secrets at the office. I don't know if you've ever been in an office where people discovered what their coworkers were making. It's a revelation. And you realize you've been showing up to play baseball while the people in charge are playing football. You look at the salaries and you go, wait a second, I'm playing a completely different game here. More on that later. This is my message for the 99%. You have to defeat the 1%. But you can't defeat the 1% if you're playing a different game. And their game is more important than your game. They're playing football. You're playing, baseball, and that's a sweet, genteel game, but they're playing football. And because they're playing football, they're killing you. So you have to start playing football with the richest 1%. You must play their game. And don't worry, because their game is much easier. It's uncomplicated. It's really uncomplicated. They just want money. They just want money. It's pure. It's why the Republicans march in lockstep. They just want money. Play their game. It's time for the 99% to take over the Democratic Party and say, we want the same exact thing that the Republicans want, money. But we want to spread it around to 99% of the country, not concentrate it in the greedy, grasping paws of the richest 1%. Play their game. It's time for the Democrats to be taken over by leftists from the 99% who demand money. And you can't want anything else. That's a different game. We need to play their game, because they're playing the money game, the richest 1%. They're not just beating us at that money game, they're beating us. They're literally killing us because they have money and we don't. The richest 1% have all the money. Let's stop nibbling around the edges. Let's stop talking about voting rights, repealing Citizens United, defunding the police. All those things are important, but you need to know why those things are important. And you need to know how to accomplish all these things. And you accomplish all these things by taking money from the richest 1% and distributing it. The redistribution, I can't pronounce it. That's how conditioned I have been by the richest 1%. I can't even pronounce the phrase redistribution of wealth. Redistribution of wealth. This isn't Karl Marx versus Adam Smith. This isn't socialism, anarchism, syndicalism, capital. This is just fairness. Other countries do this. In fact, practically every other country does this. We've allowed a select group of men in this country to financialize our entire country, and they have figured out how to hoard all the money. And with all that money comes the power to dictate what we value in this country. They get to dictate our values so that our schools teach the wrong values. Our families have the wrong values, because if you have money, you have power. And with that power comes the right to dictate values. They're privatizing libraries in this country. They're trying to make libraries profitable in this country. Those are sick, diseased values. Our values are screwed up because the 99% doesn't have power, and you want power, you have to get money. And the way you get money is you redistribute the wealth at the top through taxation. Punitive taxation. You punish the wealthy for being wealthy. You redistribute the wealth through unions. Did I mention taxation? And by nationalizing failed businesses. We need to stop bailing out these failures in the 1%, these failed businesses. We spent more last year on bailing out the airlines than we did on providing childcare to working families. Think about that. The airlines, once again, got more federal money than children who need daycare. What do you think is a better investment? If you're a capitalist, a pure capitalist, what do you think is a better investment? Providing free childcare so the mother and father can go off and be productive, or take that money and give it to the airlines so that they can go bankrupt in another 10 years while gutting unions and paying their CEOs these golden parachutes? What's the best investment of our money? And that's what we do in this country. We bail out the failures. We bail out the richest 1%. We bail out the airlines. It would be cheaper to buy Delta than to give it the billions of dollars it wants in a bailout. And what do? They return the favor by charging us $5 for a pillow. That's how the airlines thank us. And they lay off the workers, and they ask the unions to take a smaller salary. These airlines, these airports, they would be out of business if it weren't for our bailouts. These bailouts where the CEOs get richer, the workers get shafted, and most importantly, so do the shareholders. That's the other dirty secret about bailouts and money and Wall Street. The shareholders rarely get rich off of a stock, off of a bailout. It's usually just the CEO and the board of directors. And so the only way to beat these monsters is to play their game, to read the business page and play their game and want their money, just not as much money as they want. We should want to spread their money out somewhat equally among the 99%. Somewhat equally. Let's play their game. we, there's strength in numbers. We could beat them. All we need to do is learn how finance works. And we're being hoodwinked. We're being shafted because we have been conditioned not to think about money. Unions, for example, unions have some of the largest pensions in the world. We're talking about trillions of dollars. And the unions, for some reason here in the United States, don't control their own pension funds. Isn't that incredible? Their leadership turned their union pensions over to money managers, who in turn give those trillions of dollars over to hedge funds and private equity. And they invest that money in CEOs willing to crush unions and ship jobs overseas. Bain Capital is a private equity firm, and they destroyed Toys R Us. They go in there and, and they're using what is called institutional funds. So like CalPERS is a big union fund. SAG-AFTRA has a union fund. Who knows what money managers are handing over to hedge funds who go in and invest in companies that are going to destroy the jobs that pay into the pension fund being invested. Unions are being crushed by the weight of their own pensions because the union leaders have abdicated the responsibility of investing these pension funds. That's the power that unions have. It's not just demanding wages from the bosses. The unions also have power in their pension funds. It's an untapped multi-trillion-dollar power that we could exercise over Wall Street if the unions invested their pension in pro-American corporations that are not shipping jobs overseas. The power of the worker, there's trillions of dollars that workers have access to, but we've given it over to our enemy, to hedge funds and money managers. It's the dumbest possible move with pension funds. Our power, if you belong to a union, is in the pension. A union, the Writers Guild, SAG-AFTRA, theoretically could turn 20th Century Fox into not necessarily a worker-owned studio, but a studio that has to put some workers on the board of directors. See, instead, that money is just given to money managers who they don't do any better than the stock market. I've been over that with you. If you look at hedge fund managers and money managers, none of them outperform the stock market. And yet the unions are giving their pensions to these charlatans who are not only giving them bad returns on the investment, they're destroying the jobs that pay in to the pensions. Americans have trillions of dollars in assets, and we allow those assets to be managed by men and women who hate the American worker, and they don't care what happens to the planet. And we allow this to happen because we've been infantilized when it comes to how finance works. And you shouldn't be, because the more I learn about finance, the more impossible it is to understand. And at some point you realize, oh, it's kind of like the reason the Torah is in Hebrew. They don't want you to know the bullshit in Leviticus. You have to be fluent in Hebrew to know the utter nonsensical horseshit in Leviticus. Better we have it be in a language nobody understands. That's how finance works. It's all bullshit. So you don't need to be confused by finance. Just understand the basics and then demand your cut of the gross national product. Now, when there's a bailout, and there will be bailouts, the economy is a boom and bust cycle here in the United States, you demand ownership of the corporations that your tax dollars are spent to bail out. The United States in 2008, if we knew how banks worked, or if we had an advocate who stood up for us, that advocate would have, Nancy Pelosi would have demanded back in 2008 that the United States ends up owning a piece of the banks after we bailed them out. We injected close to $1 trillion into Bank of America, Merrill Lynch, JP Morgan Chase to bail them out. And we did have a piece for a time being. We had, I don't know, I think it was like 25% of the five major banks. But Obama said, I'm not in the business of running banks. We're going to return, the banks are going to pay us back with interest. And that was a good investment, we think. Oh, we got some money back on TARP. So we think, no, we should own the banks. You fail. You talk about moral hazards. You talk about not relieving students of their debt. Well, when your bank fails, asshole, you want my tax dollars, even though I'm paying off student loans? Go fuck yourself. I'm your partner now. I'm your partner. We're going to own a piece of your bank. But they discourage us from understanding how money is transferred from our government, our Internal Revenue Service, into the pockets of the richest 1%. They just add layer upon layer of bureaucratic economic thought for the sole purpose of obfuscating, confusing, so none of us can understand why money is being transferred from the public sector to the private sector. It's theft. It's theft. How is it possible that the Federal Reserve has never been audited? How is that possible? How is it possible that they can't audit the Pentagon? We have no idea where they cannot tell us how much the Pentagon spends. We're completely infantilized when it comes to our nation's finances because we've been conditioned, trained to think it's unseemly to think about money. There are more important things in the world. Anybody who tells you there are more important things in the world than money is only thinking about money. If the American people started talking about money the same way they talked about food, we'd be rioting in the streets demanding our fair share. And that's why they invest in civility and manners. That's why the ruling class always has civility and manners to prevent people from asking for more money. See, we're told people with refined tastes never discuss money in polite company. But money is the only thing polite company ever discusses. Money, they just don't want you to discuss it. They just don't want to discuss it with or in front of the servants. So they know that if the servants knew how much money was being hoarded, being kept from them, the servants would shit in all their food. They would just shit in Jamie Dimon's food. I've been saying this for quite a while now. It's time for the 99% to demand the same thing that the richest 1% want, and that is money. It's time to look at Washington, D.C. as a field where you can play one game, and there's only room for one game. We're showing up to play baseball. The ruling class is showing up to play football. So guess which game is going to get played? They're going to play football. Our side, we're not going to get to play baseball. And they'll encourage us to play baseball off to the side because that way they have no competition. They can just play football against themselves. It's time for the 99% to play football, play the game the ruling elite are playing. It's time to go to Washington, D.C. and play a contact sport and take their money. If you're a socialist, if you're left of center, if you're a communist, don't let anybody tell you that you hate money. That's one of the great lies foisted upon the left, that somehow if you're a leftist, you hate money. The truth is you want money. You want exactly what the moneyed class wants. You just don't want as much, and you want to spread it around. You want to make the most money doing the least amount of work. That's, if you're on the left, if you're left of center, you want the same exact thing the richest 1% want. You want to make the most money doing the least amount of work. You want leisure time. You want nice vacations, art, theater, books, music, a garden, a nice home. You want all the things Prince Charles has, only not so much of it. The whole point of being on the left is not to live like a monk, not to live a vow of poverty. That's not what the left is about. The whole purpose of being on the left is living life to its fullest, to have the richest life possible. And that requires money, which requires unions, which demands higher wages, so you get paid more money to enjoy your life. I'm so sick of people saying to me, "Oh, you're a lefty, so you don't like nice things." No, I'm a lefty because I like nice things, and I want nice things, and I'm coming for your nice things. I like nice things, and I want your nice things. I want to pass punitive tax policy that punishes the wealthy for all the money they've stolen. I want punitive tax policy that forces them to sell off their homes, their yachts, their art at rock bottom prices in order for them to pay this government finally what they owe. And then those tax dollars that we collect will circulate through the economy via this social safety net that we would be able to spend on. We would have a social safety net of free health care, bridges, roads, green jobs, free childcare, free health care, free college tuition, like all other civilized countries. And through the multiplier effect, right? The couple of trillion that you take back from the richest 1%, that turns into, $100 trillion over a decade. And while that money is passing through the 99%, we'll have a little inflation, but I'll grab some of that money. You'll grab some of that money. Maybe I'll buy a cabin in the woods at a reasonable price. Maybe art. Maybe I could afford art. Maybe real estate. Maybe we could all buy stocks in Facebook and be shareholders and tell Mark Zuckerberg to be a human being, as though that's possible. But if there's money circulating freely among us, we could buy stocks in corporations. Instead, the money and the power concentrated into the hands of a few corporations and a few money managers who dictate our values. We don't have a democracy. They're afraid of us having the vote. And most importantly, they're afraid of us having the money. Because if we have the money, we have the power. They do not want, Microsoft does not want us owning shares of Microsoft and showing up at stockholders meetings and voting. They want proxy votes. They just want you to say, you know what, if you own shares in Disney, they have proxy votes. You vote for me. And that's what they want in government. They want proxy votes. It's too complicated. I don't understand it. I just pay taxes. You vote for me. That's what this country has turned into, a corporation where only a handful of the board of directors get to decide which direction the country is going in. Break up the banks, break up big tech, break up Any corporation that is too big, that means more jobs, more money, more competition. It's even good for the stockholders if you break up Facebook. It's good. That's what nobody understands. See, when they say break up big tech, like break up Google, people think that's destructive. No, it's creative destruction. They broke up AT&T 20 years ago, 30 years ago, and they created what were called the baby bells. So if you were a shareholder in AT&T, a lot of widows and orphans owned like a share in AT&T. Instead of one share of AT&T, you would have, I think, 6 shares of 6 separate companies, AT&T and I think the 5 baby bells. And that unleashes the animal spirits of competition, and those baby bells start competing, and your stock is worth more. You break up Amazon, you'll end up with maybe you have 1 share of Amazon, you break it up, you'll have like 100 shares of 100 separate companies that will all be competing, hiring, creating new jobs. The only person who doesn't want you to break up Amazon is Jeff Bezos, because that's his penis. That's his penis. Everybody else benefits when you break up Amazon, the workers and the people who own stock in Amazon. But most Americans don't understand that. They think you're punishing the shareholders when you break up Amazon. You're freeing the shareholders when you break up a multinational conglomerate like Amazon. GE is doing it itself. It's breaking itself up into 3 separate companies. It's been a failure for 20 years. The minute they announced that they were breaking up, the stock went up. You need to understand how finance works, and then we can have nice things. There's nothing wrong with money. What's wrong is who has it. And what's wrong is how you make your money. Are you a weapons manufacturer? Do you work for Goldman Sachs? Do you work for ExxonMobil? Then your money is evil, and so are you. But if the 99% paid attention to finance and demanded that it be simple to understand, because it is. If you can't understand something about finance, it's not worth knowing. And anybody who's trying to tell you that it's your fault that you don't understand it is a charlatan. If we would simplify the conversation about finance, this country, America, would finally become livable once again. It's time to teach our children a very important lesson. There are 24 hours in a day, and 8 of those hours are for sleep or relaxation. 8 of those hours are for whatever you want. And 8, and only 8 hours are for work. Only 8 hours a day for work. Who in America has a job that only takes up 1/3 of their day? Nobody. Nobody. We need to start teaching Americans to start thinking of their work as nothing more than a paycheck. You don't go to work because your boss is your surrogate father or mother. They want you to think that. You work for money. Your job is not your life. You only think it's your life because the job never leaves you alone. It follows you home. So you start to think, my job, this is who I am. That's not healthy. This is how Americans live. Other countries don't live this way. It's sick to think a job is your life. And thanks to the pandemic, it's your home now. Your home is your office. So stop thinking there's a job out there that will be satisfying. They rarely, if ever, exist. You work 8 hours for money and then have another 8 hours to find satisfaction. You're not going to get satisfaction from your job because you perform a job because it's difficult and hard and nobody would do it for free. And that's why you get paid for it, because it's hard and you have to work to make it fun. The job isn't somehow figuring out how to make this nightmare fun. And you do it by getting along with your coworkers through solidarity, not competing with your coworkers, by getting along with them. And at the end of the 8 hours, you're exhausted, because it should be exhausting, not, emotionally exhausting, intellectually and physically exhausting. And at the end of the day, you should come home tired, not emotionally exhausted, physically and intellectually tired, and have a sense of satisfaction that you earned your paycheck. And then you should have 8 more hours in the day to completely forget about your job. Remember the term 9 to 5? Jobs used to be 9 to 5. The American worker needs to grow up. We've not just been infantilized when it comes to finance, we've been infantilized when it comes to what work actually is. We've been infantilized into believing that there's this job out there, and if I can just find it, if I could just find this job and get myself $100,000 in debt to some bullshit college, I'll find that job that will define me for the rest of my life and it will make me happy. They don't exist. The debt accrued going to college to find that job exists. The work exists, but this idea that a job is going to bring you satisfaction, insight into who you are, those jobs do not exist. A job will not make you happy. It's not there to make you happy. Grow up. It's there for you and the people paying you to make money, period. If it makes you happy, keep it to yourself. I'm not interested in you being happy at your job, because most people aren't. So just be nice to everybody and don't be so enthusiastic about showing up to work. It should be a union boss, and everybody should dial it back a little. Don't work so hard. Dial it back. It should be a union job. You don't give it 100%. You give it 75%. Hold back, because the boss is holding back. And talk about money. Your boss, in order not to pay you, will do everything he can to avoid talking about money at work. Hey, we're family. Come into my office anytime you have a problem and let me know what's bothering you, especially your personal problems, so I can use that against you when you want a promotion or a raise. They'll tell you you're learning. They'll tell you this is an opportunity. Plenty of food. Plenty of food. I used to work the casinos. I spent a year of my life in Las Vegas. I'm not making that up. And I would eat with the croupiers and the cleaning crews. And they were all paid shit, including me. But the dessert trays, it was like Versailles. They would just shower us with these fancy desserts. They love to order expensive cakes to make us hate our bodies, ultimately. Your boss will do everything he can to create the illusion that your job is everything in the world except money. Except money. It's everything but money, according to your boss, because he doesn't want to pay you. Your boss is a bully, and you should hate him or her, even if you don't. Hate your boss. You should hate him just because he's the boss. He gets hard, makes him tumescent, getting you to do the most amount of work for as little money as possible. That is his job, to pay you as little money as possible. If you're management at McDonald's, your job isn't to make hamburgers, it's to pay the people who make hamburgers as little as possible. Anyway, go to davidfeldmanshow.com, hit the donate button, and please donate what you can. The show deserves financial support. It's more efficient more informative than NPR. Nobody here gets $750,000 a year like Neil Shapiro, who runs WNET. Do not give your money ever to the PBS. They are underwritten by David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group. Do not ever give money to National Public Radio. They have plenty of corporate underwriting, and they don't serve you, and they pay their privileged, hyper-educated executives hundreds of thousands of dollars a year. Be careful where you give your money. Be very careful, because most charities are bullshit. Go to Charity Navigator, look up these charities that you want to give to, find out the salaries that are being paid, and do not donate money to the DCCC. You want to donate money to a candidate, go to Blue America PAC, go to downwithtyranny.com. Howie Klein vets the candidates. Anybody Howie Klein endorses is running as a Democrat, but is not part of the DCCC. Your money is important. Don't give it away to just anybody. It's Giving Tuesday, right? I tell you not to buy shit on Cyber Monday. You don't need to buy any of the shit that you're buying on Cyber Monday. And on Giving Tuesday, be careful who you give your money to. These charities are really a reflection of how piss poor our government has become after getting gutted by people like Bill Gates and Jeff Bezos, who set up their own charitable trusts. These charitable trusts are tax dodges. They're money laundering operation. This money should be distributed democratically through our government, not through private charities. I talked about this on today's Monday, on Friday's show, about all these soup kitchens and homeless shelters and battered women's shelters that take public money, privatize it, and then keep it for themselves and give very little to the homeless. If we have tax dollars that is earmarked for feeding the homeless, the government should feed the homeless, not a religious organization and not some bullshit nonprofit organization that pockets most of the money. So be careful who you give your money to. It's not charitable when you give your money to NPR. That's not charity. That's just getting ripped off. When David Rubenstein, the head of Carlyle Group, gives $20 million a year to the PBS and then can buy his way on to the PBS with the David Rubenstein show, you're not being charitable by giving money to the PBS. You're being stupid and getting ripped off. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com, hit the donate button. I have a list of charities that have been vetted. Most of them have been vetted by Bernie Sanders. So if you're not going to give me money, go to my website anyway and look at the charities that I recommend. And I still recommend St. Jude's. It got some bad press recently. They're still a great organization. So I still support St. Jude's. We will be back with Professor Catherine Liu, I hope, right after this. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. This is a pledge-isode. I'm asking for money. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com and hit the donate button. I accept all major credit cards, and I will not give you anything in return. No t-shirt, no tote bag, maybe a thank you note if I get around to it. The only thing you get in return is the best possible podcast I can deliver. Back with Professor Catherine Liu, author of Virtue Hoarders.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. To tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Yes. Wow. That is Professor Mike Steinel, who'll be joining us later on in the show. We're waiting on Professor Catherine Liu, author of Virtue Hoarders. We are doing a pledge-a-sode today. Please go to davidfeldmanshow.com, hit the donate button, and give what you can. And maybe I'll send you a thank you note if I get around to it. I'm busy. The show is takes up a lot of time. You know, I think of the show like a roach coach. One of those roach coaches. That's how I described this show to my friends. It's a roach coach that pulls up outside your building during lunch hour, and we serve you up a delicious meal, and then we leave and go away and drive to another office park. And there's no overhead. I drive the truck. Dan helps. Some other people help. We cook the food. And we maintain the grill, we change the propane tank, and make sure the truck passes inspection. Here's your veggie burger and a salad of a podcast. Now pay me. Just go to davidfeldmanshow.com and hit the donate button. We're waiting on Professor Catherine Liu, author and officer of Virtue Hoarders, which you should buy right now. Go buy Virtue Hoarders. It's a great gift for yourself. And I do feel bad asking for money. It's hard to do that. And I feel bad because I haven't written thank you notes. I'm a little overwhelmed, like everybody is. You know, I'm an incredibly organized person. I don't know. I think if you watch the show, you would assume I'm incredibly organized. I don't know how organized I am. I'm good at prioritizing. I start each day with a checklist, and I put a check plus next to what has to be done each day. And expressing gratitude is on the list. It just doesn't get a check plus. It's not on the top of my list to thank people as much as I should. And I should thank people who donate to the show. I'm grateful to the people who go to davidfeldmanshow.com and hit the donate button. I accept all major credit cards. I'm grateful to anyone who listens to this show. I'm grateful to everyone who shows up to the Zoom room when we record this show. I'm grateful to everyone who shows up for office hours on Friday night at 8 p.m. I'm grateful to all the people who come on as guests. I'm grateful for the chat room on Zoom, and now there's a chat room on YouTube. I try to read the chat rooms the next day, And I'm grateful for the community of people who gather on the Discord channels that Andy Brown has set up. I'm grateful for the community on office hours, and I'm grateful for all the things that the community in the past year and a half has accomplished. They have teamed up to create new podcasts, some I know about, some I don't, lecture series during office hours, outside of office hours, fundraisers, countless fundraisers. People have written books. They've been encouraged to write books through office hours, create music, and of course, art. There are so many artists who show up for office hours, which is nice. I kind of figure, I think a lot of artists listen to podcasts while they're working. So we've been very lucky to meet a lot of artists at office hours, and they've been teaching classes and drawing. It goes on and on, the stuff that happens at office hours. What I most appreciate about office hours is this community doing things that I know nothing about. I love hearing about things that happened through office hours that I had no idea was coming up, and I had no idea that it's over. That's what really makes me especially happy about the community that has grown out of this show. Nothing pleases me. Well, there are things that please me more, but I enjoy kicking back on a Friday night. I host the first hour of office hours, and then I kick back and I listen to office hours, and I get to discover all the profoundly interesting and kind things. Kindness is very important. All the kind things, the listeners in this community, all the kind things that they are doing for each other, with each other, and for strangers. So if you've never been to office hours, I suggest checking it out. This Friday is office hours and hours, 24 hours of office hours. We do it on Zoom. That's all you need to have is Zoom. It doesn't cost you anything. And I have a business license through Zoom, which means we can have several Zoom meetings going nonstop all week. And that kind of seems to be where office hours is heading. I'm grateful for Dan Frankenberger, Joe in Norway, Andy Brown, Sarah Brown, Bush, Grace, Lance, Professor John, Hannah, who help keep office hours going. Those are the people who show up for the weekly meetings. I'm very grateful that they keep office hours going. We're meeting this Wednesday to go over office hours and hours, which seems to be expanding into lectures and performances, as well as screenings of documentaries, episodes of The Twilight Zone. It's a well-structured hodgepodge of listeners hosting their own 30-minute segments on anything they want, as long as it's left of center. And we have moderators. I'm grateful for all the moderators. I haven't named them, and I will get a list of the moderators, because there are rules to the community. There are guidelines, and if you disobey them, you're thrown out. It has nothing to do with me. That's what I love about office hours. It's taken on a complete life of its own, and it's fascinating to see what happens when you bring like-minded people together and encourage them to do things, to make something, make a friend, make a table. If you're left of center in your politics and you're not an asshole, and we have people who have great ability to detect assholes, we'll throw you out if you're an asshole. You're welcome to join us. Go to my website and hit office hours and join us every Friday night at 8 p.m. and meet better people. It has nothing to do with me. It really doesn't. I just show up for the first hour, and then it belongs to the community every Friday night, starting at 8. It's scheduled, normal office hours are scheduled around until 2 a.m. Eastern, and then the meeting goes till there's nobody left standing. But this Friday is the first Friday of the month, so it's office hours and hours, and that goes 24 straight hours of scheduled segments. Check it out. Go to my website, hit the office hours menu, and you just need to have Zoom. That's it. Is Professor Catherine Liu here, Dan? Is Dan here?
Yep, she has not shown up that I could tell.
All right. Do you want to do community billboard, or I can just keep blathering?
Yeah, let's do it.
There's Dan Frankenberger.
I came running to the computer when I heard asshole detector. I was like, oh, that's me. That's me.
How was your Thanksgiving? Oh, we spent it together. We did the show.
Right. I didn't get on community billboard, so I now have the opportunity to not waste my 3 Thanksgiving shitty jokes.
Okay, let's. Well, should I ask you how your Thanksgiving was?
Oh yeah. Well, the bad news is the bad news is you're a vegan on Thanksgiving. The good news is your oven doesn't work anyway.
Oh, that's right. Yeah,
that's about a 6.
That's a 6. Yeah. What else you got?
Did you have a nice tofu loaf?
Okay. Nice.
Eating a turkey dinner, then listening to this show is like an alertness endurance test.
Yes. Hey, I'm looking at YouTube and they fixed the pixels.
Oh, good.
We had problems like the last. Remember when we started? Was it like 3 episodes ago where we couldn't get on YouTube? Do you remember that?
Yeah, that was frustrating.
And then the video quality went down, and I called Zoom and they fixed it. So,
cool. So it was a Zoom problem.
You can see all my wrinkles, all the bag. Finally, you can see all the bags underneath my balls.
And the big fucking dents.
Dents in my head. Should we do community billboard? Did you send me?
Yep. I sent you pictures. Yep. While you're pulling those up, I have a Sopranos quote that was Thanksgiving related. Okay. Here is a quote that you're going to guess who said it.
Okay.
All that turkey, it's like spackle in my bowels.
Oh, it's the guy who dies on the toilet.
Uh-huh.
It's Ralphie's, the guy who is working with Ralphie.
You're on the right track.
And I can't remember his name, but he dies on the toilet reading a girly magazine.
That is Gigi Sestone.
Gigi.
Yeah. So the Wikipedia says Gigi died in the episode He Is Risen from the undue stress of trying to control a resentful and recalcitrant Ralph, as well as figuring out how to make sufficient money to pay the college tuition of his children. Season 3, episode 8. Oh, here's Professor Liu.
Professor there she is. Okay.
All right.
Let's do office hours. Let's do it at 9:00. Can we do that?
Yep.
Can we do? Will you be around?
Here's hoping. We're good.
Oh, okay. Why don't we take a quick break? When we come back, we will be joined by Professor Catherine Liu, author of Virtue Hoarders. Welcome back. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Well, Professor Catherine Liu joins us, and she is the author of Virtue Hoarders. Buy this book right now. I'm in the middle of it, and it is, welcome, Professor Catherine Liu.
Hi.
Hi. Thank you for coming back.
Hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yeah.
Thank you. There are 2 books that, just because of who I am, people are affected in different ways. 2 books that just rattle the cage of my brain, and that is Listen Liberal by Thomas Frank, who we've had on the show, and virtue hoarders. It's it really teaches you to, well, I don't. Let's start at the beginning, because Professor Adnan Hussein introduced us to you, and
Yeah.
I just want you to come on the show all the time. I'm just so grateful you're here. And we had a study group on, I think, Zoom and Discord discussing your book. It's called the Professional Managerial Class?
Virtue hoarders, the case against the professional
No,
manager.
right. But it's called the Professional Managerial
Yeah,
Class.
yeah.
This is a term that I think a lot of my listeners are just beginning to hear. What is the we kind of touched on this, but explain what this group is.
Well, right now, we can think of it as a group of credentialed elites who occupy positions of power, or, and lower positions as well within the liberal professions. So they have college credentials, graduate credentials. They work as content producers. They manage other people, and you have a cadre of them who this makes people confused. It's like, well, are doctors, nurses, teachers members of the PMC? Because many of them are salaried employees of large organizations, and they're not in
I would say
control of their
no.
working conditions.
I would say absolutely not.
You would say not, but I would say they are professionals because they have to be
Right.
credentialed by professional organizations. This is I had to, but they don't most people who work as professionals do not manage other people. But if you work as a professional and you go into administration or you become managerial, you can triple your salary. So once you start, but the PMC really does white collar work that has, as professions, exploded in the American economy, especially since deindustrialization has taken place in 1970, since 1972. In the early part of the 20th century, the PMC was a small class, and it was mediated between working class people, small business owners, farmers, workers, and real oligarchs and capitalists, like fat cats. When we think of the Monopoly game, and that big hat.
Are you there?
Yes.
Am I losing-
Can you hear me now?
Yes. Did something happen?
I don't know what happened. I'm not sure. I might have clicked my microphone.
Okay.
But so those kinds of people. So the PMC was an intermediate class in the beginning of the 20th century because there was a lot of worker unrest. The PMC was progressive, and also let me just give you a very example out of in my profession. Leland Stanford Jr., railroad baron deluxe, who worked, Chinese and Irish workers to death, making the Intercontinental Railroad, endowed Stanford University, which was called Leland Stanford Junior College. It was not very prestigious at the time, but he died, and his wife was a big donor still. And there was a firebrand leftist, Edward Ross, who was a left sociologist there, and she hated him. She wanted him fired. And that was the beginning of the AAUP, the American Association of University Professors, because John Dewey and a bunch of other professors were like, no, this cannot happen. We can't have donors dictating what universities do. And so the AAUP gets formed along with a lot of professional organizations like the American Medical
This is in the book, by the way. This is
Yeah. And so
right.
I'm just this class is progressive. It looks like it's fighting against capitalists. At our time, I feel like this class is completely supine. That is lying down to the needs of capital. It serves the reproduction of the status quo extraordinarily well. And anyone who has an email job, someone described this to me, is doing incredibly well right now, because the whole structure, even in the post-pandemic era, the structure of the distribution of treats or goods is very, very good for us. Like, I'm a member of this class. I think of myself as a class traitor or, someone who's very uneasy about the values of this class and willing to criticize it, go to the mat. But
You're a
this
professor at Irvine.
yeah, at UC Irvine of Film and Media Studies. And I can't tell you how disturbing things have been in my profession, which is supposedly a profession of free open speech and exploration. I've never seen more fear and conformity and anti-intellectualism than I have in the past few years. It's been heading this way, but the PMC really expands. And for John and Barbara Ehrenreich in 1977, when they're writing this, they say, it's really unusual that this kind of class dominates the left liberal political arena, because we used to have like union leaders and people organically coming up from the working class who were part of the Democratic Party, because that's our left at the time, or who the Democratic Party had to pay allegiance to in some way. And this class is totally marginalizing working class organizations, working class people of all races. And it's choosing PMC elites of all races and genders and now sexualities and gender identities to promote precious oh whoa,
You're good.
It's having issues today. To promote these into a kind of a courtier system that really does the duty of legitimizing power for the power of the ruling elites, who are still the capitalists and the oligarchs.
Right. There is a level of deception that I find so insufferable, and I hate them more than I do somebody like Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Me too. Good point.
Because at least she's honest.
Yeah.
You know who epitomizes the professional managerial class is Bill Maher, who is finally showing his hand. He's hyper educated, Ivy League school. He calls himself a liberal. He calls himself a lefty. He has this sense of ideological entitlement. He assumes just because he smokes dope all day and is has a lubricious lifestyle, he's entitled to call himself a lefty. But as he gets older and more sclerotic, he reveals that he has nothing but contempt for the working class.
Yeah. I gotta blame people of your generation, because you're a little older than me and I'm sort of between the generations. But
I agree
the
with
boomers and the 68ers, who are now all really successful, they have such deep contempt for the working class because they think like they were on the right side of the Vietnam War.
Exactly.
And the working class are squares.
Right.
And they smoke pot, and the working class is scared of smoking pot. Well, wake up, people. The working class has been destroyed. It's been destroyed. Right. The majority of Americans, they have had OxyContin, high fructose corn syrup, meth, all the drugs pumped into their bodies. They live in these devastated areas. Right. So you're smoking pot every night is really neither hedonistic nor transgressive. You're not cool.
It's not rebellious.
Huh?
It's not rebellious.
It's not rebellious. And Mara still has that. Like, I'm such a rebel. I'm such a bad boy. I'm speaking truth to power. And what he is really, he allows certain kinds of people to feel contempt for the great unwashed.
I worked for a very long time for Dennis Miller, who's a fascist. He's a fascist. I mean, he's got a great mind.
Have not followed him.
Yeah, he's a fascist, and he's way past your age group. And it always amazed me that he would say fuck, use esoteric references, and had long hair, and most people assumed he was left of center. And I would think, you're just listening to the tune. You're not paying attention to the lyrics. Listen to what he's saying. The man's a fascist. But they wrap themselves in all the accoutrements of the left and really just stab the left in the back. with the 60s, there was this split where the construction workers went after the Vietnam protesters.
Okay, that was this big the hard hat rebellion, right? That happened in New York. If you actually look at what that event was, where the blue collar workers, these hard hat people came up and they, I think it actually happened in Lower Manhattan and Wall Street. They beat up anti-war protesters. And so like all of the hippies and anti-war protesters could feel like they were victims of these horrible right-wing people. Well, a lot of those people, the hard hat people, were bussed in by the Republican Party, number one. Number two, if you do any kind of sociological analysis of who is against the war and who is for the war, the majority of working class and non-college educated people were against the war. The actual slight majority of college educated people were for the war. So think about the communists.
Whoa. Hang on.
Yes, it's true. It's true
I'm
because
a
you
baby
think about.
boomer, and hang on, you can't talk that way about my generation.
So
You're
think about
saying
those
we're full of shit?
those Republican, white shoe wearing wealthy Americans who had gone to college. Their kids were exonerated from the draft because they all went to college. You didn't have to be drafted if you went to college. So of course the majority of working class people would be finally against that war because their kids were going to war. So I have all the statistics somewhere. This is one of the greatest myths about the Vietnam War and the progressive college educated elites and how awesome they were. There were large numbers of people. Like everyone looks at Columbia, right? Oh my God, they took over the administration building. God, those guys are so radical. Well, look at the edges of the pictures. Look at the enrollments. Like people went to Columbia were really, really rich, privileged members of the WASP elite, right? And the majority of students did not occupy the administration building. They thought it was like really ridiculous that these few radicals were. They created a lot of smoke. But it was an intra-class fight for prestige. And none of those kids who occupied the buildings at Columbia, they didn't, they might have had like an existential crisis or two, but it wasn't that they were going to go and, join the working poor of Harlem or Spanish Harlem or the Bronx to take back Columbia from the people in the neighborhood. No, they were not. So what we miss is that there were a lot of squares. Okay.
Yeah, let me ask you about the racial component to all this, because what came out of Columbia, Mark Rudd, and Chicago and the SDS was the Weather Underground, which was a group of white terrorists who decided to blow up buildings. There were like thousands of terrorist attacks in the late 60s, early 70s. Mm-hmm. Buildings, it was commonplace. Bombs went off in the Capitol. The Weather Underground took credit for it. So now the Weather Underground, I think they weren't trying to kill anybody, but I don't know about that because I noticed that Fred Hampton was killed by the FBI. Mm-hmm. He was a Black Panther. Mark Rudd is teaching somewhere, I think at the University of Arizona. I think the Weather Underground in Chicago, they're best friends with Obama. I think the DA in San Francisco is the son of somebody from the Weather.
She's a Boudin. Yep.
So because the Weather Underground was white, they were pretty much treated like Patty Hearst was. They gave Patty Hearst the benefit of the doubt because she was white. They didn't give that to the Black Panthers, did they?
No, they did not. But the other thing about the Black Panthers and the emergence of like ethnic studies and what the civil rights movement became was, and if you read Cedric Johnson's From Revolutionaries to Race Leaders, that there was within the African American community a sorting already of those who were too radical, who are espousing, socialist or economic overturning of the order. They were revolutionaries. And then what the African American elites wanted were race leaders, people who would represent their communities, would go through the electoral process. So Andrew Young, Julian Bond, they became, members of the establishment, and they were the ones who thought that the Panthers had gone way too far. So it's not just a white people controlling everything issue. There is a PMC of every single color. And within the recruiting systems of the PMC, it is colorblind. Like if you speak the language of sort of liberal electoral processes, if you get really upset with the New York Times about whatever the New York Times is upset about that day, right, you will be anointed like a race leader. So I understand what you're saying, but I really think you should look. We should all look into how the social movements created a PMC elite within each of the categories of like minorities that needed to be empowered. I mean, I'm going to say 2 words: Pete Buttigieg.
Hang on for one.
No farther than that.
Hang on for 1 second. On this show, where is it? Hang on. I'm sorry. When I say Secretary of Transportation, Judge,
oh, you can't say his name. You actually
that or Vice President, the 2 most despicable human beings. I mean, it's not productive to hate, but Pete Buttigieg, they're going to run him for McKinsey's going to run him for president.
I know.
Let me ask you.
And Kamala, they're talking about this unbeatable pair, Kamala and Harris Buttigieg.
Jesse Jackson is, in my estimation, not that my estimation matters, still a great man. Is that fair? I think rhetorically very important. Rhetorically, he and what he did in 1980 with his campaign was really important with regard to making visible a certain kind of black electoral politics and black electoral power. We can't deny that. It was in the time of Reagan. The country was turning against the 70s, the 60s and the 70s. So, but I do think he became extremely establishmentarian, and it was hard to slip the knot. So let's just be clear. He's no Marxist, right? So there are people like Amiri Baraka who also Barber, a Poor People's Campaign that Martin Luther King and Reverend Barber. I would assume Reverend Barber isn't a Marxist.
No.
But you can still, if you're campaigning for the poor, that's your ideology. It doesn't have to be about. That is class struggle with or without the Marx.
It is. One thing that I think I would just say about that is that it moralizes politics. It is class struggle. It creates a kind of moral dignity that we all have to have. But within the class struggle properly, we shouldn't be campaigning for the poor. We should try to be bringing down the rich.
I agree. Yes. Bringing down the rich. Let's stay there for 1 second, but let me just.
It's a hard job, because they're really powerful, and everyone on the left that I know, almost everyone on the left I know, really underestimates the power of capital. So
I want to stay focused on punishing the rich in a second, but let me just explain that we're talking to Professor Catherine Liu, author of Virtue Hoarders, and I am not going to hoard the virtuous Professor Catherine Liu. My Zoom audience, especially Andy Brown, I want to make you available to all the people in the Zoom room, the people who are joining us, who are here because of you. And please raise your hand. I know there was a study group on Virtue Hoarders.
Yeah,
Fun. Yeah, they can offer a lot more interesting questions than I can. Why aren't we demonizing the wealthy in this country? I do it on this show all the time. I mean, I don't talk about bringing out the guillotines. I just talk about tax policy, just going in there and gutting the richest 1%. And they say, well, even if you get rid of the richest 1%, that can't pay for all the programs you want. A, that's not true. It would pay for all the programs because of the multiplier effect. That money gets freed and then it starts getting spent, and suddenly new tax revenue comes over the transom that's unimaginable. Secondly, you can't pass a social safety net unless you strip the wealthy of their money. They have too much power. It's the power, it's the power that comes with the money that's the problem, not just the money.
They've been really, really good at using, I would say, like laundering their reputations through nonprofits, through philanthropy. But I would also say, like, through iconic figures like billionaire Oprah Winfrey, who has a monopoly in popular culture on the language of mental illness, mental health, and trauma right now. And she and Prince Harry just did that big release of the docuseries, I haven't seen it yet, on Apple TV that's called The Me You Don't See. And Oprah is on there, talking about her trauma. Prince Harry's down there talking about his trauma. And I'm sure, like, these people have suffered, right? They've suffered, in the case of Winfrey, child sexual abuse. In the case of Prince Harry, the loss of his mother when he was young. But these are centimillionaires or multi-millionaires and billionaires. And we are in this ideological web where they get to dictate, like, healing for people. And Americans are suffering. Like, ordinary people are suffering from economic precarity like I've never seen before. The entire center of this country is devastated by deindustrialization.
The thing that drives me nuts about this is if you or somebody you know is suicidal, call this number. Well, if you call the number, they don't hook you up with free psychiatric. If you are depressed, it's big business treating depression. If you're an opiate addict, the McKinsey Group is making millions funding rehab centers. They don't want free healthcare. So what good is it to draw attention to a mental health problem if you're not offering free mental health care to people?
I mean, sometimes it's just so dark. I don't even know how we can live every day with this kind of cognitive dissonance because I'm writing a book on trauma.
Nobody says, you're getting me angry. Nobody says, will you keep coming back? I want to get you into this insanity here. Nobody says to Oprah or Prince Harry, okay, I'm not stigmatized by my mental illness. I just can't afford to go out of pocket for a shrink. What's your suggestion?
Right.
Nobody even asks that goddamn question.
You know what their suggestion is? Buy my book because it's only $14.99. It's self-help. Self-help came out of also like the combination of American, evangelical Christianity, relying on yourself, Horatio Alger. And, once again, I'm going to go back to the 60s where there's a whole idea of that, we can't trust we can't trust doctors, we can't trust the medical establishment, we can't trust anyone but ourselves, and we're going to heal ourselves, and we're going to do these like crystal healing things, and we don't need... it's like the guy who founded Whole Foods, whose name escapes me now. He's like, we don't need health care. We don't need health care because everyone can eat organic foods. I mean, You don't need mental health care if you buy, Marianne Williamson's book. Marianne Williamson actually turned out to be such an interesting candidate in the last election, but she went on Oprah in the 90s and they were selling her books like crazy. I mean, and People who, when you're really in trouble, you're consuming what you can afford to help yourself. The highest rate, Jennifer Silva's written about like working class mental illness and physical illness as well. The working class is now the biggest consumer of self-help media. This is not just in the United States. They're translating this media into other languages. A book called Factory Girls, which was a study of young women working in the Pearl River Delta, which produces all our iPhones, all our, all the gear that we're using now, clothing, everything from the 2000s to 2011, probably, before their rates of labor were so high that they had to move them out to Vietnam. But still, the level of skill means that iPhones are still being produced there. These women are doing these very, very precise, punishing assembly line jobs. And the Chinese American journalists went in to interview these young women, and their lives are so unstable. They work 16 hours a day. They live in rooms with 12 other people. Maybe things have gotten better since 2006. I don't know. But she noticed that one of the things they all did was they read self-help. They listened to self-help tapes. I mean, now we have podcasts and stuff like that, because there literally was no other recourse to like community or anything else. What was
you internalize it. You are the cause of your own victimhood. You're just not reading enough self-help books.
Yeah. And if you become really plucky, then you can be an entrepreneur and you can get out. It's never about, organizing your group to, strike, although there is labor unrest more and more in China as well. It's about, trying to manage your own emotions, manage yourself, think positive.
Right.
And it's just, it is really terrifying to think about how we're exporting this as part of our, global imperial footprint. And in order to keep assembly line workers motivated somewhat so they can go back to work in the mornings and work 12 hours a day putting together the iPhones that we use. But every worker, I would say right now, you've seen all of these workers quitting. Workers are experiencing their alienation at work in really profound ways. And there are strikes that are happening. There's a whole, there are about 100,000 people on strike right now in the States. In the 1940s, right after World War II, there were probably like 10 to 20 million people on strike. So we're not even close to scale yet. I mean, the industrial strikes of the 1940s had to do with the fact that, these workers had been relied upon to make all of the fighter jets, all of the big manufacturing equipment that won the war. And then they're like, no, we need better working conditions. We've won the war. Like, who's going to give us more compensation? I don't when are American workers or service workers going to find that dignity again? Well, in this kind of precarious, flexible labor where everyone is getting their hours on their smartphones, and there is no guaranteed hourly wage, and people are just being, atomized in 100 different ways. Thank you, Uber. Thank you, Lyft. It's very hard to organize. It's very hard to organize a post-industrial workforce.
Well, let me, first of all, I need you to come on this show. And the best way, you got to do me a favor, folks.
What?
Go buy, not you, you've already done me a favor. Virtue Hoarders, The Case Against the Professional Managerial Class by Professor Catherine Liu. It's a polemic that will get you or anybody who reads it. It's like eating horseradish. It will clear out your sinuses and you will see the world. At least you will see the world for what it is. And the people, you will learn not to trust the people who actually think they're trustworthy. People like Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine, this Harvard charlatan who's writing columns for the New York Times that are nothing more than these self-serving, self-aggrandizing attempts to take his work and put it up against the Clash. He uses this columns for the New York Times. Have you been reading this?
No,
garbage?
I've heard that he got a column. I've not read him. So tell me what is he saying?
He's talking. All the columns are about the work that he's done with the workers, the rallies that he's performed at. And it's why he wrote this song. He's so self-serving. I talked to him once and he was busy talking about the unions, but he had no idea. He had no idea about IATSE's role in the concerts that he plays. I asked him about the stampede that took place I think it was in Houston. I said, well, what about IATSE? He goes, I'm not familiar with the unions that control concerts. And I had to be polite, but what I really wanted to say was, really, you're Rage Against the Machine and you do all these concerts for unions, but you're not aware of the unions that support your productions? And he's so busy writing these pieces in the New York Times that are just advertisements for his albums. He is part of the professional managerial class. Tom Morello, Harvard. How do we identify these people and call them out?
Well,
how do you know if somebody's part of the professional managerial class? By the way, I saw Tom Morello, a friend of mine, performed at a Christmas party for a hedge fund manager. He's a comedian who will go anywhere. And Tom Morello played this Christmas party at this hedge fund manager's office. He came out there with his guitar that says, this machine destroys fascists. And he's playing the Tom Joad song that Bruce Springsteen. And I'm watching all these models and coke-addicted hedge fund managers jumping up and down to the ghost of Tom Joad as Tom Morello's rocking out for what, $50,000, $100,000? And he's going to lecture us about virtue?
Yeah.
Tom Morello, Rage Against the Machine?
Yeah, well, you'll know them by their secular virtue hoarding. That's the PMC.
So what does virtue hoarding mean? What does it mean?
Well, it means like taking your consumption habits that have been created by your good salary and your lack of contact with physical labor, and making that power a virtue, making consumerism a sign of your superiority. I mean, it's simple. It sounds it doesn't even sound complicated. It's like, I recycle better than you. I have backyard fruit trees, and I have solar panels. You know what? Your solar panels are not going to save the world. Right. Your solar panels are not sustainable. Mining those whatever heavy metals for your Tesla is like killing the Congo. Okay. Just stop, people. Just stop with your superior consumer habits. I live in California and I just freaking hate it. Everything is like designed to make upper middle class people feel good and like their trash don't stink. I'm sorry, people, but It's like your carbon footprint is much bigger than the carbon footprint of the working class person in India or China who might be using, oh my God, a coal burning stove because they're not connected to an electrical grid or a gas grid.
So if I had Gwyneth Paltrow on from Goop, right? It's Christmas. And she's trying to sell this steam cleaner for vaginas, Martinize your vagina. And this place would be packed. And then I'd say, by the way, this Martinizer for your vagina, where's it made? That's a rude question to ask where Gwyneth Paltrow's vagina Martinizer is made.
Yep. We don't want to know where things are made. We don't want to know the processes of manufacturing, but like, why is she so obsessed with it, cleaning her vagina too? That's the other thing, is that it's about this, the PMC has actually taken this idea of optimization not just of like their apps and their interfaces, but actually of the human body to an extreme that really like shows their prudishness and their like crypto religious fear of being sullied by civilization. And I just feel like they don't really want to pay the price for their consumption habits. And then, the other thing is like, I'm sorry, but like in my neighborhood, it's very wealthy, very homogenous. There are very few African Americans, and everyone has a Black Lives Matter sign. It costs you nothing to put that sign up, but you hoard virtue, you signal virtue to others, and I do feel like, well, it's not just like me and you griping about these people. I do feel like it blocks any imagination of real social change that can take place. We're not just going, oh my God, what horrible hypocrites. No, because they're part of an ideological machine. I mean, go back to Morello. Rage Against the Machine was from Orange County. Zach de la Rocha actually went to a little hippie private school on UC Irvine campus. And they played for one of the founders, every Christmas party, one of the founders of Broadcom, which is also headquartered right near here. And the guy who they played music for at the Christmas parties has been indicted every single way and had a sex dungeon. He's forbidden from coming on to UC Irvine campus because of, sexual harassment. So I don't fetishize like rockers. I don't fetishize those people. Having been in California for long enough, that we're just infused by this fake transgression, fake rebellion.
Virtue hoarders, the case against the professional managerial class, go buy it and give it out as gifts. I need Professor Catherine Liu in our life, and the best way to do that is to buy her book.
It's a good stocking stuffer.
It's
small, cheap.
Yes, it is, and it's not a long read.
I really want it to be cathartic. I mean, this is why I'm having I'm doing all my research because I want everything to be well lined up for the book on trauma, because it will also be really controversial. But I really want it to be cathartic and to have like an emotional impact on people, and not to be something that is academic or Marxist. Like a lot of Marxists are these days, like, I know this better than you do. Aren't I smart? No, like one of the points in which I try to work with is that we all experience high amounts of alienation. I mean, I talked to David a little bit about his work, in Hollywood, my work in the academy. We know, even as white collar PMC, like privileged workers, we know what it's like to be lied to, manipulated, frightened into not speaking any kind of truth at all. We know what it's like to be exploited and alienated. Everyone does. Maybe Jeff Bezos doesn't, maybe Barack Obama doesn't, but we need to find the universal language of alienation that we can speak to, so we can start talking the universal language of emancipation. We're not even close to that. And right. I just feel so much despair on social media when I see like these young leftists going, well, in Marxist-Leninist terms, we're not at the stage 2 of blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, oh my God, you're being a know-it-all. Like the PMC are know-it-alls. They're like, you know what? I'm going to tell you how it is. Like, let me tell you about your vagina. Let me tell you about sex. Let me tell you about parenting. Let me tell you about my gluten allergies. It's like, stop. Just stop already and reach out to the kind and honor the kinds of struggles that we all have with regard to this system that's causing all of us so much cognitive dissonance, because the majority of people are suffering, a tiny minority enjoy ill-gotten goods, and the rest of us are like being told that we need to reproduce the ideological slumber in which the masses are, restlessly prone, suffering in. So it's not a good sleep. It's not a good sleep.
Reproduce the ideological slumber that we're under. That's beautiful. Go buy, please, virtue hoarders, go buy this book, read this book, share it, buy 10 copies of it right now and read it. You need to identify what percentage of the country would you say is part of the professional manager?
So about 25% of the professions by the Bureau of Labor Management and Statistics are professional managerial class professions.
But that's not really, I mean, like as you said earlier, you can be a professor. You can be part, as you said, be part of a profession, but not be part of the managerial class.
That's right. So 25% professionals, but within that, probably like 10% of that 25% really manage the professionals. So they're the ones who are really on top. So that's like,
almost like the bourgeoisie for the 1%, almost, right? In a way, they're kind of doing the dirty work for the nobility.
Yeah, I would call them like they're like the machers for the oligarchs, and they execute execute the plans. So in the original court society under feudalism, you had a monarch. It was very clear, like the monarch needed smart people around him, right? So he had a court, and the church and the clergy played a really important role here because they were literate and they could interpret the liturgy for people. This works in China as well as in the Western feudalistic modes of production as well. And then you have like huge numbers of peasants who are just working as serfs or slaves for a tiny nobility. And within this tiny nobility, you have people who are literate, and those people who are literate are doing the dirty work of managing the empire for the monarch, right? So that class of doing the dirty work has expanded because capitalism is a much more complex system of production with interlocking parts that needs these kind of people. And so that class has expanded because the capitalist mode of production and the financialization of our economy needs like hedge fund managers, bankers, analysts, stockbrokers to manage capital flows, right?
We have questions from the chat room. The first question comes to us from Norway. Professor Liu, does your book look at the PMC, the professional managerial class, across countries? Is this class more entrenched or centered in the West?
It keeps exporting its values to the entire world because the American meritocracy and American higher education and British higher education attracts the elites of all over since the Cold War. The elites of all of these countries come to America to be educated, sometimes by the CIA, sometimes not, but then they're sent back to become rulers in their own countries. Right now in Europe, the EU, for some reason, is like peak PMC world. The EU is literally created by technocrats in Brussels to put down any inkling of worker unrest within the Western European countries. So, I think the EU is anti-democratic, highly technocratic. And those are two things that are very, very compatible with PMC values. They say they look at the EU's, also they're cosmopolitan. Like the PMC has this false cosmopolitanism, like, we love migrants, we love immigrants, we're so tolerant. You're so tolerant because you like cheap labor. And so the EU is definitely like trying to become America's 51st state because they really want to execute the will of American capitalism.
Right. We're out of time. Howie Klein is coming up, who you should meet. He writes Down with Tyranny. You would love him, and I know he would love you. And I'm going to try to get, maybe you would write for his for Down with Tyranny. Howie will love you. Last question. Rodrigo from Mexico says, we kind of touched on this, but what he wrote is so brilliant. Can you talk a little more about how the PMC believes they're the outermost part of the real in-group, no matter how much evidence we show them, that they're just the interface between the 0.01% and the poor. I love that they're the interface.
That's just brilliant. That's what
Yeah.
they're a mediating class. They're
Right.
and this is what I always emphasize in the book too, is like they think they're a vanguard, but they're the followers.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And you hear that, Rodrigo?
That's
Professor
a
Lou,
really
he's
great,
the-
really
He
great
speaks-
formulation.
He speaks 4 languages because he's not an American. So he has to speak 4 languages. And the last question is from an anonymous attendee. Not anonymous, we're not lucky enough to have anonymous here tonight. Isn't the PMC a potential lumpen proletariat in the 21st century? If not, why not?
That is a really interesting idea that it's a lumpen. People have also said, it's the petit bourgeoisie. Why don't we just call it petit bourgeois? And I feel like there is a question of credentialism that's really important, that organizes them around the certain values of higher education and ideological reductionism and ideological reproductionism. Whereas the lumpen proletariat was really like pure opportunists.
Right.
And that there is a pure opportunism within PMC. So maybe it's like a new formation, bred in the crucible of American capitalism, that is actually the monster child of the lumpen proletariat. But
Right.
I think that we can have a new class. I'm not an orthodox Marxist. So we can use Marxist class analysis, and we do have a new class.
We have to wrap it up. Can people
Okay.
working salaried, professional, and white-collar jobs truly be allies to the working class when they benefit from the very structures that oppress others? In Virtue Hoarders, published by University of Minnesota Press, Professor Catherine Liu, professor of film and media studies at UC Irvine, she analyzes this class, the professional managerial class, in her book, Virtue Hoarders. Please buy it. Howie, are you there?
I'm here.
You have to meet Professor Catherine Liu.
Okay, we'll do it. We'll do it soon. Thanks for having me on. Sorry I got on late. I had a little bit of a problem getting on, but thanks, David. This was great.
I'm going to be bothering you to come back.
Okay,
Thank
okay.
you.
This was really lovely.
you
Wonderful.
so much.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you. Let us now go to Los Angeles, where Howie Klein, thank God, is standing by. He is the founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC, and they raise money for progressive and socialist candidates. And he also writes Down with Tyranny, which everybody should read every day. Welcome, Howie Klein.
Thank you. I feel welcome. She sounded good. I liked her.
Well, she talks about something that you're a part of. To some degree, I have dipped my toe into the professional managerial class, and that is the 10% of the country that does the dirty work for the richest 1%, hyper educated, and they make things more complicated to justify their salaries. And they have no alliance to the working class, but they call themselves left of center.
I don't know about the left of center part. I'm sure some of them are left of center, but some of them are right of center. I mean, I know that class well because I've spent a lot of my career in that class and thought about it many times, like trying to figure out what I was doing that justified such a gigantic salary.
Right. So let's talk about gigantic salaries. We've been going over this website called capitaltrades.com, and it's really worth taking a look at if you haven't, Howie.
I haven't.
It's
Capital Trades?
Yeah, it's app.capitaltrades.com.
I see.
And you will write a column out of it every day. You'll just go look up who's trading. And Josh Gottheimer has traded close to $50 million worth of stock
Wow.
in
I
the
didn't
past
know
year.
He's that rich.
Yeah,
Is he trading for other people or for himself?
for himself.
My God.
Why is that not common? Like Ro Khanna, for example, is trading close to $25 million worth of stock in the past year. Why? And wasn't he the Bernie supporter? I mean, isn't he?
Yes, big time progressive.
Why isn't that bigger news? Ro
I think
Khanna
it is.
traded
I think-
$40 million worth of stock in the past year.
What's the? I'm gonna get on there right now. It's APP.
appcapitaltrades.com. And
Capitaltrades.com.
right.
Capital with a CAPITL.
CAPITOL trades.com.
Oh well.
I'm looking at Ro Khanna, a representative from California, Yale University, graduate of Yale Law School. In the past year, Ro Khanna has traded close to $40 million worth of stock.
Are you sure it's Roe and not his wife?
Well, yeah, it's his wife. Yeah, his wife and he have been trading. Yes.
His wife is rich. APPCAPITOL trades.com.
Yeah.
It doesn't come up. Is there any punctuation between?
Yeah, it's app.capitaltrades.com.
Oh, you gotta say.
Yeah. Or if you Google just Capital Trades, it'll take you. His wife buys and sells defense industry stocks. How is that?
His wife is wealthy.
Well, he's a graduate of Yale Law School. And
I can't find this.
okay, last week, Ro Khanna bought $15,000 worth of Adobe. He bought $15,000 AIG, Archer Daniels, Bank of America. He's selling stock in all these. How is that legal?
Well, I know Congress tried to pass a law making it illegal, but they did it so badly that there's more loopholes than there is a law. So it's doesn't work. They need to do it again in a more serious way. Congress. It's a funny thing. It shouldn't really be policing itself on these matters because it's it defines things in the laws to exempt itself. Like bribery, everyone knows that taking all this money and then doing favors for these giant campaign contributors is bribery. But yet, in the laws about bribery, they've excluded that category, making it almost impossible to get people who take immense sums of money, like hundreds of thousands of dollars. It makes them, untouchable.
And it makes you wonder. I want to ask you, I want to go over some pieces you wrote at Down with Tyranny, but it makes you wonder if any prosecution of any government official is anything other than political, that every time a politician is busted for a crime, it's political and has nothing to do with the law being broken because all of them are breaking the law.
Right, but sometimes they don't get called on it very often. I mean, very, very few members of Congress get busted, and when they do get busted, I wouldn't really go along with what you said. I would say it's more not so much chance as it is blatant. They just do something really blatant that can't be covered up easily, and they wind up getting prosecuted. It just doesn't happen that frequently. It should happen much more frequently.
Right. Well, let's go over some of the pieces you wrote over at Down with Tyranny. The future of the Democratic Party is in the hands of Pete Buttigieg and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Well, I hope not. I don't want it to be in their hands.
So that seems to be what's become apparent is we have a doddering president
Yes.
who is somewhat ineffectual. I will change my tone in 2022. I will tell you all the great things Biden has.
What if he's more doddering in 2022, which I expect?
I know, but I'm getting in my last licks on Biden and the Democrats, but then the midterms start and I have to start selling their accomplishments to voters. I feel obligated.
Will you mind if I'm on this program, like putting them down?
No, because you offer solutions. You are offering candidates. And by the way, Tuesday is Giving Tuesday, and everybody should go to Down with Tyranny right now and give money to the candidates who Howie Klein is endorsing, because these are candidates who are not endorsed by the DCCC, which means they're not endorsed by the Democratic Party, Pelosi or Schumer. These are people who need the money, will spend it wisely, and some of them get elected. And the long shots, it's an investment in the future. There are people who come on this show, and they've been coming on for close to a decade now. Some of them have gone on and won. Some of them don't have, a chance. But when you give them money, you're investing in the future. You're investing in their career. And they turn out like the mayor of Delano, California. Like, I love that guy.
And he has a very good chance to win, by the way.
Right.
He needs our support, but it's not, he's not, I wouldn't call him a long shot at all. He's got as good a shot as anybody else, any other Democrat to win that seat, maybe a better shot.
Right.
And when Blue America does endorse long shots, they're not that long of a shot. In other words, there are some really, people who are really wonderful and great and who I don't think have really any chance to win no matter what happens. Those aren't the candidates that we endorse. We endorse people who do. They may be, some of them are long shots for sure, but AOC was a long shot.
Right.
When we endorsed her, everyone said we were crazy.
I didn't want her on the show. You offered her.
You were one of the ones who said she had no chance. Oh, and the thing is that you have to know when someone does have some kind of a chance, and if it's worth investing in them. And that's what we ask our donors to do, is to invest in people like AOC. And you know who else didn't have any chance to win? Was
Cori Bush.
He had no chance.
Who?
And indeed, we endorsed her. She lost the first time she ran. She ran 2 years later, and she won.
You're talking about Cori Bush?
Cori Bush, yes.
Yeah.
From St. Louis, Missouri. A lot of people don't necessarily win the first time around, but they learn from the experience of running, and then they win the second time around, or even in some cases the third time. Speaking of Ro Khanna, it was the third time that he ran that he won.
Yeah.
I think it was true of Alan Grayson too. It might have been the third time, although the first time was sort of like a on again, off again campaign, mostly off again. Anyway, but it doesn't matter. What I'm trying to say is that we really spend a lot of time and energy looking into possibilities. Some of our bigger donors might call me, they do call me, and they say, I just want people that have at least a 50% chance to win. Tell me who they are. I'll give each one of them $1,000. So I tell them, okay, these are the ones who have a 50% chance of winning. And what about the ones who have a 40% chance of winning? And this time, one of those donors said, "I'll give them each $100." I said, "I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Thank you."
Right, and the most lovable characters from West Wing is Toby Ziegler, who managed one failed campaign after another, and then he finally got Joel Bartlett, a neoliberal leader of the professional managerial class, elected president. And Joel Bartlett gave us a master's class in compromise through Aaron Sorkin. So the point I'm making is it's okay to endorse people who aren't going to win. A butterfly flaps its wings in Singapore and creates a tornado in Texas. There are certain people, when you invest in them, you give them a stamp of approval. It encourages them to keep fighting, and they may run again or they may do something else, but they're definitely worth your support as opposed.
Right. Didn't you have Daniel Lee on your show?
Yeah, he's fantastic, from Culver City, right?
He's the mayor of Culver City,
right?
And he's running for Congress now. And the guy who is his campaign manager ran for office, almost won, but didn't win. He didn't win his seat, but now he learned a lot from that experience, and now he's a campaign manager for Daniel, who
Right.
has won his races. By the way, Daniel has run several races, and he's won.
Right.
And he was also defeated in one race he ran, I believe. But you learn from that too. It all adds up to how to effectively run a campaign and win.
Now, you are founder and treasurer of the Blue America PAC. And when you say treasurer, I understand that there are accountants and lawyers, and you're not really poring over the books.
No, but a treasurer is the only actual office in a PAC. So, there's no president, there's no secretary, there's nothing. The only office is a treasurer, and my job is to just collect all the receipts and everything and just send them over to the account.
Right. Financial literacy is sorely lacking on the left. People will spend a lot of time reading Marx, but they have no idea how to balance their checking account or what a stock means. I mean, I'm always stunned by what people just don't understand how stocks work. If Kamala and Mayo Pete, as you call them, are going to be the next generation of Democrats, the only question that they should be asked about is their financial ties, their money, right? That is the key to their soul or lack thereof, right?
Well, maybe. I don't know. I mean, I've never met either one of them. I don't like either one of them. I've read about both of them a lot and written about both of them, but I don't know about their souls and what the key to their souls are, if they have souls or what they are. But I get you mentioned the term neoliberal, and I definitely get that vibe from both of them in a very big way. I live in California. I've been in, I vote all the time. I can very proudly say I've never voted for Kamala Harris for anything that she's run for.
Sophie's choice. I would pick Kamala over Pete Buttigieg.
Well, I wouldn't vote for either one of them under any circumstance, but I would say that she is the lesser evil of between the two. He's just absolutely awful. He's an invented thing. It's just absolutely terrible. And the media is trying to make it sound like that's our choice. We have to have that Sophie's choice. Which terrible one of these do you want? And it's not true. It's certainly not this early on, but they're doing everything they can to push those two into the public consciousness so people get used to the idea that one of them is going to be the Democratic nominee, when in reality, not many people want them as either of them as the Democratic nominee. I would bet that more people would like to see AOC become the nominee. Hopefully, people are going to start to learn, or Elizabeth Warren is another good possibility.
I agree.
People are going to start to learn who the Oregon Senator Jeff Merkley is. He would make an incredible president and a really good candidate. So it's really important to counter what the mainstream establishment media says. I mean, I got a call today from a friend of mine who had read the Politico story, again pushing Kamala and Mayo Pete, as if there's some foregone conclusion that they are the candidates, and I don't expect anything more from Politico. That's who they are. They just parrot the obvious and basically. The establishment position on everything.
So you, over Down with Tyranny, went over the numbers, the popularity, the favorable and unfavorable ratings of some of these top Republicans and Democrats. Where does Bernie fit in on all this? Is he completely out of the picture as a presidential candidate?
No, he's left a little tiny window open that where he says he may run. The thing is that Bernie's pretty old. He's older than Biden, but look at the difference between those two people, not just based on age, but based on how they comport themselves, how they speak, how they think. You know, Bernie seems to me to be a very vigorous and active person, and Biden, doesn't give that off. I mean,
No.
He seems like any minute now he's just going to melt.
Right. And
so and Bernie is very popular anyway now. He's got 50% of the American people don't like Biden. 51% of the American people do like Bernie. And remember, it's not like that means 49% don't like it. Not at all. 24% of the American people haven't made a decision about Bernie. They're not sure. So Bernie is extremely popular compared to other politicians, and certainly more popular than the Republican politicians, any of them.
Right. So we have, I believe, the debt ceiling has to be lifted. The Senate has to reconcile Build Back Better.
Well, what do you mean the Senate has to reconcile? They don't have to do it, and I don't know that they're going to. I mean, remember, and the only way to pass reconciliation is with 51 votes. So that's all 50 Democrats in the Senate plus Kamala Harris. So, and we still have 2 Democrats who are dragging their feet and don't seem to me that either one of them is going to vote for it. And that's Kyrsten Sinema from Arizona and Joe Manchin from West Virginia. I think they are both totally into sabotaging it, holding hands and jumping basically into the Republican camp and saying no. So it's really, it would be great if they passed it, but I don't believe they're going to.
And
I hope I'm wrong. I do hope I'm wrong, of course.
And so how much should we vilify the chairman of the Congressional Progressive Caucus, Pramila Jayapal, for allowing the bipartisan infrastructure bill to be voted upon?
Oh, you can't really. I mean, it was, she was at the end of the rope there, or the end of the line there. There wasn't really anything more she could do. I don't know what was said. She hasn't told me what was said between her and Manchin, but he very well I'm pretty sure, convinced her that he is perfectly okay with the transportation bill failing. He would prefer it to pass, but if she's going to let it fail, that's on her. And in the end, there were good things in that bill, and she wasn't going to just let it die the way Sinema and Manchin will let the social bill die. Now, on the other hand, I think it's possible that they told her that they would allow some of the social bill to pass. So maybe some part of Build Back Better will pass, but certainly not anything that we're going to be cheering about. But yes, things that'll help some people to some extent.
Being a firebrand,
not important.
There are a lot of people, including me, who say, tear the whole thing down, figuratively, walk away from it, be as intransigent as the Freedom Caucus, as the Tea Party.
Right, but that's not in the DNA of Democrats. I'm not saying it's the wrong thing. I'm just saying that it's not what Democrats do.
Right. Eventually, I mean, again, this is the time, we're running out of time with this climate, but if you elect more Cori Bushes and they're sticky, they stay for a while, then you have the clout to intimidate the Manchins and the cinemas. I mean, can't you play nasty with them? If there were somebody in the Senate, for example, couldn't somebody be like a Democratic version of Ted Cruz who says, you know what, I can make Joe Manchin's life pretty miserable. I can make West Virginia voters pretty pissed off at Joe Manchin with some little riders I'm sneaking into bills.
Yeah, someone could do that. I don't know if it's a strategy that's going to work. Manchin, remember, can in one day flip the Senate. It's literally just say, okay, I'm a Republican now, and it's all over. And there's no reason to think that if he gets pissed off enough that he won't do that.
And there's nobody in the Republican Party who wants the power that comes with being the swing vote. I mean, Anthony Kennedy on the Supreme Court loved being the swing vote. Why wouldn't, I don't know, Murkowski in Alaska? They're just so tied to being Republicans. Is there anybody?
Look, I thought there was a chance with Murkowski. Certainly, Biden could have made a deal with her. But even if you get Murkowski, it's not enough because you need to get two of them. Because Sinema, we were just talking about Manchin. Sinema's worse. She is worse than Manchin. So Murkowski, it would have been not that hard, I believe, to go to Murkowski and say, look, we will prevent a Democrat from running against you. And so then it's just you. It's just going to be you and that crazy Trumper. So, in which case, it would make life a lot easier for her. But that deal wasn't made. Meanwhile, even though Trump hates her so much and vilifies her so much and is backing a candidate running against her, Mitch McConnell refused. Not only did he refuse to go along with it, he is funneling millions of dollars into her campaign. She now has 10 times more money than the Trump candidate. So she's fighting for her political life, and so it's easy enough for us to say, why can't she? But I'm sure she is making the decisions that are going to keep her in office. She's won very, very difficult races. The last time she ran, the Republicans refused to give her their nomination. The Republican Party didn't give her the nomination, and she won anyway. She won as a write-in candidate. I mean, she knows how to win in Alaska. The hard transportation bill, that bill is so Alaskan. It's amazing. I mean, there are you weren't allowed to put this money is earmarked for this state. You weren't allowed to do that. But what you could do is say this money for ferries goes to every state that where a ferry goes at least 35 miles, but not more than 60 miles, and does this and this and this, all of which describes one state and one state only, Alaska. And she did a lot of that.
Right.
And the people in her district, in her state, know that and appreciate her for it. And the newest polling shows her running way, way ahead of the Trump candidate. Who knows if that'll remain. But like I said, it wouldn't have even been enough to persuade her, because you would have needed another Republican as well. You would have needed two when we've got this problem in the Senate. I mean, the Democrats, when the Democrats won the 2 seats in Georgia, which shocked everybody. Everyone said, well, the Democrats now control the Senate. Maybe yes, maybe no. They have some control over it. That's significant, but they don't really control it, because it's very, very hard to make the case that Manchin and Sinema are Democrats. Very, very hard. And the two of them vote more frequently with the Republicans than any other Democrat. And they're unpredictable, and at any time they could turn on Democrats in a very, very serious way. So it's a really bad situation for them. I hate Schumer, but I feel sorry for him.
Right. Before you go, there's talk of stripping Boebert of her committee assignments because of her.
Sure, they're not going to. The Democrats don't want that anymore. They feel that at this point it would make her into a martyr. It would make her very popular among Republicans. She'd bring in a lot more money, and they don't want to be put in a position where every time one of these psychopaths says something insane, they have to, put the agenda on hold and go and do things to them. She's not going to get her committee seats taken. Nothing's going to happen to her.
Yeah. I mean, that's a cosmetic distraction from Pelosi's inability and Schumer's inability to marshal their forces and pass real legislation. And
Pelosi is passing it. She is passing the real legislation. It just gets killed in the Senate because of, not necessarily because Schumer is inept, but because we're dealing with two psychopaths in Manchin and Sinema. Sinema particularly is a psychopath who don't care. They literally don't care. I put up a TED Talk this morning, a brand new TED Talk of Stephanie Kelton speaking about what the financial situation really is in terms of inflation and the deficit and what that really means, and explaining what modern monetary theory is all about. Really, really, really good one. And I said, I want everybody to watch this video. It was at the very end of a long post. I want everybody to watch this video, but I really, really wish there was some way to get Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema to watch it. But, I know there is.
Yeah.
They would never absorb anything like that.
Howie Klein is the founder, treasurer of the Blue America PAC. Go to Down with Tyranny right now. Read him over
That's something, David.
and then give money to the candidates he endorses. They are.
By the way, I love that you say that he endorses. It's very sweet of you. But it's really not just me. It's a organization called the Blue America PAC or Blue America, and there are other people involved too. But thank you very much for being so kind.
Well, thank you for doing the work you do. We appreciate it, and hope to see you next week.
Yes, I hope so too.
Good, thank you, Howie Klein. Read him over at Down with Tyranny. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. This is a pledge-a-sode. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com and hit the donate button. We accept all major credit cards. When we come back, we will be joined by the great David Cobb. We'll be back right after this.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an enemy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. And he will be joining us a little later on. And we're going to be hearing new music from Mike Steinel at the top of every show. I have offloaded the responsibility of cataloging all of Professor Mike Steinel's music to somebody else. And that is a reason people should donate to this show, so I can hire people to do the jobs that I just can't do. We're trying to do a better job here in terms of keeping track of all the contributions that people make to this show. Like our next guest, David Cobb, ran for president, on the Green Party ticket and managed Ralph Nader's presidential campaign in Texas. And he comes to us from Humboldt County. Last time you were here, we were talking about public banking. You were going to go off and try to organize a group that's actually delivering public banking to California. And that's important to me because they've gutted our government, the banks. They've gone in, and the government used to provide banks through the post office. Underbanked people could go to the post office and deposit their paychecks and not have to pay exorbitant fees. The post office has been hobbled by big business, by the bankers who say, government is totally inefficient, can't do anything right, but don't get into banking because then we can't compete with this inefficient government. They want it both ways. They want us to believe that the post office can't do anything right, but if they get into banking, we can't compete with the efficiency of the post office.
How about that? So, yes, I'm glad you brought up public banking, and I'm going to, I want to make sure we circle back to one of the points Howie made about Georgia, because I never got a chance to give share my take with your listeners and viewers about some lessons learned in the last election cycle. But Public banking is really important, y'all. California has actually passed the first law in 150 years that allows and enables the creation of up to 10 local or regional public banks in the state of California. But wait, there's more, because this actually is enabling language, right? So we're allowed to do it. But Feldman, like, I'm a lawyer, and let me tell you, there are rules and then there are rules, right? So I could write rules, and so could you, or so could any of your, at least the smarter of your listeners, write a set of rules that make it almost impossible to do something, or we could make rules that make it very easy to do something. So we did pass legislation in California through the state legislature that allows the creation of up to 10 local or regional public banks, right? So yay that, celebrate it, it's big. Then we went to the Department of Business organization that is tasked with promulgating the rules for how those banks would actually be chartered. And I want to be really clear that I and others in the California Public Banking Alliance told those regulators, look, the state legislature has said they want to allow these experiments of local and regional public banks. This is public money. There's no profit motive. You should make it easy to create these easier to create public banks, right? For those reasons. Wall Street bankers and their minions flooded the Department of Business organization with the argument that this is public money. You have to make it even more difficult to create a public bank to safeguard that public money. Feldman, the Department of Business organization played it right down the middle. They said it's a public bank is still a bank. It exists to serve the public interest. That's true, but it is still a bank. So they said, and the rules have come out, and I'm very excited to say they did not make it any more difficult. Now, they didn't make it any easier either. What they've said is it's a bank. You have to have the same capitalization requirements. You have to have all of the same things that a private banker would do. But to what I say, bring it on, because we are now in the process in Los Angeles and in San Francisco and in Oakland and in San Jose, and I think also San Diego. 5 places are already in motion with their local jurisdictions to begin doing business plans and studies. I am guaranteeing you that by this time next year, we will have our first public bank coming online in California. We can only do 2 a year, right? All I'm saying is public banking is going to happen in this state, and mark my words, as we democratize the financing and people get a taste, including local government, gets a taste of what it could actually mean for their local economies, you're going to see public banking sweep this country.
Okay, so let's, this is stuff, because I've been talking all day on this show about the infantilization of the American people when it comes to finances. We don't understand, we just don't understand, and they don't want us to know. Now, a bank in California, can I deposit money in a bank in California if I live?
It's a great question, and I am going to answer it, but I have to pull you back just a little bit, because the short answer is for these public banks, no. Because and I want to also own my own error, because I think it's important that we have intellectual humility, because these are local or regional public banks. When we first proposed the California Public Banking Alliance, we were proposing a statewide public bank for all state funding. And I told my colleagues we should demand a full state public bank. However, we had several legislators come to us and say, hey, we don't think we can pass that, but if you would be willing to do local or regional public banks as pilot projects, as proof of concept, we actually think we could get this passed. Feldman and listeners of the Feldman Show, I was wrong, and I said, don't do it. Stick to our guns. Like, we don't want to negotiate before the fight even begins. Like, let's actually say what we're for. We'll never get it passed in one legislative session, so let's not do that. And I say that so that I can say I was wrong, my colleagues were right. They negotiated with the progressive wing of the Democratic Party in the California legislature. They came up with legislation that is local or regional public banks, and the only depositors of those initial public banks can be governmental jurisdictions. So a city council, a county government, or a fire district, or a school district, or a whole, in other words, only governmental entities can be depositors and clients, right? So it's not as big as what I had originally wanted, but we actually got something done that hasn't happened in 150 years. We're going to charter public banks. So that means that the cities no longer have to rely on Wall Street banks in order to service their own financing. And David, this is big, because if you remember during Standing Rock, so many of us were demanding stop funding, the big Wall Street funders that are funding all these fossil fuel projects and so forth. If you'll remember, many cities, Seattle, San Francisco, New York City, there were several cities that said, okay, well, all right, let's look to see where we can put our money. The reality, and I at the time, and lots of the other leaders of this movement were like, credit unions, that's the answer. Do you know what we found, David Feldman?
What?
Credit unions can't handle that much money. They can't handle it. Their business plan isn't made.
What is a credit union?
A credit union is a financial institution that originally was designed under law to only provide personal lines. That's why even to this day, almost all credit unions are all about home mortgages. They're about auto and boats and automobiles.
My understanding of a credit union, I know nothing about this, is that a company or a union sets up a credit union bank and gives a line of credit to the workers. Well, where it started?
That's mostly correct. But one thing I do want to say is it's important.
I don't know. I don't understand any of this stuff. So
ask the questions and okay. I will explain.
Yeah, and it's important. So So a credit union, who owns a credit union?
The credit unions are also not-for-profit organizations, and they exist to serve their members. So this is important because credit unions only have members. And as you properly said, all credit unions require a membership criteria. That's the reason that most credit unions are the credit union for a particular industry, or a particular employer or so forth. So many of us, myself included, belong to credit unions. But
what do you get out of a credit? So you get a line of credit. Can you use it as a checking account too?
Credit unions are like banks. They accept deposits, they make loans, they provide financial services. But as member-owned and cooperative institutions, credit unions are non-profit. But here's the point. They almost exclusively handle what are known as personal lines. They don't do commercial lines. They can't finance these big, huge infrastructure projects. So what makes a credit union and a bank different is that the bank can offer many, many more financial services. Credit unions, number one, can only provide services for, quote, members of their credit union. And two, almost all of those are specifically designed for personal lines.
Auto loans, mortgages,
home mortgages, and personal lines of credit.
I see. And they get their money from deposits. You deposit your money.
And they can also use what's known as fractional reserve banking to create debt as money. Because that's the other thing, folks, you have to remember, money in this in modern society literally is debt. That's what money is. And what's really chilling is the US Treasury only creates coins. Like right. The Federal Reserve, which sounds very governmental and official, right? It's actually 12 private banks, a consortium of bankers that actually creates the true money supply of this country. And if that's not bad enough, and that shit's bad, what's even worse is any private bank can create out of whole cloth more money as debt. For example, Feldman, you're going to buy a house, right? Let's make it very easy. It's $100,000 house, right? Remember back in the days when you could buy a house for $100,000? At any rate, $100,000 is the house. You come to me as your banker, and I say, okay, $100,000, the house that you're going to buy, I see it's collateralized, it's worth it. So I'm going to loan you the $100,000 to take to the seller to buy the house. You and I both know that I don't go into the back of the vault and fill it up with $100,000 of cash and wheel it out to you to take it over there. How is that done? Well, it's done on zeros and ones. It's a digital transaction, right? I issue you $100,000. But get this, do you know how much I actually have to have on reserve? Actual money that I have to have in order to issue $100,000 of money? Answer, $10,000.
10%. So I am lending.
I am creating $90,000 as the banker. I've just created $90,000 of new money in order to all on zeros and ones.
But if the house that's worth $100,000 is destroyed and there's no insurance, then $90,000 disappears from the money supply.
That's why you have insurance and reinsurance and so forth. But right. I'm just saying
that this stuff is they don't want us to understand this stuff. They really don't.
They don't.
So the bank, you're gonna have a new bank in a year.
Yep.
And let me just try to understand this. A cities all over California, or just specific cities can deposit
it's
money?
A great question because there are going to be up to 10 local or regional public banks in this first bit of legislation, right? We, for example, in Humboldt County are likely we're not big enough to capitalize a full public bank. So we're probably going to become depositors in either a public bank of East Bay, which is Oakland or San Francisco, or we may be working with counties of Marin, Sonoma, Mendocino, Humboldt, and Trinity and create the public bank of the North Coast. But that's the point, that the depositors are going to be governmental institutions. But here is the thing that's really important to recognize. When public infrastructure projects, roads, affordable housing, climate mitigation strategies, when we go to Wall Street America, the cost of any such project, the actual cost, literally doubles. Why? The privilege of borrowing money from Wall Street to finance public infrastructure projects literally doubles the cost of that project. David, you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, it's Wall Street.
Is eliminated, right? Like we're literally going to be able to cut in half the cost of public housing, of climate mitigation strategies, of roads, of waters.
Okay, let's explain this, because this is stuff that if I understand it, then the listeners can understand it. A city collects revenue.
You're there.
Tax,
Keep going.
and then they spend that money.
Correct.
Right. So that the money coming into the city would be deposited in this bank.
That is correct. And so now our public money stays in a public institution as opposed to going into private institutions. And think about it, David. This is the reason that fossil fuel investments, which we know are literally facilitating the destruction of planet Earth, the one that we depend upon for life itself, the reason that these fossil fuel infrastructure projects continue to be financed is because they make money, right? And they are incentivized. So what we're saying is we're going to take the private profit incentivization out of public money, and a public bank then only, shockingly, will only serve the public interest.
Hang on for 1 second. Let me just process this.
Mhm.
When a county, a city, a state wants to build a road, do repairs, they issue bonds, correct?
Well, they can issue bonds, and they always have to, and whether they issue a bond or do a direct debt, those are the two ways that they would do it. Either they issue a bond, but when you issue a bond, what does that mean? It means
you go to Wall Street.
Correct. That's the point.
So every time we build a road or a bridge or a tunnel, Wall Street gets a cut.
And the cut is usually about 50%, right? Like literally.
Why 50%?
Because that's the cost of borrowing present value of money. That's the way economics works.
So,
right?
and then those bonds are traded on the open market.
Correct.
So by doing this, you're reducing the number of bonds. Well, there would still be a bond, right?
Oh no, but this is the thing. Actually, with a public bank, there doesn't have to be a bond, because you're not actually having to sell it, because the public bank simply issues the line of credit to allow the government to actually do governmental things like roads or bridges or affordable housing, et cetera.
And charges interest.
Yeah, but in this case, the interest is much, much lower because there's no shareholder that they have to remember that bankers are parasites. The capitalists are parasites. They don't actually produce anything.
Well, hang on for 1 second. Let me just understand this, because this is I thought the reason the bonds are turned over to Wall Street is so people all over the country could buy the bonds to help raise.
It's and I say this with such affection for you.
I don't know anything.
It's almost quaint to see how naive you are about how the finance works. And I say this with affection.
I've been saying this all year that I know nothing about this stuff.
But that's the thing. And look, I'm not blowing sunshine up your ass. You're a smart guy, right? And you don't know, right? So this is the point that I'm making. They don't want us to know how the secrets of the temple, right? There's like Greider wrote a fantastic book about how this actually works. And there's a whole, like, I got to tell you, when I first learned about, and hello, Dr. Fraud, when I first learned about fractional reserve banking and how banks actually create money out of whole cloth, Feldman, I'm not even joking. I remember it was about 4 or 5 years ago, somebody told me that, and I said, that's got to be a conspiracy theory. That's not true. That can't be right. I looked it up. It's totally friggin' true. Like literally, fractional reserve banking gives private banks the ability to create money. Like it is.
Yeah, but just through my brain, if a city wants to build an overpass that's going to cost $5 million, they would go to Wall Street, and Wall Street would say, we'll issue bonds to raise $5 million. The bonds will, on paper, will pay 4% tax-free, or 3%, I don't know what right? And then the government has to pay the bondholders interest on the $5 million.
Correct.
How do you do it with a local bank? How do you raise that kind of money how do you get your hands on $5 million? Don't you need outside investors to buy bonds?
Well, but this is the point. Like, remember that every single entity, a governmental entity, has a pretty significant asset base that they have collected, like city government, county government, school boards, through their to the financing system that we use for property taxes, fire districts. They all have pretty significant budgets that get into hundreds of millions of dollars, and in even moderate to large cities, literally you get into billions of dollars pretty darn quickly. That's the point. We're capable of, like, they can't just write checks, but they can create with a proper regulators. And that's why, remember, at the very beginning of this diatribe, I told you the Department of Business Organization has created the rules for how you charter and capitalize a public bank. So the capitalization rules are going to be the same for how the bank gets created. And what the regulators are going to continue to look to make sure that you're not like operating it like a casino. But the point is, now, instead of there being a need for a profit motive to shareholders on the bond market and the interest rate, the public bank will simply say, well, we just need to make enough money to be able to facilitate the transactions themselves. And so therefore, literally, and about 40 to 50% of all of the projects are literally going to be cut in half now because we're financing them ourselves. That's just how it works.
Is that
Dr.
what
Fraud
FDR
joins us.
did?
Say it again.
Is that what FDR did?
FDR had proposed that, and like what FDR actually ended up doing was with the income tax. So, it's like, again, the public banking is fascinating, and I'm not even the expert. But if you're interested, Feldman, I'm sorry, David, I'm absolutely happy to bring you a couple of real experts in public banking. I mean, I'm doing my best to explain it in sort of.
We should do it. I would love to do a town hall version of this podcast where we explain finance.
Let's do that. And, let's bring it, like, yes, I'm with you. And I do have to jump. I'm going to ask for you to pledge, David Feldman, because I see that Dr. Fraud is next week. Give me the opportunity, because I think there's a lesson learned from the Georgia Senate races, Indira Walton, and Buffalo, the mayor's race there, and Youngkin's victory in West Virginia. There are some critical, important lessons that we need to learn and apply going into the 2022 election cycle.
Somebody wanted your email address in the chat room.
let me give it to you. And thanks for covering that. I'm at David K. Cobb, COBB @gmail.com. That K is important because there's somebody named David Cobb that gets a lot of my emails. So David K. Cobb. It's my middle initial, Keith.
Great. Thank you, David K.
So
Cobb.
good to see you. I got to jump. Hello, Harriet.
That's great.
Yeah, it's exciting. Joining us, let's go to, I think, New York, where Dr.
Yes.
Harriet Fraad is standing by. She is the host of Capitalism Hits Home, and it's not just in your head. She is a psychotherapist who filters your neuroses, anxieties, and problems through the prism of class struggle. And I can't think of a more effective way to treat what's bothering me. So
Good.
much of what's
I
bothering
also
me.
have a partner in It's Not Just in Your Head. I have two partners now. I have Max Golding and Liam Tate. But
Great.
anyway, thank you. And I am glad to be here.
Thank
I know
you.
what I want to talk about, but I'll answer whatever you want to talk about.
Right.
But I know.
I always hoard you. We love you here. So if you have a question for Dr. Harriet Fraad, please raise your hand or ask a question in the Q&A. I'll check that in a few moments. Are you, psychologically speaking, I feel really, I'll say ambivalent about the future of this country.
Mm.
I made a promise to my listeners that I will get my last licks in on Biden and Pelosi and Schumer. And then January 1st, I will go over their accomplishments and fight for them to keep the House and the Senate. But boy, I just hate them. I just hate Joe Biden. I feel like they're almost like a priest who molested me, or a rabbi who molested me. They're supposed to be, do you think that has it always been this way? Did people feel this way about, well, they must have felt this way about LBJ, and they must have felt this way about Lincoln. And,
Each leader is worse than the preceding one, except Biden is not worse than Trump. However, politics has changed in the United States. In 1970, we were the most egalitarian nation in the world, in the Western industrialized world. Now we are the least egalitarian. Of all the 30 OECD nations, we are the least egalitarian. It takes billions to run. So of course they're not representative. They have to have billions. Our country, it's the best democracy money can buy. And people used to have a level of input and participation. They don't. Also, once Pelosi was asked about socialism, she said, no, there's no alternative. She doesn't even know. They don't even know. Just like people think this is the greatest country in the world. They don't say this empire is dying. And we don't have the benefits that 15 other countries have that rate on the UN World Happiness Index that rates ahead of us, actually not 18, rate ahead of us on happiness. We are an unhappy people, the most inegalitarian in the Western industrialized world. And on the one hand, there is hope because people are stirring in spite of the lack of a socialist party, in spite of the lack of powerful socialist unions. People are striking. People are joining all sorts of groups, from climate extinction to Me Too and Time's Up. People are beginning to realize they've been screwed. And they're catching on. I think they were in dazed despair at first when their jobs were allowed and facilitated in being outsourced, and they stopped getting family wages. And the unions gave up their spark and fever and incentive when they kicked all the left out in the 50s. and they're
Mhm.
just beginning to recover. And
There's
so
a
to say, I can do something.
There does seem, and maybe I'm being optimistic, there seems to be a historical inevitability to the American empire coming to an end. The question is, how are we going to wind this down? How do we
That's
wind
right.
it down?
We admit it first. We have to admit it. That's the trouble with Britain. They still think they're an imperial power. They're just a wet little island, and we have to come to terms with the fact that the two great empires that emerged out of World War II, the Soviet Union and the United States, are both, well, one has imploded out of its own corruption and the other is on the way.
Right.
Because nothing lasts forever. No empire is forever. We could have the good grace to stop our imperial pretenses, get out of the 130 countries where we have a military presence, cut the defense budget so Americans could have the privileges everybody else in the Western world does, like free medical care, free child care, after school care, maternity and paternity benefits, retirements, paid vacations, and so on. We could do all that. We spent $8 trillion on losing the war in Afghanistan.
Right.
However, I must say there were winners, the 10 billionaires in the United States that got a 400 billion boost during the pandemic. There was an article that said if you invested $10,000 in the beginning of the pandemic and you invested it solely in defense stocks, you would have more than 100,000 now. So somebody's making out by making constant war.
David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group.
Absolutely. And they are making money, and that's what they care about, just like David K. Cobb said.
Yeah.
That's what they are doing.
It seems to me, like I've noticed this with my kids, they have no connection to the Holocaust. So their fear for Israel is not as pronounced as mine is. And and I think they are, and that's the future of American Jews who are thinking, you either treat the Palestinians like human beings, or I can still be Jewish without an Israel. I mean, that's what American Jews are thinking.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I think they should give them Mississippi. That would be great. Get rid of Mississippi and maybe throw in Alabama.
Right. You give the Jews
Mississippi. Have their own country.
Oh, I see. Give the Palestinians Mississippi.
No, the Jews. Okay.
They're the only people who could spell Mississippi, so maybe you're right. So,
with their educational system, Mississippians can't either.
Right. So in America, because of the horrors of Hitler and Stalin and Mao, there was
and poverty that has killed millions upon millions in South America, and Salazar and Pinochet, all of those we supported.
We've become convinced, baby boomers have become convinced that we are the indispensable nation. Nature abhors a vacuum. If we don't spend $1 trillion on defense, somebody will, and then they're going to come for us to get even with us for all the brown children we've killed.
Yes, except that, first of all, we have enough armaments to blow up the world 10 times over. Second of all, we have more in our stockpiles. They won't stockpile protective supplies, but they do stockpile weapons. We have enough. We have enough, and more than the next 7 most armed countries in the world. What we spend is obscene and unnecessary. It just buoys up the defense contractors who have a lot of power and a lot of money. So we'll be defended. We call it the defensive department, but it's not. It's the offense department. The only civil war we had, was a civil war in our own people. It's crazy.
But we're convinced that if we don't spend $1 trillion a year on weapons, other countries will fill the void, start selling weapons, and then make better weapons. If Saudi Arabia is buying weapons from another country, they will, if business is good, they're going to make bigger, better, more efficient weapons than America can. And then we would be at a strategic disadvantage going into a war. That's the thinking of an arms dealer, an American arms dealer.
Well, American's arms dealer is thinking, how do I make money? And then this rationalization comes later, because you can do some research. You don't have to spend $8 trillion like they did losing in Afghanistan. You can have research about more advanced weapons, but you don't have to be in 130 countries and hated.
But you need, this is conversations I've had over the weekend. People were saying to me, giving the other side to this, because I'm so certain that war profiteers are evil. And somebody said, okay, but if America gets out of the weapons game, then Saudi Arabia buys its weapons from another country. That country, because there's money in it, will just start building better and better weapons, and they will become stronger as a result than the United States.
However, the United States has more than the next 7 most armed countries in the world. And if we put a small fraction of our $1 trillion a year investment in developing sophisticated weapons and weapons that ward off other people's weapons, and get out of the 130 countries, or convert what we spend on armaments to spend on doing something for their impoverished people, we'd be a lot safer, because we wouldn't be so hated.
Right. We're stuck. We're stuck
in a profit game.
I'm sorry?
Americans go along because they're in information silos. They don't have alternative points of view. They're listening to a media that's not informed by a presence of socialism, communism, anarchism, everything else. And so they don't know any better. We're very ignorant. You have a conversation with a person from France or Germany, they have a much greater level of sophistication. Just like you pass a newsstand in Berlin, you see the communist newspaper, the socialist newspapers of several sorts. Americans don't even know that Germany, the most prosperous country, the strongest economy in Europe, has a socialist president, they have a socialist prime minister. It's a socialist country now.
Isn't that barely? But is it really officially?
Majority, it's a unity of 3 parties, but the majority party is socialist. It's the Socialist Party that has the majority of seats.
Right.
They don't know that. They just don't even know. They don't know that all 10 of the happiest countries in the world, according to the UN World Happiness Index, are all socialist. They have no idea. They don't know what's happening. They don't know that Portugal is a combination of the Socialist Party, the Communist Party, and the Greens, and has done better than ever for the last 10 years. What do they know? It's sad.
Right.
We think we're the greatest because we don't know what anybody else has or does. And none of them spend what we do on defense and are never invaded. It's bizarre.
Right.
Even bin Laden was a child of American military. They built him up and paid him to fight the Russians in Chechnya. Okay?
Yeah.
And they subsidized his extreme Sharia law because he was an opponent of the Soviet Union. And then we dumped him once Chechnya fell, and he was pissed. Okay. However, he was a child of the American military. It was our money. And Bush spirited them all out of the country and blamed Iraq so he could bomb the most progressive country in the Middle East, where women had 40% of the jobs. The most sophisticated, the most educated. They didn't bomb the Saudis, even though all but one was from Saudi Arabia. If you see that the movie Fahrenheit 9/11, it's all there. Michael Moore had it all there.
Masterpiece.
It
It's a
was.
masterpiece.
It is.
I spent Friday's show talking about the home that our president spent Thanksgiving inside of, the home of David Carlisle, David Rubens, war profiteer David Rubenstein from the Carlyle Group. And it's incredible how little is known, how the media doesn't cover a private equity firm that could possibly be the largest investor in war.
That's
Just
right.
complete abdication of responsibility.
Absolutely, because how is our media run? Ads by big corporations. So of course.
It makes it, as you say, it just makes this country stupid. They lack critical thinking. And you look at this president off in Nantucket with his idiot family of grifters. They're all hollow. There's just this hollow look of,
Yeah, look, he comes from a state that makes all its money by creating tax shelters for capitalist corporations. You know, the flow between corporations and government here is automatic and smooth.
right. And no questions asked about this. No reporting.
Nope.
No, we're not even allowed to know about Hunter Biden and what new connections he's making and about the brother. And all we have to do is hear Joe Biden say, "Come on, man.
Yeah.
Here's the deal. You know me." Oh, okay. I
Americans
know.
are also angry and alienated. And more than
How much of our psychological problems, last week you were talking about opiate addiction is worse now than it's ever. How bad is the opiate addiction right now?
100,000 people died of ODs last year. We are the world leaders, undisputed in opiate addictions. And that's a little cooperative thing between the government, which allowed OxyContin to go through with lies that it lasted 12 hours when it lasts 8, and then allowed it to be sold en masse, addicting millions. I mean, since 1995, when OxyContin came out, and all these deaths aren't due to them, it's due to heroin, fentanyl, and other things.
But it starts in many cases with OxyContin, and then they
Yes, it
need to get
does.
heroin.
600,000 dead, more than World War I and II. But
Wow.
the Sacklers, who own Purdue Pharma, that produced OxyContin and aggressively marketed OxyContin all over, and to doctors and medical schools and hospitals. There's a little town, sort of cute, a little town of 400 people in Ohio that sued CVS, Walmart, and Walgreens because OxyContin had 80 million pills sent to this town and dispensed by the pharmacies to the 400 people that lived there. So every single person got 400,000 oxys. I mean, this is a
Unbelievable.
collusion. Each part works together to make profit. And the Purdue Pharma that produced OxyContin, they have had to pay billions of dollars out, and they have transferred their aggressive marketing to Europe, just like the tobacco companies have sold to other suckers. But they're still billionaires, and they're not in jail for mass murder.
They're running the McKinsey Group,
That's
management consultant. They were brought in by the Sackler family, and McKinsey advised the Sackler family on how to sell opiates to doctors around America. McKinsey was fined, maybe a couple $100 million. And then you read, but they're going to make it all back because McKinsey invests in opiate addiction treatment centers.
Yes, MAT, medically assisted treatment. Now they all look, Purdue Pharma, they're all in that business to create, to undo some of the damage they did with dubious consequences for their program. But that's what they're about. They are soulless moneymakers.
Right. Bain Capital is in the drug rehabilitation business, for-profit drug rehabilitation.
That's right.
Nursing homes are for profit in this country. I was reading in Bloomberg, of all places, about childcare, that the only time the government ever provided childcare was during World War II, because we had a national emergency and women had to work. So the government said, we'll charge you like the equivalent of like
And there were quality childcare centers too.
shut them down after World War II, and we have privatized childcare in this country because the median price is $2,000 a month.
That's right.
God forbid you have a baby, it's more. It costs more to sometimes to put a baby in childcare than it does to send a child, an adult, to college.
Community college. That's really true. So what
And
you
it's
have is you
completely
have poor
privatized.
people who have children and who have to work, have them either left alone or crammed into some crappy apartment where they have no space, sitting in their wet diapers and watching television in the crucial years of brain formation, 0 to 4. We're
Right.
not like every other advanced country that has free, quality childcare for everyone. No, this is a travesty. It's a terrible thing.
And the Republicans and some Democrats believe that the government should not be providing free child care, that you should have to pay a lot for child care to punish women for entering the workplace. It's hard to
in order
believe.
to live, because the majority of women are now single, A, and B, they're trying to cut off abortion, so even more people have forced children, and you can't afford it. 66% of the workforce in fast food restaurants are women, often single women with children. It isn't 42% of all American kids, if you put them all together, are born outside of any kind of marriage, any
Right.
kind of guaranteed two-wage system. So it's bizarre and awful. And of course, it's sick. It's sick.
It's sick. The values, the reason people are committing suicide in this country and getting addicted to opiates is they are being fed horrible values by the ruling class. It's why Hunter Biden is a crack addict.
That's
Because
right.
you look at this, they sent him to Yale Law School.
That's right.
And they sent him off, and he has no moral compass that's rooted in any legitimate truth. It's
That's right.
money.
And they don't either. It's Karl Marx said this to some industrialists in the United States. He was addressing them and he said, accumulate, accumulate, accumulate. That is Moses and your prophets.
Right.
And that's what it is. Those are the prophets they look up to. More for me.
Right.
And nothing beyond that, which is
so when you look at
for them.
when you look at problems facing this country, we can identify the problem, but the minute we identify the solution, it's somebody's trade association that's being threatened across
Absolutely.
the board. For example, providing treatment on demand, free treatment for opiate addiction. You can't
Poor
do
countries
that.
even do that. Uruguay does that. And so does Portugal. The government sells all drugs. Drugs are legal and you get them through the government. The money they make goes towards treatment. And when you buy drugs, you're not pressured, but you get the alternative of treatment. And because they're all legal, they're not injecting cement in their veins and they can work and they're functional people. It's a terrible system.
If most Americans would say, yes, I believe that there should be free opiate treatment on demand, free.
Yeah.
And Mitt Romney would say no to this because Bain Capital is in the drug treatment business.
And also because the big five of market-driven health, and we are the only one of the 30 advanced countries that have a market-driven capitalist health system. It's one of the reasons our people are dying younger, where the rest of them are dying later on. They're gaining years of life. We're losing them. No, not for everybody, but for the people the white working class and for Black and brown people. But we're dying. We're dying. And we're dying of not only overdoses, there were 100,000 overdoses. But in addition to them, you have the people who are addicted to alcohol and who get heart trouble, fatty liver syndrome, and cirrhosis of the liver from alcohol. And those dying of obesity, which complicates everything else because they're addicted to food. And they're addicted because they have nothing to look forward to but the substance, the little good feeling they get.
Right.
You know?
Right. And we have a farm bill every 5 years where you could sit down, hold hearings, and prevent incontrovertible evidence that corn is killing people, corn syrup is killing people, dairy, we don't need dairy, we should get off beef. I mean, the idea that we're clear-cutting forests for soy to feed cows, as opposed, the stupid,
Not stupidity, it's the total rule of profit. It's capitalism. It's not stupidity. They're very shrewd in manipulating the market to get more.
And they literally will say, you want to stop making napalm? Those are 14,000 jobs in St. Louis.
But 14,000 jobs, can you imagine what they would do to that area? If they put 14,000 people to work on childcare and after school care and roads and bridges and programs for people, and what they would do for employment in these places where people have terrible jobs, where the United States government aided and abetted their leaving and outsourcing those jobs. So people in middle age who are dying in ways they never used to, they were looking forward to being at the top of their career,
Right.
They were looking forward to, in their 40s and 50s, having seniority on the job. They don't have to be fancy jobs, but having a little house, having seniority, being able to help their kids. Now they're working at minimum wage jobs and they can't even make it. 40% of Americans are on food stamps and most of them are working. They're just getting paid so badly.
I met somebody, I'm ashamed to tell you where I was, the person who told me this. I was a consumer of a product, let's say. And I said, "You're going to have a nice Thanksgiving." And this woman said to me, "Yes, I'm going to make this, and then, then I'm going to go to the church and pick up some potato salad and a turkey." And I'm thinking, this woman is not working the system. This woman is not being paid enough. And she has
That's right.
to have a Thanksgiving. And I thought, what kind of country? And then I see her boss and he's smiling. And I go, she's
insane. Walmart used to have a desk. I think they still do. It was a couple of months ago, where they help their employees sign up for food stamps so that we get to pay and compensate for Walmart's horrible wages to its employees, because the government, they help people get on the government and food stamps because they need them. They can't live on the Walmart salaries.
Right.
And people in the United States are starting to stir. They don't have the organizations. The AFL is spineless, with the exception of the Nurses Union and Sarah Nelson and some others. But they're coming together and starting to get angry and organized. They're also coming together and starting to be fascist. They're polarizing.
Right. Dr. Harriet Fraad is the host of Capitalism Hits Home, and it's not just in your head. How do people get in touch with you? I feel better just talking to you. I'm so angry.
Yeah, well, I'm also a co-host of It's Not Just in Your Head with Max Golding, and Liam Tate. And the way they get in touch with me is either through my website, harrietfraad.com, and it's HA2RSIETFRAAD.com, or HFRAAD@gmail.com. You have such a great show.
I do, because of you.
No,
And
because of you and me and all the people who make it great
Yeah,
that you
it's-
choose.
Well, thank you. I get out of the way and let people,
You invite us.
well, you show up.
Yeah.
But as Bernie says, it's not you, it's me. No, he doesn't say that, does he? He says it's,
Not me,
anyway,
it's us or something.
Right.
Whatever it is, it's all of us.
thank you, very sweet. I'll see you next week, I hope.
See you next week, you bet.
Okay, thank you. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. When we come back, we will be joined by Professor Adnan Hussein, who is the host of Guerrilla History and the Majlis podcast. Will be right back.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Yes, it's time right now for the David Feldman Show. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Thank you, Professor Mike Steinel. You're listening to The David Feldman Show, davidfeldmanshow.com. Please friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. Office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. And it's the first, is it really the first? It's December this Friday. So that means, I know, it means that it's office hours and hours, 24 hours of office hours, where you might meet our next guest. He is chairman of the religion department at Queen's University up in, I'm unmuting him, chairman of the religion department at Queen's University in Kingston, Ontario, host of the Majlis podcast, and he co-hosts Guerrilla History, the very successful Guerrilla History, with Henry Huckamaki, who might be popping in at the end of the show. And he also introduced us to Professor Catherine Liu, author of Virtue Hoarders. She was on. I'm trying to wrangle her. She is amazing. Thank you for bringing her on. I wanted you to come. I know you're busy, but she's amazing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I have to thank Dan Hagert and Roriki Hutchison for making a connection on Twitter and talking about how great her work was. So I went out and read her book, and I thought, oh, yes, this is somebody who should join the Feldman U, cavalcade of cynical professors with a lot to say.
I love her. I love her. I love her. But by the way, buy the book Virtue Hoarders. For me, I'm not going to say I'm simple-minded because people already know that. There are two books, Listen Liberal by Mr. Frank and this, where you just really, it stirs up a hatred And she's open about her hatred for the professional managerial class. How do you identify, how do you know when somebody is not your ally? What like, if you were to take, say, a problem like climate change, what would somebody from the professional managerial class tell us about climate change as opposed to what a true environmentalist would tell us?
Oh, I really wish one of our professors and Mary Ann were here to make that distinction more clear. Because I'm not an environmental science person. But I guess, it's a little bit like what we saw between the difference in the most recent Democratic primary campaign, of the difference between the Bernie Sanders position, which was to say it's an existential threat. We have to do everything we can. Otherwise, it's going to have devastating consequences around the world. Our foreign policy needs to be adjusted toward bringing people together to solve this problem. And the kind of dramatic language of urgency and of how we have to do something rather total in the reorganization of our society, our economy, our politics, in order to actually come together and have a Green New Deal that's based on justice for everyone, a just transition. I think that's the kind of point, is that you have to talk about a just transition. You can't just talk about the problem. You also have to say part of the way we solve it is that we, have an equitable solution that tries to make sure that people aren't left out simply because capitalism decides it's in its interest to start marketing, green products or, shifting industries and then leaving people out. So it's that inclusive, holistic solution. Whereas I think the professional managerial class would approach it very much from the kind of narrow policy realm about what's, realistic and possible. So somebody like Elizabeth Warren would put forward a lot of discussion about how, well, the U.S. military is the largest polluter, in the world, or is responsible for more CO2. And so what we really need to do is invest in transitioning our military into clean technologies, right? So this is the kind of solution that she's absolutely right. It really is a terrible force for climate change and environmental degradation. I mean, just think about, the military's use of the island of Vieques for testing ballistics and so on. That's caused all kinds of harm to the people of that island and nearby Puerto Rico. We know it's a terrible polluter, white phosphorus,
Uranium.
Yeah, uranium, exactly, in Iraq. So yes, of course it is a terrible polluter, but what is the real problem of the U.S. military is that it is used for global empire and reinforcing the great divide between, the global north and the global south, the haves and the have-nots in a kind of global regime. So this is the kind of misdirection, and the idea that you would just reform the military's way of organizing itself to cut down on, so having, electric Hummers, and these kinds of things are not exactly the real solution either to climate change or to the real problem of our bloated military and military budget. So I feel like that, perhaps in a nutshell, kind of explains the difference.
You live in Canada. You're originally from the San Francisco Bay Area. I believe you come from, I think you once said your mother worked with charities and all that.
Yeah.
Canada. Is there the distrust of government that we have here in the United States? Do you have these public-private partnerships in Canada that are sold to Canadians by saying, look, government can't be as efficient as a corporation. We really need, a business mind to run things. Or are Canadians savvy when it comes to how corrupt business people are?
I think in a lot of ways it's similar to the U.S. in that it has been dramatically affected by corporate capitalism since the 70s, the neoliberal turn. And in many ways, you'd have to say Canada is really a perfect neoliberal country in many ways, because it still seems to believe in this moderate kind of form of corporatism. There's less of the distrust of the state that you would find in kind of the more radical fringes of libertarian extremism and so on, about how the state is the enemy of freedom and this kind of idea. You don't quite have that, but the trust in the government is also in the trust that it will arrange things, through limited intervention to have reasonably positive outcomes. There'll be a safety net so that the suffering isn't so extreme, but there's distrust of like nationalizing, industries or utilities and so on. In just the same way in the U.S., these things have been liberalized and privatized, and so I think there's not that much of a difference on some level. It's just that you don't have as powerful a critique of the government. That does happen, of course. I mean, there are people who are fed up with it. And also there is a lot of, Canada doesn't really, was so interesting for me when I came to Canada initially, is that there's such a sense of the national identity being so fragile and under threat. It's not like the United States, where there'll be tough battles over what it means to be an American, radical visions that will come into conflict. But there's an idea that there is an American identity and there's an American state that is a strong, aggressive sense of what that is. In Canada, I found that the federal structure is even, we talk about states' rights in the U.S., provinces have a huge difference that they can make in policy terms, and huge responsibilities over health, education, all these social services. And the federal government has relatively limited capacities to intervene on some of those basic aspects of daily life and social policy and programs that really affect people. And likewise, it's sort of fragmented because you have the Quebec question, of a nation within the nation that sees itself as a distinctive society. You have larger indigenous territories that have treaty, rights and certain kinds of autonomy that is always being contested. And the western parts of the country often see themselves as oppressed or unfairly treated by the domination of Ontario and Quebec. And so it's very fragmented. And in fact, one of the provinces only became, I think in the 1960s, actually part of Canada. So Newfoundland was its own kind of entity within the British Empire. And so as a result, Confederation that happened right after the end of the U.S. Civil War, and I think was fundamentally a response to trying to guard these northern parts of the British Empire from being absorbed into the United States, that confederation has always seemed very fragile, and they don't have a sense that our national identity is so stable and strong. So there's many reasons for people with those regional interests to be suspicious of federal government control. And yet at the same time, there's so much provincial autonomy that in some ways it doesn't actually have that coherent a strength. So you don't have that same kind of suspicion of the national government. If anything, people consider it sometimes a little too weak to really make the kinds of changes that are needed.
Yeah, it feels like the people in this country, in America, who are suspicious of the federal government are being subsidized either monetarily or ideologically by the corporations who don't want government to tax the wealthy or to issue regulations and red tape. So when you have these people in hunting jackets and AR-15s roaming the streets, hating the government, they're really helping the ruling class, because the ruling class also hates the parts of the government that they can't control. So,
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
But the further irony is, of course, that so many of the people living in rural counties in the U.S., especially also with the flight of industry, abroad, chasing cheaper labor and evading government regulations.
They need the government.
Yeah, need the government, because that's really the only basis to keep society in a minimum standard of life, going in these sorts of areas. And so, in terms of taxes, of course, everyone hates paying taxes. I mean, maybe some people don't. Historically speaking, everybody has resisted where possible, and that's really what states were formed, to do, is to create armies and tax people in order to support those armies. I mean, these are these kind of functions of state and government. And of course, that is oppressive. It's only in the more modern period, with the rise of a different kind of approach and understanding, that the state became a resource for social programs and social assistance and investments. That's a more recent kind of idea of the state. But so historically, there has been this kind of resistance to taxation wherever it's possible. And yet, although everyone hates to, pay their taxes, these parts of the country that make it ideologically so part of their identity and political discourse to valorize extreme liberty and to see the government as oppressive, receive much more per capita of state funding, government funding. So it's an interesting contradiction about how the places that are most dependent on state resources, government resources, tend to be the most hostile ideologically and culturally to the idea of governance.
Right. Let me ask you, let me tell you what you and I want to tell Kyle Rittenhouse and his supporters and what they're missing out on. And instead of answering how you communicate with Kyle Rittenhouse, I'd rather have you tell me what we're missing, what we're not saying, how we're being manipulated by the ruling class. Because if I could get my hands on Kyle Rittenhouse and his supporters, I would say, you're being used by the ruling elite to channel your hatred for government into spectacle, so that more and more people will be distrusting of the idea of government, and that helps your oppressor. That helps the people who are denying you a free college education, free health care. You're being manipulated. You're probably a racist, and so they're making you associate racism with the government. The government is forcing you to mix with other races, hate the government. But in the end, you're being exploited by the ruling class. It's in their best interest for you to think this way. Okay. What are we missing out on? I think you and I, you're smarter than I am, but I think we share some of the same values. Our tribe, how are we being manipulated? How are we working in the service of the oligarchs with our nonsense? It's a tough question. Catherine Liu kind of touches on it, but.
Well, yeah, she would probably have a more cogent, answer on that. But I was just going to say that, even before you got to that question, I was already thinking that, in fact, actually, liberals are also doing a lot of the kind of work that allows the system to continue to perpetuate itself with the sorts of inequities that we have. Maybe there'll be some minor adjustments, but on a broad level, there's so many ways it seems in which that dynamic in our politics between the liberal sort of pro-government and but moderate. It's not like we're saying like we have to end this entire economic system and change it to something more equitable, but these adjustments. And also the fact that I've had a lot of arguments. It's very interesting with people who regard themselves as very staunch Democrats. They believe in a lot of the same liberal causes and social values, and are not in favor of people suffering under the insecurity of healthcare and jobs and so on. But they don't really want to go to the universal program and just bring that about. They do not seem to appreciate this perspective on the dangers of corporate America. They just don't agree, and they just don't get it. They think it's the engine for our wealth is coming from corporations. And of course, it's not the corporations that are producing the wealth. It is the people,
and the government. And the government.
Well, and also there's a lot of investment, of course. This is the other thing, is that it's so seldom acknowledged that most of the basic science and research that goes into development of these pharmaceuticals and many other technological innovations takes place because there was basic research done at the university level, usually government funded. And where there is corporate investment in these kinds of research and development, it's usually in how to marketize it,
Right.
How to commodify it. There might be some delivery system dimension that is added. How do you deliver it? In a pill or in a shot, or so they'll add that element. But the basic science of the chemical and the biomedical research, these are being done in the public's, at the pub, with public support,
And last
by
time,
people whose idea of innovation is driven not by the profit motive. I mean, professors do not get wealthy, typically speaking, from the research that they do. They do it because they're interested in it. And I think that's a very important insight to recognize that actually our motivations are not greed. Our motivations are to make contributions, to be productive, to help others, to satisfy curiosity. I mean, these are the real, drivers of innovation, and people feel that there's no way that we would organize, a dynamic society that actually addressed itself to our problems without the profit motive. And I find it astonishing because I don't do anything for the profit motive. I want to be comfortable. Everybody wants to be comfortable. They want to be secure. People think that turns people into that they will be lazy if they're actually comfortable. I mean, this is what we've been suffering under, is this
Right.
kind of ideology for several hundred years that unless you have competition, unless you're afraid for your own, life standard, you will not exercise your ingenuity and your effort to advance and create, but we would do those things because that's what brings satisfaction, and it brings even more satisfaction if you're doing it in a social context where you think it's doing good in the world.
Well, the flip side of that is, ever since I created a competition between Deep Into History and Guerrilla History, where there'll only be one podcast left standing in a year, both podcasts have gotten much better since I've created a rivalry. So,
Perhaps more quality. We certainly put out a lot more episodes this last month than we typically do.
because you want to
But
destroy
numbers
Deep
are
Into-
down. Numbers are down. I'm just the month is not over. We still have tomorrow. But I would say that the quality does not necessarily, and the quantity does not necessarily mean you get more listeners. It's just that you're doing more that you're happy about because you're sharing knowledge.
I just want divide and conquer. I just want you and Arjun competing. The government.
There's no competing with Arjun, I have to say. He is a master storyteller.
He's been saying horrible things about you and Henry, by the way. I said, this is, keep it to if you're going to be that hateful, keep it to yourself, Arjun. But you know what? Anyway, horrible things about you. But you look at the government, you look at the war industry, war industry isn't business to business. In other words, Boeing isn't selling, or Raytheon isn't selling Tomahawk missiles to Microsoft. It's the government buying these missiles. Silicon Valley could not exist without government contracts, not just from the Pentagon, just from the government. You're looking at a $3 trillion federal budget every year. That's the driver of our economy. And they've played this trick on us where they say government's the problem. Don't take from the government. Well, that's all they're doing is taking from the government. It's not just getting government off their back. I mean, Facebook is there looking for government contracts and meanwhile telling the rest of us, don't look to government for help. If we were a democracy, Wall Street would, anyway, Dr. Fraud was talking about how ignorant the American people are. You're a professor. We cannot be in this predicament without 99% of the American people ignorant as to what is being done to them in their name, right? We're just left in the dark about all this.
Well, I think it's just so much effort to keep track of everything that's going on. I mean, this is part of the problem, I think, is that there's so much effort to actually work out who is benefiting. We know that there's groups that are benefiting and that it's corrupt, but to actually be specific, follow it through, and then try and bring those people to justice somehow by lobbying against them or doing political action, it just takes so much effort. I think people are tired, so it's not even that they don't know, it's that they don't really believe, because we haven't had a lot of experiences recently, I would say, on a large scale, either individually, perhaps in our lives, or more importantly, I think collectively, of actually making some changes that have led to positive developments in our politics, and actually seeing those who have corrupted this process are benefiting from it and preventing a real democratic and more socially equitable society, or at least elements of it. We've not had an efficacious sort of experience the last 15, 20 years. And so people don't really have trust or belief in themselves or in the possibilities for change. You find that when somebody like Bernie Sanders comes out and can galvanize it, there's a few months where, those energies are mobilized. But then if they're derailed and they don't lead to actual change, I think it creates a lot of cynicism, a lot of passivity, and a lot of turning toward much more discursive politics rather than substantive actions. And I think that's what we've been seeing a lot in the last year or so, since the kind of end of the hope in the Bernie Sanders kind of political revolution that he was calling for, that even with the election of a few good progressive Congress people, that there hasn't been substantive change. And so people feel politically, I think, lacking in any capacity. And that's, I think, even more of a problem than knowledge about what's going on, because actually you can find out what's going on. There's so many people reporting on different aspects of things ever since Alternet, broke onto the internet, and we've had 10, 15, 20 years really of independent alternative media. But I actually have to say I'm really disappointed that there's been so little investigative work that's being done. And now what's happened is the alternative media is actually turning more towards the kind of commentariat. It's just sort of a left punditocracy. Well, like what I'm doing on the show here. I'm not, what am I contributing other than a lot of opinions and
You actually know what you're talking about. You're not trafficking in rage, you're trafficking in knowledge. The idea that Rachel Maddow is going to be paid $30 million next year, not to do a show. I would have paid her $60 million not to do that stupid show. But she's going to get $30 million, which suggests that other anchors there are making similar, if they're making half.
Mm-hmm.
No money for investigative journalism over at MSNBC, but plenty.
Well, it's too expensive. It's too
expensive. Where are we going to get the money from?
So this is the thing. I mean, I think what we're doing, the news is all about celebrity news readers and commentators, rather than, people doing the, hard work of investigation, going through documents, developing sources where they can get information, right? So this is, that's where you see it. Politics has become about celebrity. These are sort of figures. You got Trump, you got AOC, you've got, these are characters in a kind of national drama, a theater that's being played out. And it's the politics of celebrity. And then, of course, there are celebrities themselves. And we spend all of our time following their lives.
We have to wrap it up. Speaking of celebrities, Professor Marianne Cummings, who's Parks Commissioner of Aurora, Illinois, besides being a physicist, is about to join us. Here's what's rattling in my brain, and how do we teach people critical thinking? Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine. I know my listeners are going, again with Tom. I brought up Tom Morello earlier, and this is important because I did a radio show with Tom Morello, and something wasn't right about this guy from Rage Against the Machine. Just a little too much self-aggrandizement there. And then I start reading his columns in the New York Times, which are infomercials for his body of work. So he'll write it, and this is why I'm asking, how do we teach critical thinking? How can we teach people to read Rage Against the Machine's Tom Morello's columns in the New York Times and see these columns for what they are, which are self-serving advertisements for Tom Morello? He didn't answer my questions about IATSE and the role they play in his concerts. And then you realize he went to Harvard. He can't wait to tell you he went to Harvard.
Telltale sign right there.
And then I remember this evening, about 5 years ago, my friend was getting a lot of money this time of year to do a Christmas party for this piece of shit hedge fund manager. And Tom Morello from Rage Against the Machine performed. He came out there. It was, models and coke dealers and Wall Street scum. And there's Tom Morello picking up, I don't know how much money with his This Machine Kills Fascism guitar. And he gets this whole group of people bouncing up to Bruce Springsteen's Ghost of Tom Joad. And I'm thinking, what is going on? Did Pete Seeger ever perform for a hedge fund manager? And I say to people, they say, why are you trashing Tom Morello? Read his column in the New York Times about the Clash and how he just uses Joe Strummer to sell his own music. And if you can't see that, if you can't see that Tom Morello is part of the problem, he can't even answer questions about IATSE. If you can't see that Rage Against the Machine, Tom Morello is a fraud, we're completely lost. Dylan, fraud. Bruce Springsteen, fraud. Don't think of them as liberators of our class. They're, effing Bruce Springsteen has a book out that's a collection of conversations he's had with Barack Obama, and is charging $3,000 a ticket on Broadway. These people are not looking after your best interests. They're playing you. They're posing in dungarees and construction boots. They are not you.
Yes,
They
well,
don't care about you.
Don't you think that this is exactly what I meant by we're caught with celebrity politics?
Yes,
We're,
that's what. Yes,
yeah, we're expecting them to be bearers somehow of our hopes for a better life, a better future, or to be, salved somehow in the misery, of this situations that we find ourselves in, with some kind of glow of connection with them, or investing in them as surrogates for actual change.
it destroys solidarity. The
Well, it
idea
destroys solidarity, but the basis for solidarity and what we're really lacking is confidence in ourselves. That's why we're exporting this in these projected fantastical hopes that if we align ourselves somehow culturally with this faction, then this is going to make any change or any difference. And of course, culture is very important, but the bearers and icons of culture are not to be mistaken for those who are really going to make change. They may support it, they may proclaim it, they may amplify it, but that has to come from us doing our work and having confidence in ourselves and one another. And that, I think, is not easy to develop if we're constantly projecting, and that's why I would say somebody like AOC, you find like people following her Twitter and defending her from any kind of criticism. And I think there is vicious and bad faith criticism as well. So this is the part of the problem, is you've got celebrity and anti-celebrity, but what we're not having is a genuine movement that develops the solidarity that forces the others to act in response to it. Instead, we're getting caught up, I think, in a politics of celebrity. It's not helpful, and this is part of the reason why I don't have a lot of hope for the moment we're in, except for some of the heartening examples of workers deciding to take matters in their own hands and change the governance of their workplaces. That's something that I'm happy to see, and I put a lot more stock on that. And actually, interestingly enough, what'll be interesting is to see where and how some of these other left figures, whether they're on YouTube or whether they're in Congress, really affiliate and support those kinds of worker movements now that they're starting to break out.
Yes, and the NLRB, according to Mike Elk from Payday Report, the NLRB is ordering Jeff Bezos to hold new elections in Bessemer, Alabama. That they're saying that vote was illegitimate. So that's hopeful. Thank you,
Yes.
Professor Adnan Hussein. He is the host of the Mujlis podcast and host of Guerrilla History. And it's an honor to have you on the show. I know how busy you are. Who's on the Guerrilla History and who's on the Mujlis?
On the Mujlis, we have an interview with a Kashmiri activist, Binish Ahmed, who's doing interesting work about Kashmir and also connecting with indigenous movements in Canada and trying to bring insight from one indigenous struggle to another. And so she talks about her work. She's an artist as well. So that's on the Mujlis. And on Guerrilla History this week, the latest episode, we had one episode on the COP26 with Vijay Prashad and Chris Saltmarsh about the outcomes of it. And we have an episode that's just out a couple of days ago with Luna on Dien Bien Phu, the famous battle that Malcolm X said in the Ballad or the Bullet. You remember Dien Bien Phu, and there's good reason to remember it. So remember it with us and Luna.
Right. LBJ looked at Dien Bien Phu and said, be crazy to send American, what was it, like 54 Dien Bien Phu? Eisenhower was president.
That's right. That's right.
And LBJ was in the Senate, And he was on record saying that would be insane to help the French. Why would we want to help, colonize Vietnam? And 10 years later, Gulf of Tonkin.
Exactly.
And he knew it. He knew it. He said to Dirksen.
He wasn't president then.
Right. Yeah. But when he was president, he said to Dirksen, why am I doing this? I know I'm going to be sending all these troops to die and we can't win this. It's on tape. Mm-hmm. Professor Adnan Hussein, thank you so much. It's a privilege and an honor, and I'm very grateful for you, and thank you. And I'm also not playing favorites. We have Professor Marianne Cummings. There are a lot of artists. Professor Marianne Cummings is a parks commissioner, Aurora, Illinois, as well as a physics professor and an amazing artist. And I was talking to Hannah about all the artists who show up. It makes sense. I could see why if you're painting, you would listen to music or some nonsensical podcast, but there's some amazing artists in this community. And Hannah and I were talking about inventing a school of art where everybody exchanges a drawing where you just add a stroke to it and it goes to like 5 or 7 different artists who complete it. And that becomes like a style of, it wouldn't be good, but it would be.
Artistic collaborations kind of don't always work out. I mean, the Beatles, a group like the Beatles come like once every generation.
They hated each other. Have you watched?
Yeah, I know they did. However, Paul McCartney never wrote such great tunes as when John Lennon was glaring over his shoulder all the time. I mean, he did some pretty snappy tunes after. Wings, never my favorite band, but I have to admit there were some,
right.
kind of. He was a real tunesmith. He had a real knack for it.
Yes. Yes.
And John Lennon, on his own, there was some stuff he did. The first Plastic Ono Band, I really like the album, right. And there was some stuff he did that was just searing after, but just, they were just the combination of the two of them, plus George Harrison, Fab, and Ringo Starr,
and George Martin.
And who is their pianist? Billy Preston. Yeah, fantastic. I mean, but that's real. However, we do have an art school.
I will
you
say
just
this.
Don't know it. I mean, we do have an art school, kind of guerrilla art school. You just are never awake for it.
I know. Michael Stipe from REM.
I love him.
I think he never fails to. Anyway, yeah. I haven't watched Get Back yet. I confession here, over the weekend for Thanksgiving, I had to watch Get Back. I saw the trailers on YouTube. I started to cry. It was just so beautiful. But so I signed up for Disney Plus. I have like an 8-day trial, but I saw 101 Dalmatians. When's the last time you saw 101 Dalmatians? I got sidetracked by 101 Dalmatians. Do you remember the 101 Dalmatians?
I never saw it, although I remember decades ago, my boyfriend and I went to see, they had a re-release of Pinocchio. And we saw it. It was kind of a matinee time with a lot of kids in the audience. And by the time it ended, I'm going, my God, did Dincy ever hate kids? He hated kids. That was a horrible movie. I mean, beautiful animation and all that, but that was a horrible movie.
Yeah. And
I would take my kids to see it.
Geppetto, it's like, well, maybe if I make the boy out of wood, they can't arrest me.
Well, that was... But I wasn't even thinking about that. There was a really horrific scene in that movie. The kid turning into a donkey in the Pinocchio. The kid turning into a donkey. That was really horrific. I think people they kind of passed.
Trust me on this.
There's a lot of
Trust-
cruelty in Disney movies, is what I'm saying.
101 Dalmatians.
Okay.
Trust me on this. It is a masterpiece. It will make you, even though it's Disney, who was a red baiting anti-Semite, anti-union, horrible human being, pro-Vietnam War, 101 Dalmatians. It's breathtakingly beautiful.
Is it the movie or the old cartoon movie?
The cartoon version
Oh,
of,
okay.
yeah,
Okay. Never saw.
it's unbelievable. How are things in Illinois? How is the COVID? How are the holidays? Are the parks all Christmassy?
Well, oh yes, we've got some really nice like holiday displays. We've got lights everywhere. It's we have something called Blackberry Farm. It was an old farm, was taken over by the Park District because it has a little museum. It's kind of like a small version of the Henry Ford Museum, Greenfield Village
Have you been there?
Oh yeah, I went there.
They
all
took
the time.
all these like homes of famous writers and Americans and just moved them to this museum, right?
Mhm.
Like whose homes are there?
Well, I remember that there was rooms of Thomas Edison. There's a lot of Thomas Edison stuff. He actually had a house, but his house is still on Boston Street in Detroit, as far as I know. They haven't moved.
Henry
it.
Ford's house.
No. Thomas Edison had a house in Detroit, and that means he had a house. He had houses in a lot of places.
Right.
Henry Ford, the mansion, is actually, and the grounds are the campus of the University of Michigan, Dearborn. And I worked for a summer in they had an old pool that was pool house that was, as a swimming pool that was filled in, and there's now a restaurant, or was a restaurant there. I worked there, and we also were occasionally maids. Like maid outfits, like I'm wearing this thing going, hey, I'm like Magenta from Rocky Horror, look at me. And no, it was seriously like that. And we would occasionally be maids at these big swanky parties that they held. And one of them was the first party that Christina didn't show up with Henry the second or third or something. I don't know,
Right,
but it was wild. It was like total upstairs, downstairs. I was just giving people drinks and taking away their glasses, and they were just saying stuff, like really personal stuff, like I was completely invisible and wasn't a human. It was just an awesome experience.
Wow.
I just regret I never
Henry
thought of
was,
just
was
swiping.
Henry Etzel's son? Is that how it worked? Who was the son?
Etzel was his son.
Henry.
And the
was-
old Henry died, I think, on my birthday, but maybe a few years before I did. And the old clock in the hallway stopped ticking. He had this enormous mechanical clock that was really gorgeous, but it stopped ticking like the hour he died.
That's the same thing at Menlo Park with Edison. I remember as a kid, we used to go to Menlo Park on
Okay.
class trips, and the clock, they say, this clock stopped at the precise time that Edison died.
That sounds like
He
a trope.
did own General Electric. He could have just unplugged. I wonder if that's...
No, we were in the kitchen. We actually did the dishes by hand, but there was this skeleton of this big contraption, and Henry, the old Henry Ford, had built this amazing dishwashing, automatic dishwasher that would just, take dishes on a little trip, through water and through suds and things like that in the kitchen. And I thought that would be a great engineering project, as I'm like getting that working. And, we'd have a lot less work to do, of course. But yeah, it was, there's a lot of amazing stuff in the Henry Ford Museum and in Greenfield Village. But we've got a little version of this, but a substantial version of it over in Aurora, Illinois here, and that's Blackberry Farms. And that is just an absolute charming place. It's a whole park. It has It has swan boats in the summer. It has a little train that goes through the place that it's opened on certain weekends in the winter, and one of them, the weekends leading up to Christmas. And it is just full of all kinds of interesting historical stuff. It's definitely set up for kids, but it's a great place for adults to hang out. And
Is there an Aurora tourist board?
Oh yeah, there is definitely a Aurora Tourist Board because
What would people, as Parks Commissioner of Aurora, why should people come visit Aurora?
Well, Aurora has a fantastic downtown. It's historical. We have probably one of the few remaining roundhouses that are 360-degree round, which was like an old. We had 3 of them in Detroit and in Aurora at one time. This was the big train station outside of Chicago. It was just an enormous train complex out here. And so there were 3 of these enormous roundhouses. One of them was in operation until 1971, and then it just got abandoned. Like 10 years later, when I was an undergraduate working at Fermilab, a bunch of us punked out kids went over to the roundhouse. It was all scary. I mean, there's drug dealers, put little bonfires and stuff. But now, Walter Payton several years ago and some investors went and had it rebuilt. So it's just this gorgeous structure that has restaurants, bars, mostly facilities for weddings and things like that. But it's a big public square of sorts. We had a lot of burning meetings there.
Cities, it's subjective, but cities have a great 15-year period, like a golden age. To me, Hollywood is the golden age was right after World War II and when the silent movies, when they were just starting out. What was the golden age of Aurora?
I think it was a lot longer than 15 years. As I said, the roundhouse, the one roundhouse that exists and is now, this big entertainment bar and restaurant complex, that was like 1850 when it was built. So 1850, this was a huge thriving metropolis in 1850. I think there were actually 2 cities, and I can't remember the exact year, I should know it, but they connected, one on one side of the Fox River and the other on the other side of the Fox River. But it was called the City of Lights because it was the first city to have electric lights in the whole downtown. I had a friend who had an apartment in one of the old buildings on the west side. And we went down into the basement, and there was still the remnants of the old city heating system, which was these enormous boilers downtown Aurora, and they had pipes going through all the buildings downtown. It was like central heating in the winter, and you can still see these old pipes. That's so I would say that I know when it had its Great Depression. Many people tell me around here when there was like a big John Deere factory left in 1970 or 72. And that was kind of the beginning of the end because that was huge. Caterpillar was still here for the longest time. That closed a few years ago. So, we're trying to, and well, yes. But so Aurora is trying to be kind of a cultural center. Now we do have Waubonsie Community College, which is becoming a substantial school. And I think these community colleges are going to be much more respected educational institutions because there will literally be the only higher educational institutions most people can afford to send their kids to. So I have a feeling, the College of DuPage, just over here in Naperville, they've got a design program whose founder, she only thought of her rivals as Berkeley School of Design and the Art Institute down in Chicago. I took a year of interior design classes from this woman. People were a little stunned when they thought, well, I'm good at rearranging pillows and stuff. Maybe I should take a design class. And they were just hit with a fire hose of, academia. But it was, these kind of schools are really building up reputations as being serious institutions. So that kind of bolsters up the downtown a little bit. we're trying to have an art scene here. We've got some really nice collection of artists. And well, I did notice that when I started posting my little paltry paintings on my Facebook, other people who had been artists but who weren't doing it for a while suddenly went, wait a minute, I'm the real artist here. No, I mean, there's been a lot of people that I know who have been just, getting into their art or, reviving their art. There's some people who have been artists all along, but people are, there are people with some money, and I've got some interior designer friends, and they're really trying to push for people to get one of a kind type art in their homes.
So when I read about Sotheby's and Christie's and these sales, $100 million for Kandinsky, does that trickle down to real artists?
No, I don't think so.
What are they trading there?
I mean, this is just rich people with way too much money, and it's just like art inflation. I remember 30 years ago, there was like this insane amount of money, like $85 million spent for Van Gogh. It was a Van Gogh, sunflowers. And even then people were going, this is ridiculous. This is all these doofuses who have way too much money, who shouldn't really be having this art, because this art really belongs in a museum. God knows if they even take care of it. Who is this guy? Wynn?
Steve Wynn.
Yeah.
Tell what he did to a painting. He destroyed a painting.
He had a beautiful little museum in his Wynn Hotel in Vegas, and I went and saw it. And I was never a big fan of Picasso until I saw two of his paintings there, and one was Le Rêve, which is what his casino is named after or themed after. And this was the most luscious, beautiful thing. It was a big painting. It was something like 4 by 7 feet. It's substantial. And I'm like, wow, this is just gorgeous. And then, I read later that Idiot Boy sells it, and he has this party or something to celebrate, and he punches a hole in it.
Yeah, Nora Ephron wrote about that.
How the hell? I mean, how drunk do you have to be? They can get pretty drunk. Anyway, this is like, so the thing was canceled. He had people from all over the world to repair it, and I guess it was repaired, but Jesus.
Yeah. I figured they should just cut it up and subdivide a Picasso. If it's worth $100 million, he's already punched a hole in it. Just cut it up and everybody gets a little piece of Picasso. It doesn't work that way. But so the exorbitant fees that are paid for Degas or Renoir, that doesn't translate to journeyman artists, doesn't.
No, unless you want to get into the business of illegal replication. That takes real skill. No, it doesn't. No, this has nothing to do. This is no movement. This is just a bunch of dumb money that has no idea what to buy. And so there's this haggle of people around you. If you have that much money, you will have a cloud of people who will help you spend it. And, and it's just commissions for places like Sotheby's. There was a movie that wasn't real great. It was kind of interesting, but it was called Theo and Vincent and Theo. Anyway, the opening scene is Vincent van Gogh's brother is talking to him in his little hovel. And in his little hovel, he's got all of these paintings just thrown around on the floor and on the desk. And interspersed is, I think it was a Sotheby's auction where one of these little paintings was selling for 24 million pounds or something like this. And it was just within 100 years. I mean, these two events are within 100 years of each other. Wow. And he's dying in poverty, and then his painting is being sold almost 100 years later for obscene amounts. So no, it doesn't have. But I think what would is a sense of community. Like maybe, we talk about buying American. How about just supporting your own local businesses? And there are some there are people who have taverns and restaurants, and a lot of them haven't completely opened yet because of COVID, but there is now a big movement where people have asked me if, I could hang art in their place once they get open. So there's this, I like this. I mean, I just like supporting just people who live locally, having regular coffee clatches at the Jake. I mean, it was astounding. There were two guys, the George Shipperly and David Henniger, both of whom are nationally recognized artists, both of whom live in Aurora, and they would just hold court at the Jake's Bagels on Saturdays, and you'd bring your art there, and they'd just kind of rip it to shreds, figuratively speaking, but you would,
right.
And they did it for years. And I kind of, when things like this happen, I go, why do I think this is just going to go on forever? I should have gone more often. But it was still good enough. I mean, this is the kind of people we still have in the area. So, particularly among the young people, a lot of whom are just, I would say, destitute in quotes. They're still living in their parents' house and they haven't quite launched, but they're really glomming onto this idea of mutual aid. And not, again, as I said, not charity. It's just like a recognition that all of you are in the same boat. You help each other when you can, because someday you're going to need help. And that's not being a beggar or, asking for charity. That's just being honest. I need help. And so I'm hoping,
waves.
I'm hoping that's a whole different zeitgeist. We had a little interesting chat, Biden didn't, he came into office with the plague on and the subsequent, financial kind of depression, or at least temporary economic depression. He and the world leaders had a chance, again, to stop this. The Chinese had failed a year before. The world leaders had a chance. Now, at that point, there were already millions of these vaccines given out. The two mRNA vaccines, the Johnson & Johnson, the AstraZeneca, they could have gotten together and said, hey, patents, any IP is waived. This is a global emergency. They could have done it. Biden can act unilaterally because of the Bayh-Dole Act from 1980. In an emergency, if you had a patented technology that was developed with federal money, and to first order, everything, all pharmaceuticals have been developed with federal money. Then you can't use patent protection, as a way to block the government from using it in emergency. I don't really know what they had in mind, but pandemics are certainly one of those, national emergency, global emergency things. And they didn't.
800,000 dead Americans so far.
Well, not only, we've got over 800,000 dead Americans, and that's partly, that's partly it. It's partly, and ProPublica claims that anywhere from 100 to 300,000 dead Americans are because of lack of health care. We don't have a national healthcare system, but millions around the world, 2 or 3 millions dead in the last several months because we did not have, just the world getting together, and we're just giving this technology to all these third world factories that manufacture a lot of our vaccines for us anyway. No, we can't have them. We can't do that. Pfizer needs to have its profits. Moderna is, they worked on the Biden administration. The Biden administration has just announced that they can't unilaterally decide that Moderna, give up their IP protection. And I just said, I do not know which moral calculus that is a righteous act. I mean, that is just egregious and monstrous in any system. And we've normalized to this kind of selfishness. My God, how much these guys are making, it's like, 6 investors in Moderna have made off with over $12 billion, people who just invested, not the scientists, not the engineer. By the way, a lot of the vaccine technology, there's a big fight, I think, between Pfizer or Moderna and the NIH, one of those two, over patent protections, because, a lot of these kids are just so cute. I'm sorry, I'm being distracted.
Jared and Ivanka?
Yeah.
They're talking to us?
Is that
Yeah.
Jared? That's the Jared and Ivanka of the David Feldman Show.
Of the
Hello.
Feldman one,
Sorry.
yeah.
Our name is Dan F.
Yeah, excuse you.
Oh, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
Dan.
I'm sorry, we can't, I couldn't read.
Dan
So-
Frankenberger, the real Dan Frankenberger.
We're going to do community billboard, Professor. Would you like to join the real Dan Frankenberger, Professor
Sure.
Marianne? We're being joined by Dan Frankenberger for community billboard.
Yes. This is the normal. 2 times a week we do this, David. It's so weird that you forget how we do this every time.
Right. I apologize.
Okay, so Mr. Jagoff, sir, would you please pull up photo number 1?
Oh, hang on. I have to. Why don't you talk to Professor Marianne while I get the photos? I'm giving you the full
Okay,
Dan.
perfect.
Yes. How are things in Rochester tonight?
Rochester.
Oh, let
boy.
me tell you about Rochester, New York, the place we currently are.
Yep.
Windy.
It's cold.
Cold.
It's
No,
in
it's
New
snowing.
York.
Here's New York. Rochester is oh God, I don't know where.
Close to a
I never
Great Lake.
leave, so I don't
Very
know.
Yeah, it's close to
close.
Great Lake. Don't they have, didn't Kodak have a big factory there or something at one
yes,
point?
and it's right by
Dan,
Lake
you would know.
Ontario. The Eastman School. Come on, people. Ragu.
Kodak Eastman, part of the Linda Eastman McCartney fortune.
Oh,
Really?
that,
Yep.
Tropical.
yeah.
This is
Wow.
all, and there's
You know, once
lots,
upon a
so
time I
many
knew that.
hospitals here. Xerox.
Oh, a storied place. You should
Yeah.
really meet us, Dan.
Boy, Dan, you really know your town.
Yeah.
And now it's part of the Finger Lakes, I believe. Is that correct?
Beautiful. The Finger Lakes are incredible. And it's
Why?
only about 3 hours away from David PA's and his wife's Airbnb,
Yeah, make it a whole weekend.
which you can get to if you go to tinyurl.com/Birdie's Country College or Cottage, which we will get to later.
First things first, we got a painting here.
I
Oh,
know
that was
who-
gorgeous. That
Yeah.
was really gorgeous.
Love
This is a painting that community favorite Lane has done. This is the Dunsterberg College in Northumberland at dawn, a place he felt a belonging to the first time he went there.
How does somebody have as much talent as Lane? How is this possible?
Oh, that's easy. He told me once. He sold his soul.
Oh, well,
That's it. Oh, that's it. Okay.
I sold my soul too. No, I got nothing. I got nothing.
Yeah, David, where are your fucking paintings?
I think your soul has to be worth something.
Well, I found out what it was worth. It's not good. All right.
And now, well, why don't we do Tom Weber? I forgot about Tom Weber.
Oh, I thought we have Joe in Norway here, but go ahead.
So Tom Weber says he and Barb are doing a special 90-minute live stream Christmas/holiday concert on December 5th from 2:30 to 4 p.m. Eastern, and that's 1:30 to 3 p.m. Central. Search Facebook for Tom and Barb Weber singer-songwriters/Fair Weber to find the event.
And we're going to meet on Wednesday about stuff for
Yeah.
office. Yes.
We're going to
Okay.
be upgrading spirituality and activism.
Good. Good.
Now we can bring that picture back up. And Sarah, why don't you, or Dan, Why don't I also do this
Dan
one?
here, we are collectively announcing that Joe in Norway was briefly Joe in España, and he was in Valencia. And I guess that's a picture from his travels. He writes,
Wow.
David, although the Spanish do speak something other than English, you will be happy to hear that they do speak donut. Oh, it's a donut. Wow.
It's a donut.
They call them buñuelos and are made of winter squash and sprinkled with a small amount of sugar. Simple and delicious.
Not the
That
greatest
was,
photo, but we won't squabble.
Yeah, it is a bad picture, Joe in Norway.
And we can also say that squash comes from the New World, North the Americas, and it's not actually a traditional Spanish cuisine. Without Native Americans, we would have never had that donut made of winter squash. Interesting. Dan F. exclusive fact.
Now we're looking at a picture of a man who left 2 Q-tips in his ear, I believe. What is going on with that man's head?
We have no information about this
Oh,
picture.
no. We know what this is about. This is
Do
picture
we?
3. This is also in Valencia.
Oh.
And this is the making of said traditional donuts in Spain. This is where the magic happens, with a large gentleman in what looks like a
Baptismal
bodega.
font.
Yes, it looks incredible.
He's baptizing
What a cunt.
the donut.
Yeah.
That's funny. They baptized the donuts. That's funny. Okay, I like this. And then we have this. Wow.
And this comes from one of the community's favorites, Benji. And he says that this is one of my 10-year-old daughter, Kira's drawings. I hate parents that brag on their kids. She can draw or paint anything. I can't, which I would tend to agree with. Looks fantastic.
Benji's drawings are famously god awful.
Benji sucks. He's trying to tell us that he can draw, but he can't. And now
Right.
it's good to know that he finally has accepted that he cannot draw.
Yes,
Talent-
Kira has really shown him up. Well done, Kira.
Really good. I mean, that's
Fantastic for a 10-year-old.
Yeah. Put
Yeah.
a refrigerator magnet on that.
Put a whole fridge on it.
A 10-year-old did that. Wow. That is gift. You know what? A 10-year-old. Wow. That's amazing. Better than anything I can do. Now, this is a fake picture. This is fake.
Or
Nobody-
is it? This is from Dave in PA country, God's own country, not to be confused with Lane's country. So this is called Dave in PA Fall Night. It is a picture from Dave in PA's wife's Airbnb, Birdie's Country Cottage, just a peaceful rural setting. If you're interested in staying at Dave's Airbnb, you can go to tinyurl.com/Bertie's Country Cottage, or go to Airbnb and search for Small Country Cottage. Millerton, PA is the community. 5 guests, 2 bedrooms, 2 baths, or excuse me, 5 guests, 2 bedrooms, 2 beds, 1 bath. Come to Birdie's Country Cottage in the heart of the Endless Mountains, close to many PA and NY attractions, including PA Grand Canyon in Wellsboro, Watkins Glen, Ithaca, Mansfield University, Corning Museum of Glass, and the Finger Lakes Wine Trail.
And we,
mean,
Dan F. from
yeah.
the Finger Lakes have been there, and it's incredible.
Mhm.
Yes. And Hannah was there.
By his own, and your daughter, the safest woman in all of the community, has been there as well, and did not hurt herself. Not at the
No.
Not
Airbnb.
eat little bit. Didn't even bruise one single solitary
No.
bone. Nope.
Can you, Dan, Ivanka, Dan, can you next time show me the picture you took of everybody milking a cow and that big cow's ass? Did you see that, Professor Marianne?
I sure did.
That was just so, it summed up office hours to me. It's everybody milking a cow, and
It's
Sarah took a.
one cow, four udders, four different sets of hands. Nothing screams country like four people trying to milk a cow.
And
Poor
you took the
Dave.
picture, the composition was such that the main focus was the cow's asshole, which was just, it was just like, it's such a great,
Oh, no, but it was such a nice non-vegan moment in the,
Yes.
in Feldo world.
yes. This is, let's see what, ooh,
And
that's not
this
fair.
comes from Joel Gillespie. He says, "Hi, Dent. I wanted to share my first ever sourdough loaf. I was inspired after the segment with Eric Pallant. I
Yes.
made my own starter, and a week later, I baked a loaf of bread. Many lessons to learn, but the fact that my first try was edible is a win. Sincerely, a thankful basement masturbator." And we all know that that's a Colleen Worthman reference.
Yes. Let's, I just got the book, hang on. Sourdough Culture by Eric Pallant. Trust me on this. Go buy Sourdough Culture, A History of Bread Making.
Mhm.
It's fantastic. It really is. This is a great gift to give to yourself or somebody. It's the story of civilization told through the sourdough starter. And it's a miracle. It really is. Sourdough is a miracle. If you don't,
All bread, all real bread was sourdough.
yes,
There was, when they started industrializing bread making and they needed to, speed up the rise time of bread, they tried using, like their factory, there's sort of artificial yeast. And when they first made Wonder Bread, the control group just got sick.
Mhm.
I mean, it was absolutely zero nutrition because, if you were stuck in a warehouse with just flour and water, you would starve to death because you can't digest it. It's the miracle of this yeast and a
Right.
slow rise bread that allows you to. And part of our problem is that people have been eating bad bread for decades. So some of us, it's our new immune systems are now just programmed to go after anything with gluten in it.
Right.
The rest of us
Right.
can recover if we have real bread. So,
Yes. Bake your own bread. It's almost worth getting an oven for. And finally,
So the last notice we have here is on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour, a recent episode. Ralph spends the whole hour with the incomparable Noam Chomsky to discuss a whole raft of issues, including the climate crisis, the military budget, healthcare, challenging the corporate structure, reforming both the tax system and our elections, how the Democrats have abandoned the working class, and whether the U.S. will be able to fend off fascism.
you know about ASMR? If you want to just feel, if you just want to feel okay, listen to Noam Chomsky on the Ralph Nader Radio Hour. You can download it as a podcast, and it's intellectual heaven. Just Noam Chomsky, Ralph Nader for an hour. It doesn't get any better than that. Well, thank you, Dan. And Dan.
Thank you. And David, we actually have one more late breaking news story.
Real
quick to really fan the fire of the beef between Deep Into History and Guerrilla History.
I'm trying to dial. You know what? It's getting so ugly. Deep Into History versus Guerrilla History. What?
Got another shot from Arjun of Deep Into History, and he has said recently, as of today, that Professor Adnan Hussein is being a little too aggressive with all that hair on the top of his head.
Wow.
And if you know Arjun, he's bald. So
Right.
for Adnan to walk around with a beautiful mane of hair,
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't fly.
Quite
Not-
an affront.
Yep.
Message is
I'm
clear.
trying to dial back the competition. Peter P. Collins joins us. There's a horrible competition. We have two guests on this show who have podcasts deep into history, and then there's guerrilla history, and this competition has been ginned up by somebody, and it's getting uglier and uglier. Well, thank you, Dan. Thank you, Ivanka and Jared. Thank you. And thank you, Professor Marianne Cummings. Let us now go to San Francisco, the Bay Area, where Peter B. Collins joins us. And he is a recent inductee into the Bay Area Radio Hall of Fame. And you remind me of David Dion from the American Prospect.
I know David. He's a great writer.
You remind me of him because both of you like to take difficult subjects and figure them out. David
Well, and
Dion.
I think he's one of those people who, exudes that sense of entitlement because he still has hair.
Yes, I know. They have to be stopped. What is on your, first of all, how was your Thanksgiving?
It was very nice. The son came home and we had a couple of nice days. My brother hosted the turkey thing. So
When you say the son came home, you mean your son or the actual?
our son, yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He lives in San Francisco, but he actually came to the suburbs and spent a couple of nights with us. And he suggested that we watch the Get Back series, which was a real generation jumper. I was pleased with that. And as I was starting to say, my brother, who lives just down the road here, he hosted the turkey thing. So I just had to show up with a bottle of wine. And interesting thing around the table, there were 3 millennials and 2 Gen Zs. And to a person, they're all completely fed up with the Democratic leadership. And I was surprised by that. One of these young folks actually works on Capitol Hill, and to hear him spit out his comments about the leadership of the party and all of this, the kind of blackmail that we've seen from Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin, and the failure of the party to lead on voting rights. It was quite refreshing to hear that conversation. And
From the
usually,
left. They are from the left.
well, they're more moderate. They were Clinton supporters in 2016 and generally pro-Biden as opposed to a Bernie Sanders faction. And so I was actually pleased to hear them without their crazy uncle provoking the conversation. So
You being the crazy uncle.
yeah, I'm the crazy lefty uncle that they just kind of pat on the bald spot and say, "Hey, Pete."
Well, so do they have this cataclysmic view of the future? The clock is ticking. Do they feel?
Well, they know about gerrymandering. They understand the failure of the Democrats to act on voting rights because of the impediment of the filibuster. And they really are fairly disgusted with the leadership and the hand that is being dealt them around climate, around criminal justice reform, and gaping gap between rich and poor.
Okay. Let me ask you about Russiagate. I've been reading some pieces that Russiagate was real, that it wasn't an overreaction. You want to talk about the Washington Post, as I understand it, and the Washington Post corrected some of the Pulitzer Prize winning reportage on Russiagate. Was Russiagate a complete fabrication stemming from the Steele document, or is there something valid to, in 2003, Trump went to Moscow and wanted to build a hotel and became enthralled by Putin. There's no legitimacy to that?
Well, let me back into it in this manner, because I would like to persuade people rather than just bludgeon them with a hardened point of view. And
you know what, bludgeon, just to give the headline, bludgeon me with the headline. Hit me over the head.
Russiagate was largely a fabrication. The accurate portion of the Mueller investigation report was that Trump attempted to obstruct justice and attempted to cover up embarrassing connections that were largely related to Michael Cohen and that crazy Russian emigre, I'm sorry, his name escapes me at the moment, who were scheming to try to build a Trump hotel in Moscow. And if you remember, Michael Cohen had to call the equivalent of 411 in Moscow to get a phone number at the Kremlin. And he got a hold of, like some low-level public information officer. So there's no doubt that Trump had tried to expand his empire into Russia, and that he, thought that Putin would support those efforts. There's no evidence that Putin ever lifted a finger to help him find a site, to help him find any Russian investors. And in many respects, I believe Putin played Trump as a chump who kept seeking approval from Vladimir, partly, based on Trump's admiration for Putin as an authoritarian, as a dictator.
But there is money laundering. I mean, since the early 2000s, Trump was taking cash from Russian oligarchs, and selling properties to these Russian oligarchs. He was in the money laundering business.
That is true, but that doesn't mean that Russia actively interfered in the 2016 election. So Felix Sater was the name I was searching for a moment ago. He and Michael Cohen were selling condos in Trump buildings in New York to Russian oligarchs. And there was money laundering there. And there's an infamous case of a mansion that Trump bought in Florida. He never lived there. And he doubled his money when he sold it to an oligarch. So, this becomes a little awkward when I try to help people understand that the media failed us grotesquely on the Russiagate narrative. And I'm going to give some explicit examples here in a minute.
Okay, yeah, this is important to me because you really know this stuff. But if you have a newly elected president who is laundering money for ex-KGB agents, that's problematic. That's worthy of an investigation, isn't it?
Well, I don't have a problem that there was an attempt to investigate some of Trump's connections to Russia. The problem I have was that they tried, starting in the summer of 2016, to make the case that he was owned lock, stock, and barrel by Russia. And it's difficult because I want to stipulate that I have no admiration for Putin, and I have no desire to lessen any kind of dirty dealing that Trump was involved with. But this is why I place the lion's share of the blame on the media and on Democratic operatives, including top officials in the Hillary Clinton campaign, who wanted to blame her loss on Russia. And it was a ripe target to use because Americans are pre-programmed to believe that Russia is evil. And because it was communist, it's now quite an oligarch's paradise based on a much more capitalist model. But the whole communism, Red Scare, red baiting language from the 50s, 60s, and early 70s is operative in the brains of a lot of American voters. So it's pretty easy to push those buttons. And the reason that I don't want to bludgeon anybody is that I respect people who have believed the narratives that they read in the Times and the Post, and that they saw Rachel Maddow preside over every night. But there are fundamentals in the foundation of the story that have crumbled or are crumbling, and we're not having a moment of transparency from those outlets. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, I find this is very important. The story didn't come out fully formed. I'm not going to defend $30 million a year Rachel Maddow or MSNBC, and she's still talking about Russiagate and not the plight of the homeless. So I have no sympathy for anybody who reports on Russiagate. But I did get caught up in her early coverage of Russiagate. She was getting leaks and information from various people in Washington, D.C. about Trump and his connections to Russia. But she was reporting pieces and trying to string together a narrative that we had hoped Mueller would finish. But the information that was coming out should have come out. The information about Trump and his relationship to these oligarchs and the I don't know, the guy with the last name in Australia telling the Australian ambassador that the Russians are assisting Trump. All that stuff should be reported, shouldn't it?
Well, if it's accurate, yes.
Was it accurate?
For example, Papadopoulos had one drink with the ambassador from Australia, and it was described as a night of heavy drinking. And let me pop this link over to the chat room here, because much of what I want to share on today's show is developed by Aaron Mate. And he is a reporter I have great respect for. And at Real Clear Investigations, he put up a piece where he gives a detailed unpacking of inaccurate articles that were published by the Washington Post and the New York Times that earned Pulitzer Prizes.
And so what were some of the inaccuracies?
Okay, since you mentioned Papadopoulos, let's go to him first, okay? So the first allegation was that he had told the Australian ambassador, who then reported it through channels to US officials, that he knew that Russia had dirt on Hillary and that they were going to share it with the Trump campaign. And the Australian official is Alexander Downer, okay?
Mm-hmm.
So almost every aspect of this was highly exaggerated. And what Papadopoulos, who was not a high-ranking official, he was a volunteer to the campaign. Carter Page, who was another guy caught up in the dragnet, was actually slightly higher up the food chain in the Trump campaign. But none of these people really spent much time with the Donald, and they were writing policy papers and doing stuff that he never paid any attention to. So here's a quote from Aaron Mate's investigation of the reporting. Just before the 2017 year-end deadline for 2018 Pulitzer eligibility, the Times produced a new origin story for the probe that would temper concerns about the Steele dossier. The Times claimed that the instigator instead was George Papadopoulos, a low-level campaign volunteer indicted by Mueller. Quote, This is from the Times. During a night of heavy drinking at an upscale London bar in May 2016, Papadopoulos told Downer that Russia had political dirt on Hillary Clinton, including thousands of emails. Papadopoulos, the Times said, had learned of the Russian scheme the previous month from Joseph Mifsud, a Maltese academic who claimed to be in touch with high-level Russian officials. So Downer then relayed the information to the US in July of 2016. But it turns out that the conversation was much less explicit, and that Papadopoulos simply speculated that Russia had emails that they would share
According
with the
to
campaign.
the Australian ambassador said that.
Well, this is according to the essentially the rewritten narrative. All right. And that is based on now declassified testimony, including from Andrew McCabe, the former #2 guy at the FBI. James Comey has refuted some of the claims that were published. And Downer spoke to an Australian newspaper a few months later and said that Papadopoulos had never mentioned dirt or thousands of emails. So what we're seeing is that through the kind of telephone game, that's an old reference to information that gets muddled as it goes from one person to the next, that just like the Steele dossier, things that were asserted were then embellished, and they were fortified by unnamed intelligence sources, leaked documents that reporters acknowledged they hadn't actually seen in some cases. They were just read to them over the telephone. And so the story becomes rather dull when you actually stick to the facts. And the newspapers have soft pedaled the role of an American guy who worked for both the CIA and the FBI. And his name is Stephen Halper. And Halper was a dirty trickster for Reagan and Poppy Bush. And he was on the payroll of the CIA for a long time. He received payments in 2016 from the FBI. He was a contact with Sir Richard Dearlove, who was the former head of Britain's CIA called MI6. And so it appears that they were orchestrating some of the drama that then was leaked to American media outlets and was really exaggerated. And this was used to support...
Or the tip of the iceberg.
Well, that if that were the case, we'd be drinking some iceberg tea right now, Mr. Feldman.
How do you know I'm not?
Well, mine is a cranberry cocktail
okay.
with no iceberg added. So certainly, I appreciate your skepticism. And, I don't object to a devil's advocate role. The problem we have is here that the Washington Post has made significant modifications in 12 different stories that won Pulitzer Prizes, that drove the narrative, that led to the appointment of Mueller, that led to the months of false faith that many people placed in Mueller, who produced a limited hangout report. And let me address another angle. You may have heard of a guy named Konstantin Kilimnik. He worked for Paul Manafort. He was a US informant about Ukraine. He's a Russian national, but he was working for Manafort in Ukraine. And a lot of this is based on the ignorance of many Americans who can't quite distinguish between Ukraine, a former Soviet satellite, which is now an independent nation that borders Russia, where there is this skirmish over Crimea, and the acquisition that Putin made of the critical port in Sevastopol a few years back, and the civil war that continues on that border. But Kilimnik was never interviewed by Robert Mueller or any of his minions. He was demonized in a Senate report where they just claimed that the FBI said without any evidence that he was a Russian intelligence agent. And the damaging claim was that Paul Manafort had shared sensitive polling data with Kilimnik. Well, it turns out that the polling data was stuff that was out of the newspaper. It was nothing that was campaign sensitive or confidential. Kilimnik has been interviewed by one American reporter, and that's Aaron Mate, whose work I am citing. And Mate wrote about Russiagate early on in The Nation. He then joined the Gray Zone, which is Max Blumenthal's outlet. And he has an independent, I think, blog at Substack, and he does these lengthy reports for Real Clear investigations. And I have not found any errors in Mate's reporting. And my own skepticism about the Russiagate narrative did not come just because I had an angst or an axe to grind about the corporate media. It's because former intelligence people who became whistleblowers, and particularly NSA officials, former NSA people, told me on the record, starting in the early days of Russiagate, that this stuff was being fabricated and fed from intelligence sources, or at least attributed to them, to corporate media outlets. And so I encourage people to read Mate's work, realclearinvestigations.com, and see how he very carefully dissects the errors that were made and that live on to this day as it's considered established fact. And, you know, one of the things that I've mentioned before, David, is that the fundamental and foundational claim that Russia hacked the servers of the DNC and handed that material off to WikiLeaks is not true. And the testimony was derived from a series of questions that Adam Schiff, a major proponent of Russiagate, asked to Sean Henry. So who's Sean Henry? He is one of the top executives at CrowdStrike. He is also a former lieutenant of St. Bob Mueller. He worked at the FBI in counterintelligence and in cyber whatever before he went to help found this firm. Those are the people who were called in by the DNC and immediately said, Russia did it. And they never gave the servers to the FBI. And Comey himself was not happy about that. He has said so publicly. Nevertheless, he went with their conclusions and did that bizarre, back and forth in 2016, where he exonerated Hillary, and then after the Wiener laptop, he kind of recriminalized her. And I don't support the way Comey operated, but the whole episode was built on a lot of false claims. And because it was about Trump, because it was about Russia, there were many people who didn't use the critical media consumption that I talked about on my first visit to your program.
And I know.
When our friend Tom introduced me or reintroduced me to you, but and this is where I'm asking people to take a critical, fresh look at what they have accepted as true about Russiagate, because the critical elements of it cannot be proven and some can be contradicted.
Okay, so here's my reaction to all this, and thank you for this. And I can't wait to, after the show, I'm going to read up on this and refresh my memory on this. But here's what I'm thinking as you're talking. It's a maze of information, a lot of doors that lead nowhere. And that is what investigative journalism is, that you're doing, you have an agenda, but you're trying to unravel something that you know is there. And I think of the Kennedy assassination, which was done out in the open for everybody to see. So we know that Kennedy was assassinated. We know a crime was committed. And you can dig into the Warren report, which I think is bogus. I think it was a cover-up. But there are going to be countervailing reporting on whether or not the mafia, the CIA, was involved, and it gets really cloudy, and you don't know who to trust. There are a lot of halls of mirrors in the Kennedy assassination, but we know that a crime was committed, and you kind of know Oswald didn't act alone. It's a little. He was going to Russia. Kind of like Carter Page, he was in Russia and trying to get to Mexico. The CIA knew who Oswald was. So there's something there, and you start reporting these trails that might lead nowhere, they might be breadcrumbs that J. Edgar Hoover planted to take you off the scent. You never know. And you're dealing with intelligence here with Russiagate. It's cloak and dagger. You start investigating this stuff. They know how to get you off the scent, but there's no question. And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just curious about the agenda, because there's no question that Trump is a dirty, disgusting person. He's corrupt. He has no moral compass, and he's a fraud and commits fraud, and he's a money launderer. And I look at the two impeachments vis-a-vis Russiagate. His behavior, unless there's been reporting otherwise, his behavior in the Oval Office was pretty much consistent with what was coming out of Russiagate.
Well, first of all, you referenced the JFK assassination, and I do recommend Oliver Stone's new documentary.
Yeah, I just saw it. Yeah, it's great.
He doesn't establish who actually was responsible. What he establishes is the depth of the cover-up and the way that Alan Dulles was an integral player in the cover-up produced by the Warren Commission. Now, to your point, again, I do not defend Trump in any way, shape, or form. And there's no doubt that he was really weird about Russia. But let's take, for example, the Mike Flynn case. This was one of the openers, right? Before the Trump administration took office, Flynn had phone calls with the Russian ambassador, Kislyak. Those were clearly intercepted by the NSA. They were leaked to Michael Ignatius, and they were published. And I'll put up another link here, and I'm going to repost at peterbcollins.com my interview from 2020 with Scott Ritter. Scott was the weapons inspector who was right that Iraq had no WMD, and he's gone on to distinguish himself as a writer. Oh, I forgot to hit return on that last link. So here come two links.
Right.
So Ritter persuaded me that Mike Flynn really didn't do anything wrong in his contact with the Russian ambassador, and that there was a vendetta because he had been fired by Obama. And Mike Flynn is another odious character who I have no desire to defend, but Bob Mueller gave him a pass after confirming that Flynn had accepted $500,000 from a third party to
Turkey.
illegally lobby for Turkey
Yeah.
during the 2016 campaign. That was a much bigger issue than anything that happened with Kislyak. And Aaron Mate painstakingly shows you how the two main outlets, the Post and the Times, made it seem like Flynn had had an explicit conversation with Kislyak about the sanctions that Obama tossed onto Russia during his final days. And just to simplify it, the conversation was not explicit. And Flynn listened to Kislyak and offered the equivalent of, yeah, wait till we get there.
Don't tell Vladimir Putin not to reciprocate with sanctions against America. Once I'm national security advisor, we're going to reverse these sanctions.
Yeah, the last part wasn't stated. All he said was tell Putin to wait.
Okay, but
and so
why did he lie to the FBI? Why did Flynn lie to the FBI when they asked him about that?
Well, again, you're asking me to defend a guy who I have no respect for.
There. So isn't there something there with Flynn? If Flynn calls Kislyak, the Russian ambassador, and it's against the law for somebody who is not representative of the American government yet, it's either the Hatch Act or the Logan Act. I always confuse the two.
Logan
the
this
Logan
time.
Act.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Logan Act. We've imposed sanctions. Now, I would assume you think those sanctions are bogus because the Russians didn't interfere with the election.
Right.
Okay, but
they were there, and I don't defend Flynn if in fact he had made promises to Kislyak, but he didn't. And he did lie to the FBI, but they, in many ways, set him up. And he was foolish because here's a guy who would run the Defense Intelligence Agency, who knows all the spook surveillance that is going on, knows that Kislyak's phone is monitored all the damn time. And so, again, when you read Mate's detailed explanation, you will see that the actual exchange was exaggerated by the media, and it was an effort to put a lasso around Trump's neck.
But okay, let me just ask you about this. I appreciate this. I'm no fan of Obama's, but I'm the president of the United States, and there's a shock to the system. Donald Trump just won the presidency, and it is a family of hoodlums, and he's going to name Michael Flynn, who I fired, to be national security advisor as the commander-in-chief, the outgoing commander-in-chief. I know that Michael Flynn is off his rocker, which has been borne out. He's proven
it. If you had any doubts, he has proven it in the last 18 months.
So didn't President Obama and the Democrats and Comey, didn't they owe it to the American people to say, we've got some really bad people about to make foreign policy here in the United States? This guy Flynn is just as bad, if not worse, than Donald Trump. And if he lies, the FBI asked him about the phone call to Kislyak. He's hiding something. And he did disappear 18 days. He was only there for 18. He had to step down because of lying to the FBI. Yes, maybe some facts were not precise. I get that. But the overarching story of corrupt, self-dealing government officials taking over the White House, that's pretty serious stuff. If you're Comey, if you're President Obama.
Well, I understand that line of reasoning. The problem is that two lies don't make a truth. And so to exaggerate or fabricate the information about Flynn and Kislyak, and to create a process crime that Peter Strzok then came and lowered the boom in the White House.
But isn't it a crime to lie to is it a crime to lie to an FBI agent?
Yes, of course it is. But
so, is it a crime to?
But see, you're trusting that the FBI guys were on the up and up, and I believe they were setting a trap for Flynn. And again, the Turkey deal was much more criminal and concerning than the Kislyak one.
Right.
It was simply consistent with the Russia interfered narrative. And you can go back in the emails of John Podesta that were released. He, and first of all, the young Mook, Kevin Mook? Anyway, Mook was the campaign manager for Hillary Clinton. He was the first one to float the scenario of blaming Russia. And then Podesta embraced it in a phone call with a pro-democratic Capitol Hill guy. That was in December of 2016.
Right.
So when you see this blame Russia thread launched, then the entrapment of Mike Flynn just becomes a part of that. And I invite people to listen to the podcast, and I put the link up here in the chat that I did with Scott Ritter, because I was exactly where you are, David, when I did that podcast with Ritter, and he turned me around. He persuaded me that there was a separate operation called Crossfire Razor. That was
Crossfire Hurricane was the plot to trap Trump in Russiagate. Crossfire Hurricane. What is Crossfire Razor?
Crossfire Razor was launched on the same day at the end of July in 2016, and it was explicitly focused on Mike Flynn. And he hadn't done anything yet. He hadn't talked to Kislyak, and he hadn't done the deal with the Turkish interests yet. So, and you may recall
showing up at, but wasn't he going to that dinner in Russia, that big?
Right, where Jill Stein sat at a table and accepted a free airline ticket. I mean, that was a bizarre thing.
RT.
But it was about RT. And let's remember that RT has allowed American points of view, and people like Ed Schultz and even Larry King has a show over on RT. These are people who have been bounced out of American cable channels.
Right.
And not everything that is broadcast on RT is Kremlin propaganda, but that is the broad brush that is used to paint it. So when you add all these things up, David, we have to look critically at what has, stood the test of time now. We're 5 years out on a lot of this. And it's actually, it's crumbling like stale bread. And my central thrust is about the media's role here, because they lowered their standards and they accepted anonymous sources for claims that really were speculative and based on innuendo. And I want to single out one guy who I'd like to put out an APB to the entire Feldman universe. His name is Scott Shane. And he was a longtime reporter for the New York Times. I interviewed him several times because he published a book about Obama's drone strike that killed the American imam, Alaki, in Yemen.
And his kid.
That was a separate strike, but you're correct.
Yeah.
And
they decided to kill his kid because they killed his father. That was the rationale for killing the kid, right? They said, we better kill the kid because he's going to want to get us
Well, they claim, and Scott Shane represented in his book, that the killing of the son was an accident, that he just was in the wrong place with the wrong people when they decided to strike.
Okay.
So anyway, I had a bit of a connection with Shane, and I follow bylines very carefully. And what I noticed was, and this is borne out in Matei's recap of these articles, that Scott Shane would make an allegation based on an anonymous source, and a few paragraphs later would say, but in fact, we don't have any evidence to support this. And Scott Shane very quietly left the New York Times. And I tried to reconnect with him. I had his home phone number. I had a non-Times email address for him, and he completely ducked. Now, I don't think that he has been disappeared, Chilean style, but I believe, or I speculate, that he left the Times because he grew increasingly uncomfortable with their failure to include the caveats. And the article that Matei cites has the headline, this is September 8, 2017, "To sway vote, Russia used army of fake Americans." So Scott Shane, his article is much less inflammatory than the headline, and it includes several caveats. And Matei notes, but these explosive conclusions, Shane's own piece later acknowledged in the article, the same article, were undermined by a lack of evidence. The online users who manipulated social media, Shane quietly notes near the bottom, were in fact only suspected Russian operators. And the story that he had led the article with about a guy named Melvin Reddick, who allegedly was a Russian bot, well, Shane concedes that his accounts appeared to be Russian creations. The only proof tying Reddick to Russia, his posts were never personal, just news articles reflecting a pro-Russian worldview. And it's notable that despite Mueller's indictment of all those people from the troll farm in St. Petersburg, a meaningless indictment because, you know, they'll never see an American courtroom, and their lawyers caused the charges to be dismissed by demanding to actually come into court and defend the people who'd been accused by Mueller, by demanding discovery that our government said, oh, well, we can't give them any discovery. We just wanted to indict them in public. So Scott Shane remains a mystery man. And if anybody could put me in touch with him for an off-the-record private conversation, I would just like to know if he did leave because he felt that the standards had dropped so far and that the headline writers were juicing up the reporting that he put his name on, because that's a mystery I'd like to get to the bottom of.
Well, if Mr. Shane, come back, Shane. Mr. Ladd. Before you go, this is great. And again, you remind me of David Dye, and you dig into these really complex issues. And very quickly, we have to wrap it up. Do you think there were troll farms that work either for Putin or the Russians that are disrupting elections, not just in the United States, but in Hungary, Belarus, Brexit? Do you think there are Putin operatives working troll farms?
The answer is that both Russia and the United States, among other nations, aggressively hack and mislead. The latest story in Sunday's New York Times is they report that Israel hacked into Iran's gasoline distribution system, and they were able to remotely shut down gas pumps all across Iran, and to post on the little digital screens on the gas pumps, blame the Ayatollah and they posted the Ayatollah's phone number and told people to call him and complain. And that's kind of a death sentence in Iran. They
Right.
also hacked into digital billboards and put up similar messages. And we know
that they've poisoned, the nuclear arms,
right?
Computer
So
network. And
we know from Ed Snowden's disclosures that there are tools that allow you to hack into a place and make it appear like the hack came from somewhere else, North Korea, for example. And so the answer is yes, Russia is hacking. Yes, they have nefarious intentions, but 80% of our NSA budget is for offensive cyber warfare.
Okay.
And we have no idea what that involves and how much blowback comes from it.
Right. So this is all fantastic. Thank you for this. There's always an agenda behind this. We can't escape our agendas. I do not like Hillary or Bill or Obama, and I think Hillary lost the election because she didn't campaign in Wisconsin. She didn't campaign. She didn't reach out to the Rust Belt. She was a flawed candidate. And I agree with you that they want to blame Russia for her flaws as a candidate. But does that cloud our judgment? In other words, can two things be true? Can Hillary have been a horrible candidate, a horrible person, and the Russians interfered in our election? Is it possible that both things are true?
Yes, but we don't have evidence to support the Russian intervention. There were troll farms in Bulgaria that were doing much more dangerous posting in American social media that was much more on target. And there's a documentary about it, and I'll have to dig up the name and the filmmaker. But they clearly showed, this film was made in 2018, that they were simply profit driven. And they were trying to come up with the best angle. And they found out that attacking Hillary made more money than attacking Trump. And so they did a lot of scurrilous things. And, the evidence that we have about Russian interference is really weak. And the messages that were attributed to Russia that Mueller included in his report, and you can find them online, are laughable. There's the one about how, if you masturbate too much, that Jesus can give you a hand. I mean, it really, they use that language.
Mm-hmm.
And this is seen as upending our election. And just one more point that's also included in my interview with Scott Ritter, because we went from the Flynn case to the actual foreign interference in 2016, which was both overt and covert, and it was conducted by the Netanyahu government in Israel. The overt part, we saw Netanyahu give a speech to a joint session of Congress that Obama boycotted in April 2016. Then Trump was invited for a near state visit to Israel in July. Then one of his ministers without portfolio made at least 9 contacts with the Trump campaign. And this was confirmed by FBI documents that were released after a lawsuit by American corporate media, but they chose to cherry pick what they got from the FBI. The progressive or liberal newspapers, such as the scene is in Israel, Haaretz. I encourage people, just Google Haaretz, FBI, and Trump contacts in 2016, and you will see this laid out. And that has never even been hinted at in the corporate media in this country, when we saw at least the overt portions of that effort to influence our election by Netanyahu. So the combination of protecting special interests like Israel and the supporters of Israel, of protecting Hillary, who most people can now see was a very weak candidate, and it wasn't just her Wall Street speeches, and some of it was accumulated because of her connection to her husband. You know, that there are many reasons that people didn't like Hillary Clinton, and not all of them were fair or rational, but they were real. And the Democrats ignored all that, pushed Sanders aside, and insisted that she was entitled to run. And it wasn't just failing to campaign in Wisconsin.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much for this. To be continued, I hope.
Well, David, you emailed me about being on the show today and asked if I'm sick of you, and the answer is no. But let me know if you start to get sick of me.
No. I'm so grateful for this. Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Peter B. Collins. Go to peterbcollins.com for his interview with Scott Ritter, the weapons inspector, who said there are no weapons of mass destruction. Don't invade Iraq. And he was right, and they were wrong. And you can hear that interview by going to peterbcollins.com. Thank you so much, Peter.
My pleasure, David. Always good to be with you.
Thank you. Well, let's go to Denton, Texas, where Professor Mike Steinel is standing by, and he's holding a copy of Virtue Hoarders, The Case Against the Professional Managerial Class. It's a great book, isn't it?
Great little book. It's very little, but the print's little too. So it's a pretty good, pretty fast read, though. I read it on a flight.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's fantastic. She really goes after everybody.
I'm trying to get her. I love.
She was great today. I heard most of it.
Right.
She was fantastic.
I talked a little too much. I was too excited to have her on the show, and I was talking over her.
No, she was enjoying your interaction. I think she was enjoying it. She's
great.
She's a really good writer too. It's it's an entertaining read, you know, and she brings all these things in. And
thank you, Professor Adnan Hussein, for bringing her on. And
Adnan did that.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. And we have a new system now that Hannah is going to.
I heard that.
And the opening segment, which I'm going to play right now, is going to be so much better because you're going to pick the songs to start the show as opposed to my inertia. So let me play.
You didn't play it? It didn't get played at the top?
Of course it did.
Well, we don't need to do it again.
I want to hear it again. Plus, I'm going to get some water. So let's.
There you go. I did send Dextromethazone Blues, but it doesn't have a video with it. Yeah, go ahead and run the new video.
Let's listen to the new opening segment to the David Feldman Show from Professor Mike Steinel.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.
Love it. Professor Mike Steinhauer.
That's a Jimi Hendrix chord. Can you hear it?
That's a Jimi Hendrix chord?
Yeah. Foxy Lady chord.
And what are the key? What key is that? And what are the,
We're in the key of C on that song.
and what are the chords?
There's quite a few. It starts in C, F minor, B flat 7. Hey, there's a great joke about there's a female singer joke. There's a lot of female singer jokes, you know, and it's Christmas time, and it's a trio with a female singer, and somebody comes up and they request, hey, would you play that Chestnuts Roasting on the Open Fire song? You know, the Christmas song? And she goes, I don't think I know it. She turns to the band leader and says, I don't think I know it. All I know is the first line. I don't know the rest of it. He says, that's fine, I'll get you through it. So she starts, chestnuts roasting on an open fire. She turns to the band leader and he goes, E flat major 7th.
Why don't I get that?
He gives her the chord symbol, not the lyric. She needs the lyric.
Oh, I see.
Jack Frost nissing at your nose, you know.
Yes, I see. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm a little...
Yeah, David.
I apologize. I
thought
sorry.
you, with your musical acumen, that you would get that. That's a very kind of inside joke.
Now, what was you had said something and we thought it would make a great Christmas carol.
I forgot. There's no joy without a little pain.
There can be no joy without a little pain. And
that's why and then the next line would be, that's why my lawyers are calling you in the morning.
Yeah. Now, I read Colleen Worthman on Facebook said that somebody who just passed away, a famous composer, I'm not going to mention any names, big Broadway composer, passed away and had a reputation for sex dungeons.
Are we talking about Sondheim?
I'm not getting into it. You might want to Google Sondheim and sex dungeons.
That's what I wanted to talk. I wanted to talk about him today, but I didn't know that information. I don't think that's true, David.
Well, anyway, so I thought, well, let's rewrite the lyrics of Being Alive.
He was such a genius. You know, if folks haven't checked it out, Saturday's New York Times did a really nice three different articles. One was a person who had interviewed him just 6 days before he died. You know, and he was writing a new musical with who was he collaborating with? It was really interesting. I forget now, but I mean, he kind of grew up under the mentorship of Hammerstein and Rodgers and Hammerstein was a neighbor, and I think the mother, his father, Sondheim's father left early on, and the mother actually, I think, was a good friend of Oscar Hammerstein's wife.
They had a vacation home in New Hope, Pennsylvania.
Right, yeah.
Hammerstein lived next door and kind of took Stephen under his wings.
Yeah. I had thought he was his assistant, but that's not true. But he was mentored, and then he also knew Richard Rodgers. He was very close. Yeah, it was Mary Rodgers.
Which to me, the idea. I remember reading that Stephen Sondheim, Hal Prince, and Mary Rodgers were scrambling for work and knocking on doors, trying to sell music. I'm thinking, come on, Richard Rodgers' daughter. How hard could it have been?
Well, I don't know. Who knows?
I mean, it seems like the doors probably opened a little.
You know, it's all. I remember I heard some disc jockey in Chicago who made a lot of money. He said, you know, it's all hand to mouth. It's just a bigger hand and a bigger mouth.
Right. Right.
But you know,
does he fall into the American Songbook? Sondheim Hammerstein does, but
yeah, you know, he did not. Those songs are not. Some of them became very famous. "Send in the Clowns," but they're not constructed the same way. They're really musicals. They're really constructed for the musical. Now, first of all, West Side Story and Gypsy, he wrote the lyrics. He did not write the melodies.
Right.
So
Bernstein wrote West Side Story.
Right. And I mentioned on the show on Office Hours that I've heard from reputable sources that all those melodies were from rejects that Bernstein had written and nobody was interested in, and then he reworked them with Sondheim's great lyrics. And then Gypsy was, I can't remember who he collaborated with that, but he did, after that, I remember in the profile he had said that he didn't ever want to really collaborate. He wanted to do music. He's thought of himself more as a composer than a lyricist, even though I think the lyrics are his. I mean, the wedding of those two things is miraculous. He said in that one profile, he said Oscar Hammerstein was a man of limited talent but infinite heart, and he said Richard Rodgers was just the opposite.
Heart, no talent.
Yeah. No. Expansive talent, but no heart.
No heart.
Yeah. Which I don't know. I didn't. But it's Richard. Hammerstein was so direct in his lyrics, and probably a little too simple for Sondheim.
Hammerstein was Oklahoma, South Pacific, right?
South Pacific, Oklahoma, yeah, and those themes that they, in the themes in South Pacific, the racial themes are pretty profound, and of course, The King and I.
Showboat?
No, that Showboat is Jerome Kern. And it's much earlier. But it has racial things, Yeah. Hey,
the thing about Sondheim that kind of surprised me was how much defeat he faced. Like a funny thing happened on the way to the Forum. Going into Broadway, it was a disaster. It was getting bad reviews. Company was getting trashed going into Broadway. That a lot of these plays were disasters before they opened on Broadway, and some were not well received when they were. Like I don't think Follies was Sunday in the Park with George.
Now, Sunday in the Park, well, okay, but it was, you got the Pulitzer Prize. I mean, he outlasted all those critics. I saw an interview where he said that Anyone Can Whistle lasted 6 nights. But a funny thing happened on the way to the Forum. I think had a run of like over 200 nights. That's a pretty good run. He didn't have huge things like Phantom of the Opera. He didn't have or Les Mis. He didn't have those long, but he's been revived, and I love Into the Woods. My daughters were introduced to Into the Woods by my mother, who saw it and made a VHS, and we were visiting, and she said, "Here, girls, I think you'd like this," and she put it on, and I was, I think, in the other room with my dad watching sports. It was like Thanksgiving or something, and I came in, and my daughters were they were enwrapped. It's all about the fairy tales, and they all mix together. Cinderella, and you got Rapunzel, and you got Jack and the Beanstalk, and it's just so touching. There's a song I wanted to talk about a note. I want to talk about one note there's a song from Into the Woods, and I won't play too much of it because I don't want to get dinged. I'm not, but I'll explain. We on Office Hours, we talked about the black notes, and how, by the way, a lot of Sondheim's music is in flat keys, so you got a lot of flats, so a lot of black notes. But No One Is Alone is a 3-chord song, and it uses that, that construction, which is of the major scale. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 is the same as 1. but he mainly uses 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. He's got some other stuff in there, but so he starts off. That's the first thing that happens. No one here to guide you. No, now you're on your own. Only me beside you. Still, you're not alone. And then he does this, and this is amazing. You are not alone. The most disturbing note in a key, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, is the fourth note. The minute I play, if I set up a key and I play this note,
Sounds bad.
not bad, it's just so tense, it has to go someplace.
Okay.
You know, generally goes down. But he keeps doing this. Not alone. You are not alone. And I think it's such beautiful word painting, you know, almost suggesting that we are alone, you know. And right when he does that, he quotes in the accompaniment, he quotes another song. And that's from a song called Stay With Me. And the lyric there is, stay with me, the world is dark and wild. Stay a child where you can be a child. I just think it's terrific, you know, like terrific word painting. And then later on in the song, he does another thing. He goes, people make mistakes. And he finally goes to that third chord. But instead of doing that, he puts a note. He puts more dissonance in it. And I just think that it's such a great word painting, you know, that it's I can't get through that song without crying. I put it up on my Facebook thing and listened to it like 3 or 4 times. And I realized, oh, it's some of these notes. You are not alone. At the very end, he goes, you are not alone. So he does resolve it, you know, in a major chord. You know the name.
The other line from Company, alone is alone, not alive.
I don't know Company. I need to.
Yeah, what the famous line from Being Alive is alone, not alive.
Yeah.
He was alone. Hated his mother. His mother had a hand.
Did he really?
Oh, his mother was a horror show.
You know, I've studied a lot of his songs, and Into the Woods is very late, 87. And by then he was almost doing like Philip Glass kind of chords, you know, like there was a lot of repeated things. Over and over again. Then he throws something, you know, throw a little something in there, you know. I'm going to try to get into I have written a version of Pig for Love that is Sondheim-esque. Would you like to hear it?
Yes, sir.
It's a good thing when your show goes long, I just get a lot of writing done sitting here.
Now, if I send you lyrics, would you?
I'll work on them. They got to be good, David, though.
Oh, okay.
So this is kind of, I'm just experimenting with this. It's not a done, everybody in the audience just realize this is work in progress, but this is about David Feldman. I've decided to make Pig for Love not about, it's my second person or third person. I'm going to talk about David, who's a pig for love. Okay, so it starts out with a little soliloquy. He once was a boy, a Jersey boy. A cardboard box was his only toy. Every day after school he went to yeshiva. But in his dreams he was Tony Oliva. By the way, Tony Oliva, Minnesota Twins, MVP. Let me see, he was Rookie of the Year, 1964. And then it makes a switch like to Sondheim-esque. With a push and a shove, he threw away his glove, and he decided to be a comic. With a hoot and a holler, he spent every dollar and found that it wasn't very economic. There's always a shh when I play. I don't know what that's about. With nowhere left to turn and no one left to spurn, he had an inspiration from above. He had no choice but to become a pig for lover. He's a bon vivant and he knows what he wants, and he gets no response from the debutantes that he follows and stalks from the waterfront docks. And then it has to switch here. With the fizz and a fuzz, and the town is all abuzz with a whiff and a puff. Sure it was enough, there was butter and grease, and we had to call the police. 'Cause he piddled in the puddle and he pooped on the stoop. He jumped up his dan and he made a big whoop. When did the path get so overgrown with all of the thorns and thistles? Do you think he felt alone? Is that why he pierced his nipples? He's a bon vivant, but he knows what he wants. And it's got to go back to that part. Anyway, it's a work in progress.
That is like, I feel like I'm watching a Stephen Sondheim play.
No, you know, I got his lyrics are so good. There's a song called "The Miller's Son." I Will Marry the Miller's Son. Do you know that?
No.
It's from A Little Night Music, I think. Is it? I'm not sure. Maybe, but there's this really. I was kind of imitating. There's things like, it's a wink and a wiggle and a giggle in the grass, and I'll trip the light fandango, and a pinch and a diddle in the middle, and what passes for a very short road, from a pinch to the punch to the paunch to the pouch to the pension and the very short road to the 10,000 lunch and a belch and the grouch and the sigh. I mean, it's fantastic, you know.
Wow.
There's and then maybe see, from a push and the whoop to the squit and the stoop to the mumble. It's not too much of a stretch to the cribs to the croup and the bosoms that droop and go dry. Woo!
Wow.
That's pretty. I mean, he was a genius, and I think it's interesting. He was at his age still working on another show. You know. Pretty cool.
90, right?
Yeah, I guess he was. Just turned 90. No, he had just turned 90 in March.
Wow. Have you seen Get Back?
No, I need to get Disney Plus. We've been kind of busy. Things have been going on here, and had a lot of things kind of over the weekend. But we'll do that. We'll get that going.
Yeah.
Did you see it?
Well, I figured I'd try the 7-day trial for Disney Plus.
Okay.
How bad could it be? Because Get Back, just the trailers on YouTube, they made me cry. I mean, it was otherworldly.
Don't those guys look amazing? Don't they look amazing?
You know, individually they're great, but the four of them in the room, it seems like it's from another, well, it is from another time, but from another universe. So I apologize to my listeners, but instead I watched 101 Dalmatians, which is on the Disney Channel.
A new one? The new one?
No, the old one. Has your grandson seen 101 Dalmatians?
No, he has not. But he will. He'll get all that Disney stuff.
You want a treat for your grandson?
Yeah.
Is he gone?
Yeah, he had to leave Saturday. They went back Saturday. We had him here for 2 weeks. It was really pretty amazing. Now I mean, it's like we're spoiled now. I just told Beverly today. I said his name is Calder. I've got Calder withdrawal. Yeah, I need my Calder fix.
Yeah.
You know. But I tell you what, he tires us out. There's something new in his head every 30 seconds. A new place to go, a new thing to, a new sharp object in the room that has to be explored. Mm-hmm. He's got radar. What's the most dangerous thing in this room? I'm going to find it. And I just love it. He looks up. He called me Bop Pop. When he wants to go somewhere, he'll just reach up, saying Bop Pop, and then he just drags me around the house, going into different rooms. He's
I
pretty
promise
amazing.
you, if you want a slice of heaven, next time you see him, watch 101 Dalmatians.
He might be a little too young to get all that. I think maybe he could though. He there's a show from Britain which is fantastic called Sarah and Duck. Sarah and Duck, and it's just a little girl and a duck, and that is like cocaine for him. You just put that on and he's happy.
Yeah.
He's very happy.
Let's thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
Let's play a classic from the canon, from the American Songbook.
Are you gonna play Dextromethazone?
Yeah, this is.
Does it need a setup? In case people don't know, this was done when Trump was hospitalized, and he was given dextromethazone, and he
This
said
would
he
be
hadn't felt that good.
September of 2020.
Yeah, wow, that's a long time ago. Whew.
Yeah. Let's listen to.
I think this is one of my better ones in terms of my trumpet playing. I really like my trumpet playing on this.
All your stuff is great. Here we go. How do you pronounce it?
Dextromethazone Blues.
Here we go. Fine. Yeah, hang on. Oh, come on, Feldman. You got it. You can do it, Feldman. Here we go.
Aggression, agitation, irritability, and anxiety, depression, and nervousness, and changes to my mood. Got trouble thinking, got trouble speaking. My vision is blurred, and I'm eating too much food. Where's my dextromethazone? Get my doctor on the phone. I haven't felt this good in 20 years. Tingling in my limbs, swollen fingers, hands and feet. Got a pounding in my ears, and I had too much to eat. But I don't really care. I love those infusions. I'm roided out and raging. I got grandiose delusions. Want my dextromethazone? Get my doctor on the phone. I haven't felt this good in 20 years. Steroid psychosis and halitosis. They say my wife is the hostess with the mostest. My skin is dry, I huff and I puff, but I don't care, I got all the good stuff. Want my dextromethazone? Get my doctor on the phone. I haven't felt this good in 20 years. I haven't felt this good in 20 years. Felt this good in 20 years.
Professor Mike Steinel is a jazz trumpeter, obviously, a composer, educator. He was a member of the University of North Texas Jazz Studies faculty from 1987 to 2019. He is the author of several highly acclaimed books on musical theory and jazz. Some of them include Essential Elements for Jazz Ensemble, Volumes 1 and 2, Building a Jazz Vocabulary, Running the Changes, I think comes out pretty soon. And you can listen to his album, Song and Dance, the Mike Steinell Quintet, featuring Rosanna Eckert. You can listen to that on Spotify. You can buy it from Origin Records. You can go to MikeSteinell.com to purchase it. And how many detective novels? You're unbelievable.
I've got 3 that I started. I'm 3 completed, 2 more started, but they're not going anywhere. I don't know. But Saving Charlie Parker is coming out probably in the first of the year, and we're at the page proof part of that. So I've sent everything off. They've got my cover idea. So 4 weeks, they should be giving me page proofs, and then it's just a matter of them printing them up and promoting it.
You are you're a gift to the universe. You are an inspiration. You're fearless. And your muse, whoever your muse is, we thank your muse.
All right.
Thank you.
David, I love you. I'll see you next week, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, please. Thank you.
All right.
Mike Steinell. Well, let us now go to Russia. He's here, joining us from Russia with a Conan O'Brien haircut, is the co-host of Gorilla History. He is an immunobiologist. It's Henry Huckamaki. Good morning, Henry. It looks like you haven't had your coffee yet.
I haven't had coffee or a shower.
You haven't had coffee or a shower?
No, hence the hair.
Okay. Will you have coffee today?
I actually haven't had coffee in a couple weeks because my mocha pot is in for repair. So I've just been drinking a pot of tea a day.
But caffeine, do you need caffeine to get the brain going, or?
No, I don't.
Really?
Caffeine doesn't do anything for me.
Wow, you really are a genius. Well, I'm glad you're here. Thank you. What time is it in Russia right now? It's
7 o'clock. It's not super early. I've been up for a little bit, but yeah, I have to go into work early today because of paperwork issues.
It's paperwork issues. It's 11 o'clock in New York. Let's talk about something you and I haven't talked about in quite a while. COVID. What are we hearing about this new strain that comes to us from South Africa? Omicron.
Yes.
Omicron.
Yes. Yeah, Omicron. It looks worrying from what we have, but we don't necessarily have a lot of information yet. So we only have a couple hundred cases globally at this point. And the cases that we have, most of them are very, very new. So the data that we're operating off of is essentially one of two things. We either have sequencing data, which is to say when individuals were infected and they noticed that, hey, we have a surge in cases in South Africa, let's sequence these. And South Africa has a very good sequencing capacity. For comparison, in the United States, we sequence well under 5% of the total positive cases that we have. So when somebody tests positive, then it gets forwarded on to be sequenced. So it's not 5% of the total tests. It's less than 5% of the people that even test positive are sequenced in the US. South Africa does pretty well in sequencing. And so we have the results, and they were sharing that in real time, making it publicly available. So as soon as these cases were first being discovered, we were already getting sequencing data back. Sequencing data, for people who just want to understand what I'm talking about a little bit, is basically they take the virus, or they isolate the RNA from the virus, which is the genetic information of the virus, and they stick it into a genome sequencer, which is a fancy machine hooked up to a computer, and the computer will read what the genome of the viruses. So it'll read the RNA. And by doing so, we can see where any mutations are taking place in the genome of the virus. That will, mutations in the genome lead to different things on the virus's surface, on the virus's internal structures, et cetera, et cetera. So you can kind of get an idea of what's going to happen just by looking at the letters of the genetic sequence, because the genetic sequence codes for the proteins of the virus. So that's one piece of information that we have, is this genetic sequencing data from South Africa. The other thing that we have is very limited epidemiological data, which is to say, South Africa is currently experiencing something of a surge in cases. It's just the beginning of a surge. So they were down having very, very few cases, well under 1,000 cases daily. And all of a sudden, now they're up at the 4,000 or 5,000 mark daily within about 2 weeks. So that's a little bit of a spike coming up all at once, at the same time that they're seeing more and more of their sequenced samples coming back positive for the Omicron variant. So before, for example, they would sequence a certain percentage. I don't remember what the percentage of sequenced samples in South Africa is, but they would sequence a certain percentage and see, oh, less than 1% are due to Omicron, and 1% of the positive cases. And then all of a sudden they're seeing more and more and more, 30% of the cases come back positive for the Omicron variant. And so those are really the only information that we have right now. It's so new.
They say that the symptoms, I read somewhere that the South Africans are saying that the symptoms are not that bad.
Yeah, so again, it's way too early to definitively say that. And there's a couple reasons for that. One of which is because
is it just highly contagious? Is that the problem? And
it could, okay, so there's three things that we should look for when determining how bad a variant is. One is, does it transmit faster? Is it more transmissible than previous strains? Is it more serious than previous strains, which is to say you're more likely to be a severe case and end up in the hospital? And the third is, does it evade the immune system? Does it evade neutralizing antibodies, which is to say it makes the protection from a previous infection or the vaccine last less long or be less robust? Those are the three things that you should look at. And based on the mutations that we see present, and I should mention there's 34 mutations in the spike protein alone of Omicron. There's 30 substitution mutations. There's 3 deletions and 1 insertion. Compared to Delta, for example, has 10 mutations in the spike protein. So we're talking about more than 3 times more. And many of these are mutations that we have not seen before in other variants. So again, we can predict what kind of effect they might have based off of the sequencing data, but we don't have any real world experience with many of the mutations that are present within the spike protein. So like you said, some people are speculating maybe this is more transmissible, but not as serious or just as serious. Some of the sequencing data would indicate that it could potentially be more serious based on some mutations. Some of the mutations might make it less serious, but we can't really say because, again, we only have a couple weeks worth of data from one geographic context. So we really only have any sort of data coming out from South Africa. Many of the people who were infected with this new case were younger people anyway. And what do we know about younger people? Younger people generally suffer less severely from COVID than older people.
Right.
So, for example, I said there's only been a couple hundred cases. Let's say that there was 200 cases worldwide, just picking a random number. Let's say that there was 200 cases, and of those 200 cases, 150 of them were nursing home patients because there was an outbreak in a nursing home. Well, you would see the data coming out and say, my God, this variant is terrible. It's killing a huge percentage of the people that get it. Well, yeah, because the people that are getting it are all really old. The demographic information that we have so far is biased a little bit towards the younger age of things. And again, all within the South African context. And we have seen regional differences. If you look at COVID rates.
Is there a chance that they're overreacting?
Overreacting?
Are they overreacting? Because you said something interesting. You said that South Africa spotted the virus. It's almost like an open source country when it comes to unraveling the genome of the virus. So we had the information and we reacted to it. Is it because we have the information that we're scared, or it's scary information?
It's both. Of course, you want the information so that you can make intelligent decisions rather than just there's something new and we don't know anything about it. Let's do something about it. That's not a very good strategy for reacting to anything. Right. But the information that we do have is somewhat worrying. There's many of the mutations that are present. I believe 9 of the mutations within the spike proteins are shared between various variants of concern. So alpha, which is B117 from the UK, beta, which is B1351 from the old South African one, the one that I said I was worried about because of the immune evasion potential. Remember, there was 3 things that I said we should worry about. The old South African one was the best at evading the immune system, but it wasn't as good at transmitting. So I said we have to look at all 3 things. Delta and gamma, which is the old Brazilian variant. So it has 9 mutations that are shared between those. And of course, sharing major mutations with other scary variants is a scary thing. And we see a lot of mutations that we haven't seen before, and many of them are in places of the spike protein that have very important things going on. There's a bunch that are in the receptor binding domain specifically. There's one that's immediately adjacent to the furin cleavage site. So the mutations that we have seen are in worrying places, but we don't have data from a real world context yet, other than this limited epidemiological data. So it's important for us to act, to get the information and to act accordingly. Whether or not we've overreacted, it's up for debate. I mean, travel restrictions we've seen aren't a silver bullet to end any sort of problem. Like, at best, the travel restriction is just going to buy you some more time before it inevitably gets to your country anyway, and then begins spreading through your communities. But I think that that's kind of what they're thinking. Like, they're not thinking that it's going to be a silver bullet. We've already had statements from Moderna and Pfizer that they were looking at it, and within the next 2 weeks, which is in 2 to 3 weeks, we should have plenty more data that we can actually say more intelligent things about it. But within 100 days, both of those companies are aiming to have variant-specific vaccines out.
A regular booster shot now, will that help with this?
It'll help. It'll help for sure. But
they're able to make vaccines specifically for the variant.
Yeah. Okay. There's 2 things that I have to say on this. So the first thing is that when you're looking at, is the booster going to help? Inevitably, it's going to at least reduce the likelihood of severe disease dramatically, even if it doesn't necessarily reduce the likelihood of disease itself, but it will dramatically reduce the likelihood of severe disease. Now, we don't know how well Omicron gets around those neutralizing antibodies, which are what prevent infection. We don't have the data on that yet. We haven't done neutralization assays with this new virus, this new variant. We haven't had enough time yet. But even if it's really, really good at getting around the antibodies, we still have the T cell response. And the T cell response is a lot more robust than the neutralizing antibody response to different variants, because T cells, which you may remember, David, is part of your adaptive immune system, T cells recognize chopped up little fragments of the virus that are presented on the surface of your cells. So the virus infects your cell. As the viruses, over the course of their lifespan, some of them degrade inside the cell. And the cell has certain chemicals on the inside of it that it also uses to try to kill the virus, which doesn't necessarily go very well. But when they get these little bits of proteins from the viruses that are smashed apart, they'll stick little chunks of it on the surface of the cell so that other cells that are coming by can try to recognize it. And the T cells recognize those little chunks on the outside of the cell. So you're not necessarily seeing the same exact piece of the spike protein all the time. you're seeing different little chunks depending on how it was chopped up. Now, we have a lot of mutations within the spike protein with this variant, but since T cells have a very broad repertoire, which is to say a bunch of different parts of the spike protein are recognized by different T cells after you've been exposed to it before, we may actually have more robust T cell response than antibody response because the antibodies link to the receptor binding domain specifically. They latch onto the outside part of the spike protein. So even if it gets around the antibodies, we may still have some decent protection, again, at least against severe disease from the T cells. Now, on the vaccine specific, or on the variant specific vaccines, that would of course make it so that they would be much more effective against that specific vaccine. But there's one thing that some scientists and I had been saying, which is that when you look at, so take a map, right? And put the wild type strain, the old Wuhan strain of COVID right at the center of that map. And all of the mutation or all the variants that have come out since then kind of branch off of that original variant. And of course, there's some other branches that come off of the variants, but they mostly revolve around this central point, right? Can you see that conceptually, David?
Yep.
Like all of these variants are coming around the central point. So if you make a vaccine against that original variant, what's happening is you're targeting the center of the map. All of the other variants, maybe it's not perfectly suited to, but they're still sufficiently close to it. All of the variants are still sufficiently close that we're getting good cross protection from that old vaccine. Omicron is very different. Like I said, way more mutations in the spike protein than any of the other variants. So in this case on the map, it would be like Australia, like it's way away from everything else. Mm-hmm. So it's really far away, which is why we think that the vaccine may not protect against it as well as the other variants, because it's way farther away from that original wild type strain. Now, this is the thing that we have to consider, and there's not a right answer to this, but it's something to think about. If we make an Omicron specific booster, it is going to protect very well against Omicron. But if we make an Omicron specific booster, it's protecting well against Omicron and only giving very, very limited protection against most of the other variants because they're really far away from it. You know, if your original, and I'm just picking looking at a map right now to pick a random point. If I make a vaccine that's targeted towards like Italy, I'm getting all of North Africa is pretty close by, all of Europe's pretty close by, Central Asia is still somewhat close by. Australia is really far away. Now, if I make a vaccine for Australia, I am not really protecting against much else, like maybe Japan, maybe, Southeast China, Indonesia, the Philippines, but like most of the world is not getting protected there.
Right.
And what do we know about COVID, David? Is that, and it's not just COVID, what do we know about viruses generally? They are always mutating. They are always mutating. Even within an individual patient, they are mutating. So it's only a matter of time before we have another variant come out. Now, that's not to say that that variant will be worse or anything like that, but we're going to have more variants inevitably over time. And if we're targeting Australia, unless that new variant is branching off of Omicron, that vaccine may not be giving it much extra protection against the variant if it's, branching towards North America from Italy, going into the Atlantic rather than going towards Australia. I know this is a very weird analogy, but I thought that, if people are looking at a map, maybe it makes sense. So the question is short-term versus long-term. How much protection do we have from existing vaccines? Are we that worried that we're going to target it directly at Omicron at the risk of potentially not having that booster do much for any other variants that come out long-term? Like that's a question that people need to ask themselves, people in the research community, but it's something that people, that are listening to this show can also think about, how worried are we? Should we be targeting it directly against Omicron to get the maximum amount of protection against it? Or should we be maybe trying to find other places, other variants that are kind of more intermediate that might give some cross protection but will protect against other future variants.
Great. We have to wrap it up.
Yeah, I have to get going too.
Yeah, this is Henry without coffee. Jesus. So get the booster.
Yeah, I would absolutely say get the booster. And again, they're looking at hopefully having variant specific vaccines within 100 days or so. But with manufacturing, it's going to be a bit longer before you'll be able to get it anyway. So we're looking at, probably 4, 6, 8 months before you'd be able to get a variant specific booster, even if they did make one. So if you get your booster now, by the time you'd be able to get a new one, if they do decide that you need a new one.
A brand new variant that you'll be afraid of.
Right.
So.
And you'll also be 6 months out from your previous booster, so it'll be safe for you to get one. So get the booster, you'll be protected against just about everything.
We're going to be discussing COVID for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, it's a problem. Yeah. It's a problem.
I told you, you didn't listen to me.
That's right, David. How dare I say this is going to be over in 2 weeks? I was way off.
Huck 1995 on Twitter, and I'm glad we figured out a way to have you back on the show. I love talking to you about everything, especially COVID. And listen to Henry on Guerrilla History with Professor Adnan Hussein. This rivalry between Guerrilla History and Deep into History is getting very ugly. And I don't approve of it. The things that Arjun said about Professor Hussein today, I don't know why. Look, the universe is expanding. There's room for deep into history. There's room for guerrilla history. Why do you guys have to it's men, it's toxic masculinity. The three of you just going at it. There's room for both of you. Guerrilla history and deep into history. Thank you, Henry.
Yeah, and just shout out to Arjun, of course. It's a bit tongue in cheek.
Oh, there you go.
We all love Arjun.
You couldn't let it go.
No. People should go listen to Deep into History. Let's be real. It's a great show.
What did you just say?
People should go listen to Deep into History. It's a great show. And also they should listen to Guerrilla History. That goes without saying.
This is toxic. This is not the kind of show I want to do. This is like wrestling. I don't approve of the fighting. Thank you, Henry. And I apologize to my listeners for the infighting that's going on between Deep into History and Guerrilla History. It's not what this show is about, but that is the show. I want to thank you, Henry. And there you go. Henry Huckamaki. Follow him on Twitter at Huck1995. He came to us from Russia. That's our show. This has been a Pledge-isode. Go to davidfeldmanshow.com, hit the donate button, and we accept all major credit cards. We are doing office hours every Friday night at 8 p.m. Come join this community. I start the show at 8. I start office hours at 8 p.m. I go till 9, and then the community takes over. So join the community. If you're left of center and you're not an asshole, come visit us at office hours starting at 8 p.m. Friend me on Facebook. Follow me on Twitter. I want to thank Catherine Liu. Please buy her book, Virtue Hoarders. Buy it right now. It's a great gift for yourself or anybody you know who's part of the professional managerial class. I want to thank Howie Klein, David Cobb, Dr. Harriet Fraud, Professor Adnan Hussein. Listen to the Mudgeless podcast and, of course, Guerrilla History with Professor Adnan Hussein and Henry Huckamaki. I want to thank Professor Mary Ann Cummings, physicist and brilliant artiste and Parks Commissioner of Aurora, Illinois, a Parks Commissioner of Aurora, Illinois. I don't want to get her into trouble. Peter B. Collins, Professor Mike Steinel, and of course, Henry Huckamaki. Thank you all, and I will see you Thursday. We tape on Thursday remember to stay strong and protect the weak.
It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. He's talking politics and comedy too. He'll tell a dirty joke, he knows quite a few. He's just a lefty from way back. He's a union man with an Emmy for writing. Some days he's mad and he feels like fighting. It's time right now for the David Feldman Show. So get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. Get your ears on right, buckle in real tight. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way. He's got a lot to say and he's coming your way.